تيست 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 1 2. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 10 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting in 10 minutes from now. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're starting in 5 minutes from now. كما نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متوفرة طيلة فترة هذا اللقاء. We'd like to bring your attention that simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this event. Please find your simultaneous interpretation headsets at the entrance of this hall. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're starting in 5 minutes from now. كما نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متوفرة طيلة فترة هذا اللقاء. We'd like to bring your attention that simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this event. Please find your simultaneous interpretation headsets at the entrance of this hall. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly.
الحضور الكرام, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the Saudi national anthem, السلام الملكي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أصحاب السمو الملكي، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام، مرحباً وأهلاً وسهلاً بكم في ملتقى الاستثمار بحر من The Family Office المنعقد هنا على ضفاف البحر الأحمر في أحد أكثر المواقع تميزاً في المملكة العربية السعودية. يقال إن بعض التجارب لا تروى بل تعاش، ومنذ لحظة وصولكم لم يكن هذا مجرد ملتقى بل تجربة متكاملة تعكس رؤية تؤمن بأن الاستثمار تماماً كالحياة رحلة طويلة تقوم على الثقة والوضوح والقدرة على قراءة المستقبل. لقد حرص The Family Office على أن يكون المكان بحجم الفكرة، وأن يكون المحتوى بمستوى الحضور، وأن يجمع هذا الملتقى نخبة من صناع القرار وقادة الفكر لمناقشة أبرز التحولات الاقتصادية والاستثمارية والتقنية التي تشكل عالمنا اليوم. نبدأ برنامج هذا الصباح بكلمة ترحيبية تمثل هذا الملتقى وتجسد التزام The Family Office بالحوار البناء والمسؤول. A very warm welcome to Investing is a Sea by The Family Office, hosted here along the shores of the Red Sea, in one of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's most remarkable destinations. It is often said that some experiences are not meant to be told, but lived. From the moment you arrived, this gathering was more than just a forum. It is an immersive experience that reflects a vision rooted in the belief that investing, much like life itself, is a long journey built on trust, clarity, and the ability to anticipate what lies ahead. At the Family Office, we have been keen to ensure that the setting lives up to the idea, that the content matches the caliber of our audience, and that this forum brings together a distinguished group of decision makers and thought leaders to explore the most significant economic, investment, and technological transformations shaping our world today. We begin this morning program with a welcome address that reflects the spirit of this gathering and embodies the Family Office's commitment to meaningful, responsible dialogue. يسرنا ويشرفنا أن نرحب بالمؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي ل The Family Office الأستاذ عبد المحسن العمران.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الضيوف الكرام، يسعدني ويشرفني أن أرحب بكم جميعاً اليوم. نلتقي هنا في قلب البحر الأحمر في مشروع استثنائي يعكس الطموح ويجسد الرؤية بعيدة الأمد، رؤية المملكة العربية السعودية 2030. نحن في مكان ليس مجرد وجهة، بل رمز للتحول اقتصادي شامل، تحول تقوده الرؤية ويعززه التخطيط طويل الأمد، ويحمله طموح واثق نحو المستقبل. وقبل كل شيء أتقدم عنا جميعاً بأسمى آيات الشكر والتقدير لقيادة المملكة العربية السعودية. نتقدم بخالص الامتنان إلى خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود على قيادته الحكيمة ورعايته المستمرة. كما نتقدم بجزيل الشكر إلى صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء على رؤيته الجريئة والتحولية، رؤية أعادت رسم مستقبل المملكة العربية السعودية ورسخت مكانتها العالمية كمركز للطموح والابتكار والازدهار طويل الأمد. إن اجتماعنا اليوم هو انعكاس حي لرؤية 2030، رؤية أعادت تعريف التنمية ورسخت التخطيط الطويل المدى وبثت الثقة في مفاصل الاقتصاد الوطني. كما تقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير إلى صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير تركي الفيصل. تشرفت بمعرفة سموه عندما كان سفيراً لخادم الحرمين الشريفين في المملكة المتحدة خلال فترة عملي في المركز المالي في لندن. وقد تشرفت بالعمل مع سموه على مبادرة فكرية رائعة بعنوان أيام سعودية، مبادرة عكست رؤيته الثقافية والفكرية وأظهرت قدرته على بناء الجسور وتعميق الفهم المتبادل. ومنذ ذلك الحين اعتمدت على حكمته وعلى رؤيته وعلى دعمه المستمر لي شخصياً وللمؤسسة. وقد تكرم سموه بالمشاركة في أربع مؤتمرات سابقة، ويشرفني اليوم حضوره معنا للمرة الخامسة كرماً من سموه وتفضلاً منه. شكراً لكم صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير تركي الفيصل. إن وجود سموكم اليوم بيننا شرف كبير لنا جميعاً. كما أتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير لعملائنا الكرام على ثقتهم التي امتدت على مدى 22 عاماً، ثقة نعتز بها ونعتبرها أمانة ومسؤولية نلتزم بحمايتها والاستمرار فيها بكل حزم وانضباط. اخترنا عنوان هذا المؤتمر الاستثمار بحر، لأن الاستثمار اليوم لم يعد خطياً ولم يعد سهل التنبؤ. الأسواق أكثر تعقيداً، أكثر ترابطاً، وأكثر تقلباً. وكما هو الحال في البحر، فالنجاح لا يتحقق بمطاردة الأمواج، بل بفهم التيارات وبالانضباط وباحترام المخاطر. في The Family Office نؤمن أن الثروة الحقيقية لا تبنى بردود الأفعال، بل بعمق الرؤية وطول النفس. إدارة الثروات اليوم لم تعد عن العوائد فقط، بل عن المسؤولية، عن حماية الإرث، عن الاستدامة، وعن الاستعداد للمستقبل. نضع المخاطر قبل العوائد، ونضع الحوكمة قبل النمو، ونؤمن بأن الشراكة طويلة الأمد قبل أي اعتبارات قصيرة الأجل. وسيتم خلال هذا اللقاء التطرق إلى التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي، وموقفنا واضح. التقنية يجب أن تعزز الشفافية وتدعم الحوكمة وتقوي الحكم البشري، لا أن تستبدله. ففي إدارة الثروات الثقة لا تبرمج بل تكتسب. هذا المؤتمر ليس عن الأسواق فقط، بل عن التفكير طويل الأمد في عالم سريع التغير. وفي زمن التسارع والضجيج نؤمن بأن الحوكمة والانضباط واحترام المخاطر هي اليوم أهم ميزة تنافسية. وأتمنى لكم جميعاً الاستمتاع بمحور هذا المؤتمر وبالحوارات الفكرية التي أعدت بعناية، وبهذا المكان الاستثنائي الذي يجمع بين الجمال الطبيعي والرؤية المستقبلية. أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، البحر لن يكون ساكناً أبداً، لكن بالمبادئ الصحيحة والانضباط وبالقيادة الرشيدة يمكن الإبحار فيه بثقة وأمان. شكراً لتشريفكم لنا بحضوركم، وشكراً لثقتكم، وأهلاً وسهلاً بكم في الاستثمار بحر.
Thank you very much, Mr. Al-Omran, for this very interesting speech. Our gathering sits at the heart of the efforts led by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under Vision 2030, supporting initiatives that reflect the Kingdom's long-term development direction. We are honored to be joined by His Royal Highness Prince Turki Al Faisal. Beyond his distinguished career as a diplomat and intelligence chief, His Royal Highness is a leading voice in global education and research. As the chairman of the King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies and co-founder of the King Faisal Foundation, he continues to bridge the gap between the East and West. Please join me in welcoming His Royal Highness to the stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إن شكري وتقديري للأخ العزيز عبد المحسن العمران، المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لمكتب العائلة، لدعوته الكريمة لي للحديث في هذا اللقاء مع جمعكم الكريم. والشكر موصول أيضاً لجميع أعضاء ومنسوبي هذه المؤسسة الاستثمارية الناجحة المميزة برؤيتها وأهدافها وأنشطتها المتنوعة الداعمة للابتكار والخدمة المجتمعية. ولا يفوتني أن أبدي امتناني للأخ عبد المحسن وهذه المؤسسة لدعمهم السخي لبعض أنشطة مركز الملك فيصل للبحوث والدراسات الإسلامية، ومنها برنامج بوابة المملكة الذي استضاف المركز من خلاله في السنوات الأخيرة مئات من الطلبة والباحثين والأكاديميين الأجانب من مختلف دول العالم للتعرف مباشرة إلى المملكة وتطوراتها التنموية. وأنا سعيد بوجودي بينكم في هذه الفعالية المميزة بحضوركم وبموضوعها. وبيننا مجموعة من هؤلاء الطلبة أرجو أن أدعوهم للقيام لكي تتعرفوا عليهم. My fellow visitors to the King Faisal Center, would you please stand up so that everybody can recognize you? أينكم؟ شكراً. لقد شدني موضوع هذه الفعالية الاستثمار بحر، وهو بحر بالفعل، ذلك لأن البحر لا يقر له قرار أبداً، وهو عرضة لكل أنواع الطبيعة بأمواجها وعواصفها، ولا ينجو من أنواعه ممن يبحرون فيه إلا من يدبر دفته بمهارة فائقة تستقري الأحوال الجوية بعين الخبرة وتكيف نفسها لكل الاحتمالات. إن عالمنا اليوم بحر هائج وغير مستقر، تتخطفه الأهواء والنزاعات في كل مكان، ويعيش حالة من عدم اليقين حول مآلات هذه المرحلة الصعبة في تاريخ البشرية. وأرجو ألا تضطرنا هذه المرحلة إلى العودة إلى حالة الطبيعة التي وصفها الفيلسوف البريطاني توماس هوبز في القرن السابع عشر. إن حالة الطبيعة عند هوبز هي حرب كل إنسان ضد كل إنسان، وفي حالة تنافسية مستمرة وعنيفة، حيث يرى كل فرد أن له حقاً طبيعياً في كل شيء بغض النظر عن مصالح الآخرين. فالوجود في حالة الطبيعة كما يقول هوبز هو قصير وانفراد وفقر وقسوة ووحشية. والقوانين الوحيدة الموجودة في حالة الطبيعة ليست عهوداً بين الناس، بل مبادئ قائمة على الحفاظ على الذات. قد تكون هذه المقولة من قبيل المبالغة، ولا أعتقد أن ذلك ممكن بعد عقود طويلة من تقدم البشرية في جميع المجالات، وتحت نظام دولي سمح بنوع من الاستقرار العالمي. ولعل من الإنصاف القول أن هذا النظام على عكس النظم الدولية التي سبقته كتب له النجاح النسبي، وغدا مرجعية للحوكمة الدولية والسياسية العالمية. وعلى مدار 8 عقود وقد كان قادراً على الرغم من عيوبه على تجنيب العالم مزيداً من الحروب بين القوى العظمى التي كانت القاعدة للشؤون الدولية في القرون السابقة. كما أنه نجح بشموليته في دمج كل دول العالم في منظومته ضمن الجماعة الدولية، وأسهم في تحرير كثير من البلدان والمجتمعات في أنحاء العالم من محنة الاستعمار وقهره، وساعد في تنظيم شؤون الحياة العالمية في العديد من الهيئات الدولية الناجحة التي تتعامل مع القضايا الدولية التي تمس الإنسانية، مثل حفظ السلام والصحة والتعليم والبيئة واللاجئين والتنمية. وقبل كل شيء عزز الاستقرار الذي أوجده على المستوى الدولي مبادئ المساواة بين الدول وحق تقرير المصير وسيادة القانون الدولي. إلا أن هذا كله لا يعني أن العالم قد تخلص من جميع الأمراض وأزال الظلم وتغلب على التهديدات التي تواجه البشرية. إن هذا النظام الذي ربما قد نقول عنه كان النظام خلال السنوات القادمة يعيش اليوم مخاضاً عسيراً، ويتفق المراقبون على أنه في حالة احتضار، وربما لا نشهد ولادة لنظام جديد في المدى المنظور يحافظ على مكتسبات النظام المحتضر ويتجنب اختلالاته الهيكلية. والوضع الدولي اليوم يشهد على هذه الحالة، حيث لا احترام للقوانين والأعراف والقواعد والمبادئ والمؤسسات الدولية. إن الحرب الإجرامية على غزة، والحرب الروسية على أوكرانيا، والحروب الإسرائيلية الأخيرة على سوريا ولبنان وإيران، وحروباً أخرى في آسيا وأفريقيا، ورسوم التعريفات للرئيس ترامب وإدارته الشخصية الأحادية ونهجه المسرحي في السياسة العالمية وتهديداته المستمرة لكل من لا يتفق معه، كلها أمثلة واضحة على النهاية المؤسفة للنظام الدولي الليبرالي الغربي الذي استمر 80 عاماً. إن العالم اليوم أمام معضلة جيوستراتيجية حقيقية تتعلق بموازين القوى المختلة بين الدول الكبرى، والتي لم يتم الخروج منها إلا بالحكمة والعودة إلى إصلاح المنظومة الدولية القائمة. لقد بحت أصوات كل المنادين بإصلاح المنظومة الدولية الممثلة للأمم المتحدة ومؤسساتها المتخصصة، ولكن لا حياة لمن تنادي، إذ وقفت الدول الكبرى متعنتة أمام أي إصلاح جوهري. فما البديل إذن؟ إن الدعوة إلى نظام متعدد الأقطاب التي نستمعها كل يوم، التي نسمعها كثيراً هذه الأيام، ليست جديدة، إذ تكرر روسيا والصين منذ منتصف التسعينات من القرن الماضي في بياناتهما هذه الدعوة، بالرغم من أنهما قطبان موجودان في قمة الهرم الدولي، وهما تسعيان من خلال هذه الدعوة للاعتراف بهما كندين متساويين مع القوة المهيمنة في إدارة المشهد الدولي. واليوم تتردد هذه الدعوة من قبل دول كثيرة حول العالم، لا سيما دول الجنوب، إلا أن هدفها هو المطالبة بحقها في المشاركة الفعلية في نظام دولي عادل يأخذ مصالحها بعين الاعتبار. فعبر التاريخ لم يتأسس نظام بقرار تتخذه دولة مهيمنة يسمح للآخرين بمشاركتها، هيمنتها ونفوذها. لو أمعنا النظر في تاريخ النظام العالمي منذ ترتيبات وستفاليا في عام 1648 ميلادية، لوجدنا أن النظام متعدد الأقطاب الذي يقوم على توازن القوى بين هذه الأقطاب كان وراء الاستعمار وتقاسم مناطق النفوذ والحروب بين القوى العظمى وحلفائها. وفي الوقت نفسه لم يكن النظام ثنائي القطبية الذي قام أيضاً على توازن القوى بين القطبين، حيث هيمنت الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والاتحاد السوفيتي على كامل النفوذ السياسي والاقتصادي والعسكري والثقافي والعلمي تقريباً أفضل مما سبقه. وكذلك الحال مع القطبية الأحادية، حيث تمتعت الولايات المتحدة وحدها بكل النفوذ السياسي والاقتصادي والعسكري والثقافي والعلمي في الساحة العالمية. إن جميع المؤشرات تؤكد أن لحظة الأحادية والانفراد بقيادة العالم قد أزفت بنهايتها، وإن ما نشهده اليوم من ضبابية وارتباك استراتيجي في العالم أنها لن تكون الجائحة الأخيرة التي سوف تواجهها البشرية في المستقبل. فقضايا مشتركة كالمناخ والفقر وانتشار الأسلحة ذات الدمار النووي والحروب وعدم المساواة بين الأفراد والدول تتطلب تفكيراً جديداً وجاداً للتغلب على التحديات التي تواجه العالم، بما في ذلك تحدي الأمن الاقتصادي العالمي. وكل هذه القضايا الملحة تتطلب التعددية لا الأحادية، والقومية وسياسة القوة والاعتماد على الذات. ولذلك فإن الأمن الاقتصادي في أي بلد وإن كان هدفاً وطنياً إلا أنه مرتبط بالأمن الاقتصادي للدول الأخرى، إذ لا تملك أي دولة الموارد أو الإمكانات للأزمة اللازمة للاستمرار بمعزل عن غيرها. في تلك الأزمة الصحية الدولية التي واجهناها كانت الدولة الوطنية هي الفاعل الرئيسي، وكانت في طليعة حماية رفاهية مواطنيها وأمنها الصحي أن تراجع دور الدولة الوطنية في خطاب الفكر العالمي، فقد عفى عليه الزمن. وستظل الدول القومية والدولة القومية هي الضامن لأمنها المالي والاقتصادي. ولذلك فإن تراجع القوى نفسه التي كانت تروج لموائد التعددية الدولية القائمة على القواعد على تعزيزها هو سبب المخاوف بشأن مستقبل العدالة الاقتصادية والازدهار العالميين. وبالتالي انعدام الأمن الاقتصادي، إن إخضاع العولمة والتعددية لمصالح قلة من القوى والتحالفات متعددة الجنسيات هو السبب وراء كل الشكوك التي تثار اليوم حول النظام الاقتصادي الليبرالي الدولي في جميع أنحاء العالم. وفي ظل هذه التحولات الجيوسياسية الراهنة تشكل السياسة الداخلية والدولية مصدراً للمخاطر، ليس فقط على العلاقات التجارية العالمية واحتكار التقنيات الرئيسية وسلاسل التوريد، بل أيضاً على المصالح الأمنية والقدرة التنافسية والتحول الأخضر الضروري. وبما أن الاستقطاب هو سمة السياسة الدولية اليوم، فلا سبيل للخروج من هذا المأزق الاقتصادي الدولي دون إصلاح المنظومة الدولية التي أشرت إليها. لذلك فإن الأزمات التي يواجهها النظام الاقتصادي الليبرالي الدولي تعكس أزمات النظام الدول، وعليه يبقى الاقتصاد الدولي والوطني مرتبطاً بما يواجهه العالم من تحديات جيوستراتيجية. فماذا علينا عمله في المملكة العربية السعودية خلال مرحلة عدم اليقين هذه؟ من المسلم به أننا في المملكة واعون لحقيقة هذا الوضع ومحتاطون له، إذ أن كثيراً من سياساتنا المتبعة تعبر عن هذا الوعي. ومع ذلك فمن المحتم أن نأخذ في الحسبان أولاً الحفاظ على مكتسباتنا السياسية والأمنية والاقتصادية والاستراتيجية المتحققة، ودولتنا الوطنية واستقرارها في ظل قيادة خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز حفظه الله، وولي عهده الأمين صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان أعانه الله. فالاستقرار السياسي هو من شروط نجاح قيادة الدول في استراتيجياتها التنموية. وهو أيضاً من شروط النجاح في عالم المال والأعمال والابتكار والإبداع والاستثمار. ثانياً، المساهمة في تحقيق الاستقرار في منطقتنا ودول جوارنا ومجالنا الحيوي بالحفاظ على دولها الوطنية والاستثمار في تحقيق هذا الاستقرار بكل أنواعه. والحمد لله أن هذا ما تقوم به المملكة وتبني عليه سياستها الخارجية، وخاصة مع الدول العربية المهددة بانعدامها كأوطان لشعوب تجمعها وطنيتها وليس مذاهبها أو أعرافها أو مبادئها السياسية، مثل سوريا ولبنان وفلسطين وليبيا والسودان واليمن والصومال والعراق. ثالثاً، العمل على تحييد علاقاتنا وشراكاتنا الاستراتيجية الثنائية ومصالحنا العليا بعيداً عن تطورات العلاقات الثنائية بين الدول الكبرى المتنافسة أو المتصارعة. وثالثاً، هناك أيضاً ما يتحتم عليه ورابعاً، أن قوتنا الجيوساقتصادية وحدها ربما لا تكفي للتأثير في مجريات التحولات الدولية الكبرى، ولذلك ينبغي لنا الحفاظ على محوريتنا العربية والإسلامية وموقعنا القيادي والقيام بدور فاعل في تأكيد أهمية إصلاح الأمم المتحدة وإعادة هيكلتها لتجنب الانزلاق إلى حروب كبرى تدمر كل منجزات الإنسانية والبشرية التي تحققت خلال العقود الثمانية الماضية، والعمل مع الدول الصديقة من الدول الكبرى والمتوسطة على ذلك. وأخيراً، مواكبة التطور في الذكاء الاصطناعي بحيث تسعى المملكة إلى امتلاك السيطرة على زمام هذا الوحش غير المروض، ولا نتركه نهباً لمن أسسوه ويتحكمون في قدراته، وهم أفراد لا يعلم إلا الله نزعاتهم البشرية. وفي هذا الحفل الكبير ينبغي ألا ننسى المثال الأكبر على فشل النظام القائم على المبادئ التي روج لها أقطاب الغرب بعد الحرب العالمية الثانية وما زالوا يروجون لها. إن الشعب الفلسطيني سفكت دماؤه وما تزال تسفك، وهجر أبناؤه وبناته وما زالوا يهجرون على أياد صهيونية. أما أقطاب هذا النظام فهم بين مؤيد أو متغاض عن النظر وأفعال مرتكبي هذه الجرائم. وختاماً، لا يسعني إلا أن أعرب لكم عن شكري وتقديري لإتاحة هذه الفرصة لمخاطبتكم والتحية لكم، وأرحب هنا بأخي وصديقي الشيخ محمد الصباح والإخوة الآخرين لحضور هذا المحفل الكريم، وما توفيقي إلا بالله. شكراً.
شكرا لكم.
يبدأ الاستنطاق.
شكرا لكم سمو الأمير، رغم أنكم صعبتم مهمتي. طبعا صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا. محدثكم فيصل عباس، رئيس تحرير صحيفة عرب نيوز السعودية، ويسرني أن أكون معكم هذا الصباح في هذا الحوار من منتدى The Family Office في جزيرة شورى، ضيفي وضيفكم بعكس محدثكم غني عن التعريف، استمعتم إليه قبل قليل، صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير تركي الفيصل، الرئيس السابق لجهاز الاستخبارات العامة، سفير المملكة العربية السعودية السابق في الولايات المتحدة والمملكة المتحدة، ورئيس مركز الملك فيصل للدراسات والبحوث. قبل البدء بالحوار اسمحوا لي أن أقول لكم هذا الحوار سيكون باللغة العربية. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to tune in to this very interesting discussion, please use the translation devices provided. This discussion will be in Arabic. سمو الأمير، عنوان منتدانا اليوم هو الاستثمار بحر، وقبل أن نغوص في هذا البحر لعله من الحكمة التوقف قليلاً كما يفعل البحارة لمعرفة اتجاه الريح، وأعني هنا الرياح الجيوسياسية. وصفت في كلمتك عالمنا بأنه بحر هائج وغير مستقر. نتحدث اليوم وهناك أسطول هائل على مشارف الخليج العربي، وتهديد أمريكي حقيقي للنظام الإيراني، على الرغم من وجود بعض الحمائم مثل مبعوث أمريكا للمنطقة ستيف ويتكوف الذي يؤمن بالحوار. في المقابل نجد من طهران مواقف متضاربة تلوح ساعة برغبتها في التفاوض وتتوعد في ساعة أخرى برد قاس. دول الخليج تراقب ما يحدث بحذر، وإسرائيل تراقبه بحماس. اسمح لي أن أسألك سمو الأمير، لو طلب منك إبداء نصيحة، ماذا ستكون نصيحتك لواشنطن وبماذا تنصح النظام في طهران؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا يا أخ فيصل على ما تفضلت به. أما بالنسبة لإسداء نصيحة فلا أتجرأ على ذلك في حضور أقطاب السياسة والحكم، ليس فقط في المملكة ولكن أيضا في دول صديقة أخرى لتقوم بهذا العمل وهو النصح. أما بالنسبة لما تقوم به الولايات المتحدة، فأنا أذكر عندما كنت في سفير في الولايات المتحدة كنت أسأل أصدقائي الأمريكان أن في واشنطن أبرز وأقدر العقول العالمية منتشرة في كافة المؤسسات الفكرية والجامعات والمؤسسات التجارية والتشريعية وغيرها، من الذين استقطبتهم الولايات المتحدة ليس فقط كحكومة ولكن أيضاً كمؤسسات فكرية وجامعات وغيرها للعمل في هذا المحيط. فما هي الأسباب، أسأل أصدقائي الأمريكان، التي تسمح بأن بعض السياسات التي تتبعها الولايات المتحدة ليست ناجحة، وأعبر لهم طبعاً عن اهتماماتنا في منطقة الشرق الأوسط من ناحية القضية الفلسطينية، من ناحية القضايا الأخرى التي وقعت وتستمر في الوقوع. وتلك الأيام عندما كنت سفير كانت الحرب الأمريكية على العراق لا زالت قائمة، وهناك أيضاً بوادر لمشاكل أخرى وإلى آخره. للأسف لم أتلقى من أصدقائي الأمريكان سبب أو رأي يفسر لي هذا الانفصام بين وجود هؤلاء العقول الذين استقطبتهم المؤسسات الأمريكية للعمل في الدوائر ليس فقط الحكومية ولكن أيضاً الفكرية والأكاديمية وغيرها. ولا يزال أعتقد هناك هذا الانفصام بين ما هو متوفر من صانعي فكر ومتطلعي لمستقبل من أساتذة ومفكرين وعباقرة أستطيع أن أقول، وبين الممارسات التي تمارسها الولايات المتحدة. فكمشاهد لما يقع ليس فقط في منطقتنا في الشرق الأوسط ولكن حول العالم، الأحداث الأخيرة في فنزويلا، التهديدات المتواصلة الآن وفي الأيام الأخيرة على إيران، ومما قد يؤدي إلى القيام بحملات عسكرية الله أعلم ما ستكون تبعاتها. فلا زلت أنا في حيرة مما تقوم به الولايات المتحدة، بالرغم من وجود هذا الكم الهائل من أصحاب الفكر والرأي والمعرفة وأساتذة الجامعات والمؤسسات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية فيها. فإذا كان أحد عنده نصيحة للولايات المتحدة أرجو أن يتقدم بها.
شكرا سمو الأمير. طبعا للتذكير صاحب السمو، أنت دائما كنت معروفا بأنك رجل ولا تزال رجل المهمات الصعبة، وكنت سفيرا للمملكة العربية السعودية في وقت صعب، لكن دامنا أتينا على ذكر النصائح ونحن في جزيرة شورى، يبدو أن المشاورات التي وقعت مساء أمس بين صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خالد بن سلمان وزير الدفاع ووزير الخارجية الأمريكي روبيو والسناتور لينزي جراهام على وجه التحديد كانت إيجابية. فاستيقظنا اليوم على صورة السناتور جراهام رافعا الأبهم ويقول أنه بات واثقا أن المملكة العربية السعودية تنتهج نهج النور وليس الظلام وتسعى لاستقرار المنطقة وتنميتها. كيف تقرأ سموكم هذا التصريح، وهل هو مؤشر على فشل بعض جهود اللوبيات التي ربما لم تعجبها النتائج المذهلة لزيارة سمو ولي العهد في نوفمبر الماضي؟
ما يحصل اليوم هو امتداد لسياسة وثبات مسار للقيادة السعودية، ليس فقط مع الولايات المتحدة ولكن مع دول العالم بصفة عامة. ولو عدنا إلى اللقاء الذي تم بين المرحوم الملك عبد العزيز الله يرحمه والرئيس روزفلت قبل 80 عام، كان هناك أيضا في ذلك الوقت بعض نقاط إن كان الاختلاف أو التساؤل من قبل الطرفين والأخذ والعطاء في المشكل القائم في ذلك الحين. أتى الرئيس روزفلت لهذا اللقاء بغرض إقناع الملك عبد العزيز الله يرحمه أن يقبل بالهجرة اليهودية لما تعرض له هؤلاء اليهود من ظلم واضطهاد من قبل النازيين في الحرب العالمية الثانية إلى فلسطين. وسعى لإقناع الملك عبد العزيز بأن هؤلاء قضيتهم إنسانية وتحتاج إلى نظرة من العالم لتعويضهم عن ما لقوه من ظلم واضطهاد من قبل النازيين في ألمانيا. وكان رد الملك عبد العزيز الله يرحمه عليه أنه فعلا يعني هؤلاء الناس تعرضوا لهذا الظلم وهذا الاضطهاد، لكن لتعويضهم عن ذلك يجب أن الذي يقوم بالتعويض هم من مارسوا هذا الظلم والاضطهاد عليهم اللي هم الألمان وليس الشعب الفلسطيني. فلماذا لا تعطوا لهؤلاء الأراضي من ألمانيا التي هي قد تعوضهم عن هذا الظلم الذي واجههم؟ يبدو أنه الرئيس روزفلت وافق الملك عبد العزيز، لأنه في خطابه الذي أرسله للملك عبد العزيز بعد ما عاد إلى الولايات المتحدة ذكر أنه الولايات المتحدة في عهده لن تتخذ أي إجراء يتعلق بهذا الأمر إلا بعد التشاور مع القيادات العربية. استمر هذا النهج السعودي عبر الرؤساء المختلفين الذين تتابعوا في الحكم في الولايات المتحدة، وكذلك عبر الملوك الذين تتابعوا في الملك في المملكة العربية السعودية، وآخرها ما سمعناه من صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان في البيت الأبيض أمام الرئيس ترامب، بأن المملكة لا تزال مصرة على أن يكون هناك دولة فلسطينية قبل أن يجري أي تطبيع بين المملكة وبين إسرائيل. فهذا الثبات وهذا الإصرار على المضي في مسار الحق والحقوق المشروعة للشعب الفلسطيني هو الذي أدى إلى إشارة التأييد التي وردت من الطرفين، وزير الخارجية الأمريكي وسمو وزير الدفاع السعودي. وهذا موقف يعني دائم وقائم على العدالة وعلى كافة المبادئ التي هي قائمة عليها المملكة العربية السعودية.
نعم. سمو الأمير، اسمح لي أن أقرأ لك عنوان مقال نشر يوم 8 أكتوبر 2023 بعد يوم واحد من ذلك اليوم الشنيع. العنوان يقول: ل16 عاماً كانت سياسة نتنياهو هي دعم حماس وتقويض السلطة الفلسطينية، واليوم ندفع ثمن ذلك. هذا المقال لم يكن في صحيفة عربية، بل كان في صحيفة تايمز اوف إسرائيل، وكتبته كبيرة مراسليهم السياسيين تال شنايدر. ألا ترى سمو الأمير أنه من سخرية الأقدار أن تتهم إسرائيل غيرها بدعم حماس ودعم التطرف، وحين أنه وبمعرفة الجميع هي كانت أكبر داعم لهم؟ كيف تقرأ هذه الازدواجية، وكيف تقرأ قدرات إسرائيل في فن البروباغندا، نجاحه أم فشله بعد 7 أكتوبر؟
عندنا مثل في أهل الحجاز، كان مولدي ونشأتي الأولى، يقول: ضربني وبكى سبقني واشتكى. والإسرائيليين كافة قياداتهم برعوا في اتباع هذه المقولة. فمنذ أن أنشئت إسرائيل وهي تصور نفسها بأنها هي المعتدى عليها، وهي التي سلبت حقوقها إلى آخره، المنظومة الدعائية التي استمرت طوال 80 عام اللي مضت. فما أستغرب على إن كان نتنياهو أو الأبواق التي تؤيد نتنياهو ونراها اليوم تنشط. مثلا في المقولة أنه المملكة العربية السعودية بدأت تنحاز إلى موقف متطرف تجاه اليهودية بصفة عامة وتجاه إسرائيل، في حين أنه زي ما تفضلت الأفعال الإسرائيلية وحكومتها وتحت قيادة نتنياهو هي التي أدت بنا إلى ما هو اليوم، إذ نشاهد إبادة جماعية للفلسطينيين ليس فقط في غزة ولكن أيضا في الضفة الغربية. ويقف نتنياهو في آخر تصريح له ويقول: أولئك اللي يريدون أن يتطبعوا معنا يجب أن يقروا بحقنا في الدفاع عن نفسنا، وبصفة عامة إعطائهم الرخصة أنهم يبيدوا الفلسطينيين. فلا أستغرب أن يكون هذا هو الموقف الإسرائيلي الآن.
طبعا لا شك أن التجاوزات الإسرائيلية مثل ما تفضلت من الإبادة الجماعية في غزة، وربما الاعتراف الأحادي في صومالي لاند، والاستفزازات المستمرة في سوريا تساهم في خلق جيل جديد من التطرف، بعد أن كنا استطعنا، وأنت كنت شاهدا على العصر من حادثة جهيمان إلى الانتصار في معركة الإرهاب. سمو الأمير، دعني أعود إلى الخليج وخطورة التصعيد الذي قد يكون قاب قوسين أو أدنى، وربما في هذه اللحظة لعله فعلا يكون خليجنا واحد برغم اختلافات وجهات النظر. بعد الاعتداء، وخصوصا بعد الاعتداء الإسرائيلي الغاشم على دولة قطر الشقيقة، تبين حقا أن ما ذكرته سموكم في كلمتك عن حالة الطبيعة عند الفيلسوف هوبس، وهي أن يرى كل شخص أن له حقا في كل شيء وأي شيء. هذه الحالة رأيناها في اليمن حين حاول المجلس الانتقالي الجنوبي فرض منطق القوة وتحدي الحدود، وتحدي سلطة وسيادة المملكة العربية السعودية في حدودها، وأتاه الرد السعودي حاسما وسريعا. طبعا سمو الأمير، لا يخفى على أحد أن دولة الإمارات الشقيقة كانت داعمة للمجلس، ولكن أيضا لا يخفى على أحد وأنه خلال فترة وجيزة وسريعة بعد التجاوز الذي وقع من المجلس الانتقالي أعلنت انسحابها وأبدت حرصها في بيان على أمن واستقرار المملكة. رأينا كذلك سمو وزير الخارجية الأمير فيصل بن فرحان يصف الإمارات قبل أيام بالشريك المهم، وأبدى حرصه على متانة العلاقة إن تم الانسحاب بالكامل. وبعدها غرد معالي وزير الإعلام سلمان الدوسري نافياً الأخبار الكاذبة التي انتشرت على وسائل التواصل، وقال أن سمو الشيخ طحنون بن زايد مرحب به في أي وقت في المملكة العربية السعودية. سمو الأمير، نطلب مرئياتك. من جهة نرى كلام المسؤولين السعوديين عقلاني كما هو معتاد، لكن الحرب مستمرة على وسائل التواصل وهناك اتهامات متبادلة بالكذب والافتراءات. أليس من مصلحة البلدين طي الصفحة في حال ثبت فعلا اكتمال الانسحاب الإماراتي من جنوب اليمن؟
دائما أقول للأخوان أو الأخوات الذين يحصل لي تواصل معهم وحديث أنه بالنسبة للمملكة يجب أنكم دائما تعتنوا بما يأتي من الأطراف الرسمية من المملكة، إن كان بيان من مجلس الوزراء أو تصريح من أحد المسؤولين، إن كان على مستوى القيادة أو مستوى الوزارة أو غيرها من المستويات. وكما شاهدنا وكما ذكرت تفضلت ما صدر من سمو وزير الخارجية ومن معالي وزير الإعلام بالنسبة للإخوة في الإمارات والترحيب بهم والتأكيد على أن العلاقات الأخوية بين البلدين قائمة وستستمر، لأن الذي يربطها ليس فقط المصالح السياسية أو المواقف الدولية، وإنما وشائج المودة والمحبة والعلاقات العائلية التي تجمع الأسر السعودية بالأسر في دولة الإمارات المتحدة. وكلنا حسب ما فهمت من معلومات قبل فترة قصيرة أنه عدد الرحلات الطيران بين البلدين تفوق 50 رحلة في الأسبوع. مين يفكر أنه هذه الروابط اللي هي قائمة على المصالح الإنسانية بين البلدين أنه ممكن أن يؤثر عليها أي شيء من هالتأثيرات أو الذباب الإعلامي. أنا أوصفه كذباب لأنه هو يتمتع ويحاول أن يستغل أي إشارات إن كانت تدل على خلاف أو في وجهات النظر أو في المواقف المختلفة، إن كان تجاه اليمن أو غيرها من الدول الأخرى مثل الصومال أو سوريا أو لبنان أو غيرها. فلننظر دائما لما يصدر من المسؤولين، ولا نترك هذا الذباب أن يغشي عيوننا عن رؤية الحقيقة. وأنا متأكد، يعني أنا في لقاء سابق كنت وصفت العلاقة بيننا وبين دولة الإمارات الشقيقة كعلاقة ذهبت عن ذكري الآن، التناضح وليس التناطح. وأعتقد هذا هو المبدأ اللي تقوم عليه العلاقة، ليس فقط مع دولة الإمارات لكن أيضا مع باقي دول مجلس التعاون. وبإذن الله يعني أن تحكم الحكمة بدل العواطف على ما يدور بين البلدين.
بالطبع، ونأمل طبعا أن يتم ذلك. وطبعا من الطبيعي أن يكون هناك في اختلاف في وجهات النظر بين أي بلدين، ونراها في الاتحاد الأوروبي. ونتمنى من مستخدمي وسائل التواصل عدم الفجور في الخصومة. سمو الأمير، تحدثت عن النظام الدولي، لعلها من المفارقات أن تلتقي في وجهة نظرك بفشل النظام الدولي مع شخص سبق واختلفت كثيرا مع آرائه، وأعني هنا الرئيس ترامب. الرئيس الأمريكي أيضا ينتقد فشل الأمم المتحدة، وكان الحل البديل في رأيه هو تشكيل مجلس السلام، والذي انضمت إليه المملكة العربية السعودية قبل أيام. اليوم أعلن الرئيس بوتين موافقته على وقف الأعمال العدائية لمدة أسبوع، ربما لعلها أول مؤشر حول جدية هذا المجلس. طبعا استمعنا إلى رأي سموكم في خطورة أحادية اتخاذ القرار، ولكن ألا ترى بصيص أمل في أن يكون الانضمام لهذا المجلس ودعمه بمثابة أن تداويها بالتي كانت هي الداء، خصوصاً وأن المجلس يرأسه الرئيس ترامب شخصياً، وبالتالي هو المعني الأكبر بنجاحه؟
أرجو ذلك، يعني أرجو أن رئاسة الرئيس ترامب لهذا المجلس تؤدي إلى ما فهمته وأعتقد آخرين فهموه من محاولة أو إعلان الرئيس ترامب بأنه هو يسعى إلى السلام في المنطقة عندنا. لكي يكون هذا السلام لابد أن ينال الجميع حقوقهم المشروعة، ومن ضمنهم الشعب الفلسطيني. وبالنسبة لما صدر سابقاً عن محاولات الولايات المتحدة لإقناع المملكة مثلاً أن تطبع علاقاتها مع إسرائيل، فلا ننسى أن المبادرة العربية التي قدمها المرحوم الملك عبد الله قبل 23 سنة كانت مبنية على مبدأ أنه مقابل إجراءات تقوم بها إسرائيل بالانسحاب من الأراضي العربية المحتلة وقيام دولة فلسطينية، أنه سيكون هناك تطبيع مع إسرائيل. فمبدأ التطبيع إحنا اللي عرضناه، لكن بالمقابل لابد أن الإسرائيليين أيضاً يدفعوا ثمن التطبيع هذا. فهذه من الأمور اللي أعتقد وجود المملكة في مجلس السلام على ما تفضلت، واستمرارها في دعم القضية الفلسطينية وتصريح الأمير محمد في واشنطن، كلها تسعى إلى إقناع الرئيس ترامب والحكومة الأمريكية لكي تستمر في إنهاء حالة الحرب على المبادئ المبنية على الحقوق المشروعة للجميع، لا تكون هذه المبادئ انتقائية. أن يضمن لإسرائيل مثلا ما يسمى بين قوسين حق الدفاع عن النفس، بينما لا يسمح للفلسطينيين أن يتمتعوا بنفس الحق، وهم المعتدى عليهم في هذا الشأن. ولذلك أعتقد دفع المملكة في علاقتها مع الولايات المتحدة وما قامت به من السابق خلال هذا العام مع الرئيس الفرنسي في دعم الاعتراف بدولة فلسطين من قبل دول العالم، والذي لقي نجاح باهر. أظن لم يبقى من دول العالم إلا يمكن 13 أو 14 دولة فقط التي لم تعترف بدولة فلسطين، وهناك من الدول التي كانت عازفة عن الاعتراف مثل فرنسا وإنجلترا وألمانيا وغيرها اعترفت نتيجة للمجهود السعودي الفرنسي المشترك. وهذا كان دائما ديدن المملكة العربية السعودية، أنها تعمل مع الآخرين في سبيل بلوغ الأهداف النبيلة والمشروعة لإنهاء حالة الحرب في منطقة الشرق الأوسط، ومن ذلك ما تسعى مع الرئيس ترامب أيضا.
شكرا لك سمو الأمير. بقي من الوقت بضع دقائق وسؤالين، ويعني أولا أود أعتذر منك سمو الأمير وأعتذر من الحضور الكريم. عملنا كصحفيين هو البحث عن المتاعب، فنريد أن يكون آخر سؤالين على منحى إيجابي بعيدا عن الأخبار السلبية التي تقتضيها مهنتنا. دعنا نتحول سموكم الكريم إلى أمور أكثر إيجابية. مرئياتك حول مخرجات الزيارة التاريخية لسمو ولي العهد محمد بن سلمان إلى واشنطن في نوفمبر الماضي، والتي أثمرت عن اتفاقية دفاعية مكتوبة، واتفاقية أقل ما يمكن وصفها بأنها عظمى أو مثالية في مجال التعاون في الذكاء الاصطناعي والنووي. إضافة إلى ذلك هناك التحالف أو الاتفاق العسكري مع باكستان، مع قدرة المملكة العربية السعودية صراحة الفريدة في موازنة كل ذلك مع علاقتها بالصين وعلاقتها بروسيا. سموكم حين ترى إلى ما يوصف بالإنجليزية إلى هذا السفير أوف إنفلونس، إطار النفوذ السعودي، هل ترى أن السعودية اليوم في المكانة التي كان يستوجب أن تكون فيها من فترة طويلة؟
لا ننسى أخ فيصل، وإذا كنت أنت تبحث عن المتاعب فتحدث عن نفسك، لا تشملني فيها.
حاضر سمو الأمير.
التحالفات، يعني المملكة لم تتوانى وتتردد عن أن تعقد نفسها مع آخرين في تحالفات. الجامعة العربية قائمة على تحالف، مجلس التعاون دول الخليج قائم على تحالف، منظمة التعاون الإسلامي قائم على تحالف. فأن يكون هناك ما يشمل الأمور الدفاعية مع دولة زي باكستان التي هي عبر السنين وقفت مع المملكة والمملكة وقفت معها. أنا أذكر الأخوات والإخوة، يمكن أولئك كثير منهم لم يكونوا ولدوا في ذلك الحين، منذ أكثر من 40 عام كانت المملكة تواجه ولا زالت تواجه هذه مشاكل في المحيط العربي والدولي، وكان لدينا شح في الموارد البشرية لتوفير الإمكانية العسكرية للدفاع عن المملكة. وبدون أي عقد بيننا وبين باكستان تم الاتفاق بين البلدين أن تأتي وحدات عسكرية باكستانية وتقوم بالتمركز في جوانب من الحدود السعودية مع بعض الدول المجاورة. فالمواقف الباكستانية مع المملكة يشهد لها التاريخ، وكذلك ما قدمته المملكة لباكستان ليس فقط من دعم عسكري ولكن أيضا دعم سياسي ودعم اقتصادي. فمن طبيعة الأحوال أن يتطور أو وتتطور هذه العلاقة إلى عقد تحالف عقدي بين البلدين. هذا من جهة. من جهة أخرى، تعاملنا مع المشاكل الأخرى التي تحيط بنا كانت دائما تقوم وتسير المملكة بأنها لا تكون أحادية التعامل مع هذه المشاكل. فعندما قامت الأحداث في اليمن مثلا، سعت المملكة إلى التحالف لدعم الشرعية في اليمن، الذي جمع الدول ليس فقط من دول مجلس التعاون ولكن أيضا من الجامعة العربية ومن بعض الدول الأخرى. فمن هذا المنطلق فمسار المملكة دائما أن تجمع الكلمة مع الأصدقاء لمواجهة التحديات التي هي تواجهها.
شكرا سمو الأمير، وبشرك إن شاء الله ناوي أتوب قريبا، ولكن لا أستطيع سوى أن أشملك ضمن أسرة كعميد أسرة عرب نيوز. وربما لمن لا يعرف، صحيفة عرب نيوز تأسست قبل 51 عاما في عهد المرحوم الملك فيصل بموافقة الملك فيصل، وكان سمو الأمير تركي هو من اختار الاسم للصحيفة في ذلك الوقت. بقي لي دقيقة واحدة، اسمح لي طويل العمر بسؤال شخصي. نحن في منتدى استثماري يحضره عدد كبير من رجال وسيدات الأعمال والتنفيذيين. ما هي النصيحة الإدارية التي يمكنك أن تقدمها لهم من مدرسة المرحوم الملك فيصل في الإدارة؟
أنت دائما تبحث عن شيء أنا ما أعتقد أني أنا كفؤ أن أقدمه، هي النصيحة، خاصة في مجال الأعمال كانت الاستثمارية أو المالية أو غيرها. لكن ما أستطيع أن أقوله أن الإيمان بالله هو مفتاح كل شيء، ومتى ما الإنسان ربط نفسه بهذه العلاقة مع الله سبحانه وتعالى فتتيسر الأمور، إن كان ماديا أو معنويا أو أخلاقيا. فالله سبحانه وتعالى شرع لنا نظام اجتماعي وأسس قائمة على الأخلاق. متى ما كان الإنسان خلوق في تعامله مع الآخرين فبإذن الله سيوفق فيما يقوم به من أعمال. شكرا.
صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير تركي فيصل، شكرا لكم. شكرا لكم.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for this very profound speech, very profound discussion. Thank you, Faisal, as well. Moving on. For over 2 decades, the Family Office has invested in making wealth management clearer, more transparent, and more accessible. From being among the first to launch a fully integrated client app, innovation has always been central to how they serve their clients. Today, clients can track portfolios in real time, review performance, access private markets, and follow their financial progress all in one place. As artificial intelligence reshapes how we interact with information, the Family Office is once again setting the pace, not by adopting AI, but by knowing how to use the data with precision and purpose. Inspired by the rhythm of the sea, that journey now enters a new chapter. Today, the Family Office introduces Mermaid, one of the first AI-powered financial assistants in the Middle East, but directly into the client app, built directly into the client app. Powered by years of trusted data, Mermaid was developed internally within the company's fintech lab and reviewed by Microsoft for accuracy and precision to turn complex portfolio information into clear insights delivered in seconds through voice and text. Ladies and gentlemen, please meet Mermaid.
Hello, Mermaid.
Hello. How can I help you? I am in your app.
Good morning.
Good morning. How can I assist you with your portfolio today?
Who are you?
I'm your professional financial assistant at the family office. I'm here to help you with portfolio insights, performance metrics, investment details, and any account-related questions. Let me know what you'd like to explore.
What is the current value of my portfolio?
The current value of your portfolio, or assets under management, AUM, is $20,417,726.65.
What is the performance on my portfolio?
Your portfolio has shown a strong performance over time. The inception-to-date time-weighted return, ITD TWR, is 178.65%, and the annualized growth is 7.14%. Over the last 12 months, the performance was down by 5.85%. The portfolio's Sharpe ratio stands at 0.58, and the risk or volatility is about 12.27%.
Can you give me the performance in dollar terms?
Certainly. In dollar terms, your portfolio started with a value of $0 and has grown to approximately $20,417,726.65. The total profit, or net change, is about $7,805,014.53. This reflects the growth and performance you've achieved over time.
How do you measure the performance at the family office?
At the family office, we primarily measure performance using the time-weighted return, or TWR. This metric shows how the portfolio has grown over time, independent of the timing and size of cash flows. We also track the internal rate of return, or IRR, for exited deals. In addition, we look at the overall annualized growth rate, the Sharpe ratio to understand risk-adjusted returns, and the portfolio's volatility. All these factors together give a comprehensive picture of how your investments are performing.
Give me a summary of my portfolio.
Absolutely. Here's a summary of your portfolio. Your current assets under management, AUM, is about $20.4 million. The inception-to-date time-weighted return is 178.65%, and the annualized growth is 7.14%. You've had a total profit of around $7.8 million. The portfolio includes 48 deals, with total commitments of about $23.4 million. The average holding period is roughly 5.7 years. In the last year, the portfolio's performance was down by about 5.85%, and the Sharpe ratio is at 0.58. The portfolio's risk or volatility is around 12.27%. Geographically, your largest exposure is in Asia at 37%, followed by North America at 35%. If you'd like more details on specific holdings or any particular performance breakdown, feel free to ask.
What are the top performing deals in my portfolio?
Searching your portfolio details to pull up exactly what you need. Searching your portfolio details to pull up exactly what you need. Here are the top performing deals in your portfolio. Wella with a 1.55x MOIC, Project Vertigo with a 1.52x MOIC, and Project Taka with a 1.47x MOIC. These deals have delivered the highest value relative to their book values.
Give me more details about TikTok.
Yes, I have information about ByteDance BlackRock, which include... I'm looking through your documents right now to get you the most accurate answer. Here are more details about TikTok. TikTok is a short-form video platform owned by ByteDance, a Chinese technology company founded in 2012. It uses advanced AI algorithms to recommend personalized content and has over 1 billion monthly active users globally. ByteDance's portfolio also includes Douyin, China's version of TikTok, CapCut, and other digital products.
Send me an email with the performance of my portfolio.
I've sent the portfolio performance overview to your email. You can review all the key metrics there. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to explore.
Can you send me the same on WhatsApp, please?
I've sent the portfolio performance overview to your WhatsApp as well. You should receive it shortly. Let me know if you need any further assistance.
Give me a geographical breakdown.
Certainly. Here's the geographical breakdown of your portfolio. The largest portion is in Asia, which makes up 37% of your investments. North America follows closely at 35%. Global investments account for 16%, Europe holds 4%, and there are currently no investments in the Middle East, making up 0%. So Asia and North America are the dominant regions in your portfolio.
Give me a sector breakdown.
Let me pull up that information from your portfolio data right away. The total portfolio market value is about 20.21 million. The breakdown by category is real estate holds approximately 9.17 million, about 45%. Private equity around 7.12 million, about 35%. Equities roughly 2.95 million, about 15%. And credit about 1.32 million, around 6%. Most of the portfolio is in illiquid assets, with only a small portion, about 0.35 million, in liquid credit.
ممكن نتكلم باللغة العربية الآن؟
بالتأكيد، يمكننا التحدث الآن باللغة العربية. أنا هنا لمساعدتك ومواصلة مناقشة بياناتك أو أي استفسار آخر.
Congratulations for the family house for this announcement, for many more to come, hopefully. Before we move forward with our day, let's all have a quick coffee break and we will resume in 15 minutes. Thank you.
حان وقت استراحة القهوة. 5 minutes remaining. تبقى 5 دقائق. Please proceed to the main hall. يرجى التوجه إلى القاعة الرئيسية.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly.
Welcome back, everyone. To understand where we are going, we must analyze the currents of the global economy. We are joined by one of the world's most respected economic voices. He is the chairman of Gramercy Fund Management and the former president of Queen's College, Cambridge. Please, everyone, welcome Dr. Muhammad Al-Aryan.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, it is an incredible honor and a real pleasure for me to be here. I would like to thank Abdul Mohsin for inviting me, and I would like to thank our colleagues at the Family Office for organizing such a special event in a really unique and breathtaking place. My objective with you is to have a conversation. So the plan is I will share with you some thoughts for 15 minutes, and then Maya will come up and we will have a dialogue, and we will also have an opportunity for questions from the audience. I hope to leave you with 4 points. One, that 2025 was a paradox. We were hit by all sorts of news. If you take the image of the sea, we seem to go from one storm to another. As His Highness said, geopolitics changed, the world changed, and yet, if you look at the outcomes, economic and market, they were good. Quite a paradox. What does that tell us about this year? The second thing I want to share with you is what new issues have already emerged that will play out during the year. Third, we will summarize all this to look at the distribution of outcomes for this year and next. And finally, since we are gathered here by the Family Office, we will talk about investment implications. So one of the hardest things to reconcile in 2025 was the journey and the destination. A very bumpy journey. People felt like they were trying to drink from a fire hose of news every single day. And the news had one label to it: geoeconomics. What is geoeconomics? It is this notion that economic policy, economic outcomes, is determined less by economic logic and more by geopolitics, national security, and domestic politics. So we had a fire hose of geoeconomic news, and in the process, we dismantled 2 paradigms, 2 anchors. So think again, the global economy in the sea, it lost both its anchors in the middle of a storm. The one anchor was globalization, the notion that bringing countries together through trade, through investment, through people, makes better outcomes. And the other was what was called the Washington Consensus, the policies that were advocated by the United States to others in order to promote prosperity. Free trade, respect of institutions, fiscal discipline. So it's not a surprise that the following issues: were we going to have a global trade war or not? How bad would the inflation effects of US tariffs be? How will China navigate its collapsing trade with the US? How will the US consumer, the engine of growth, maintain momentum with such high prices? What happens when you decouple GDP growth from employment? And finally, Will the bond market lose patience? All these questions were asked. And yet, despite all these uncertainties, look at the result. We had the IMF updates last week. Global growth was a very respectable 3.3%. US growth accelerated to 2.4%. The Eurozone, which people thought would go into recession, 1.4%. And emerging markets, which we'll talk about later today with Dr. Bissat and Lord O'Neill, 4.4%. If you look at the growth numbers, it was a good year. Look at the market numbers. If you were a global equity investor, 21% return. If you had ventured into risky markets, emerging markets, 34% returns. In a very unusual, you did well on your risky assets and you did well on your risk-free asset. We all know what gold has done, what silver has done. Investors made money virtually everywhere. The global economy had good growth, and yet we had all these questions. There are two narratives that explain why this happened. One is the market narrative. It's all noise. It all is noise. You don't pay attention to it. Why? One phrase was taco. Trump always chickens out. So whenever the market sells off, you simply buy. Another was the behavior that the markets have come to adopt, which is buy the dip, because markets just keep on going up. And every time the market sold off, people came in. That's the market interpretation. The economic interpretation has to do with resilience. You will hear from Nouriel Roubini later today, and he came out with the notion that AI beats everything. That because we had an AI engine, that meant that the economy was resilient to shocks. There's another view that says you just wait. Remember Brexit? Remember when the United Kingdom exited from its main trading relationship? It took time for the effects to be felt. My explanation is very simple. Again, the image of the sea. There were cross currents, there were winds, there were storms, but there were two engines taking us through this. One engine, AI, massive amount of investments, because the markets threw money at anything that had an AI label on it. And two, China. Do you remember I told you that shipment to the US collapsed? They collapsed by a fifth, by 20%. And yet, China grew its exports and generated a trade surplus of 1.2 trillion. Those two engines took us through all these uncertainties. The problem is that these uncertainties are still with us. Protectionism is still with us. Just this year, we've had threats of tariffs of 100% on Canada, on South Korea. There's a question mark as to the inflation effects of tariffs. I sit on a corporate board. Our immediate decision was, we don't know whether tariffs will last, so let's not pass the price to the consumer. Why upset your consumers if you don't know what the Supreme Court is going to decide? So the story isn't finished. But we have new things. Affordability has become the most important word in the US and Europe. The average person feels they can no longer afford their standard of living. And because of that, we are seeing policies aimed at improving affordability. We have seen the US government in particular enter different markets, including the mortgage markets, in order to make things more affordable. This will increase because we have elections in November. China was able to redirect a lot of its exports to Europe, but Europe is having indigestion now. Europe can no longer absorb all these exports. you will see protectionism between Europe and China. The bond market was very patient. That patience is going to be tested because of all of the demands on the bond market. High government deficits in advanced economies, enormous AI needs, household corporates. Remember, in the last 3.5 years, the bond market has already attacked 3 of the 7 G7 countries. The UK in 2022, France in 2024, and Japan in 2025. We are starting to see mini currency wars. The US complaining that the Japanese yen is too weak, complaining that the Korean currency is too weak. And then finally, and one of the biggest questions is AI. Will the hyperscalers be able to monetize the enormous investments that has been made? And will the adoption of AI, not those working on AI, but those working with AI, will that happen at the speed and with the uniformity that's required to unleash the productivity miracle? So whatever you do and you put all this in, and you say, what does the distribution of outcome looks like? What am I to expect? The central scenario, the baseline, which we would hope would be 80, 90% probability, is 50% probability, 50. And that baseline is a continuation of last year. Then the distribution has 2 extremes at 25% each. The good 25%, that we get AI adoption, that the bond market is patient, and you unleash higher growth, higher productivity, that allows us to navigate high debt, protectionism, attack on central banks. That's the 25% positive tail. And the 25% negative tail is we get stagflation. Growth slows down, inflation grows. Now, let me tell you that this is the worst distribution to have. Your central scenario is only 50%, and then you look left, you look right, it is the same probability. That can be paralyzing. It can absolutely paralyze you. So the important thing is, what should you conclude and how do you embrace the implication of what's called the multimodal distribution? The first one is volatility. Get ready for volatility. And the problem with volatility, it can make you do the wrong thing at the wrong time. So always ask yourself, am I well equipped to navigate volatility? Am I resilient enough? Are my liquidity needs covered? The second is dispersion. We're going to see an accelerated divergence between countries, between sectors, between companies, between households. There will be more of the so-called K-shaped economy. And the third is fragmentation. More and more of the global systems, for the reasons cited by His Royal Highness, will start fragmenting. And you will be seeing the rewiring at the margin of trade, of investment. Volatility, dispersion, fragmentation. These are your themes for the year ahead. So how does it play out in the investment world? If you think about it, investors are paid for different things. We normally have 3 streams of returns. We have what we call the secular stream. You get paid because a long-term bet works out over time. AI, electricity back in the days, the convergence of emerging markets, the coming together of the European Union. These are secular themes, and they pay you over time. That was very powerful last year. it will not be that powerful this year. The second is the structural bucket. You are being paid because you are completing markets, because you're addressing market failures. You're completing the mortgage market. Private credit was an example of a structural trade. Private equity was an example. Today, the most promising is private credit in emerging markets, where advanced countries were 15 years ago. That theme of structural stays relevant, but you need to look beyond the advanced economies. And then the third theme is opportunistic, taking advantage of people who need liquidity, taking advantage of market overshoots. That is going to be a very important theme. So there will be a shift in return streams from secular, which was very strong last year, it will be less strong this year, to structural and opportunistic. That will mean that your investment portfolio will become more barbelled, with high conviction returns over here, returns that can take you through the storm, and many opportunistic opportunities here. So the last thing I want to say is something that we don't normally talk about, which is how do you have the execution to allow for this? Abdurrahman reminded me that the one lesson from history is if you don't know where you're going, you need three characteristics. You need resilience, which means if I make a mistake, it's a fully recoverable mistake. That comes from financial resilience and human resilience. The second thing you need is optionality, an open mindset. Think differently because the world is changing. And third, you need agility, the ability to move quickly when the opportunities arise. You will get that if you take the three things that I will conclude with. High certainty of execution. Ask yourself, what would I do in different scenarios? So that when that scenario happens, you have a high certainty of execution. Secondly, take seriously not just the promise of the AI transformation, but the complexity of the AI transformation. Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, summarizes what has happened in the last 3 years very simply. He said, just over 3 years ago, when we all heard about ChatGPT, AI was simple. You ask it a question, it gives you an answer. 2 years ago, AI evolved, and it became, you give it a task, write me a document, summarize this document, write me an email, and it would deliver on the task. Today, AI is your intellectual companion. It is having 100+ PhDs with enormous knowledge. Yes, they make mistakes, but they are much more knowledgeable than any other resource you had available to you. And if you know how to use it, which is a big if, it can make life very different for you in a positive way. So the complexity of working with AI is something that has to be taken really seriously. And the final thing, and this is where I'm going to end and have a conversation with Maya, is the importance of governance. We often forget the importance of governance. In a world like this, you need governments that allow you to shift between return streams, to be willing to ask the uncomfortable question, and most importantly, to be open to the fact that the world is changing in a way that we don't know ultimately what the destination looks like. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed Al-Arian. This was a wonderful speech. Markets are navigating a world of high interest rates, political uncertainty, geopolitical fragmentation, and rapid technological change. Therefore, the question is no longer whether growth survives, but what kind of growth lies ahead. Therefore, leading this conversation is the senior business anchor at Al-Sharq Bloomberg, Maya Hajjaj.
Thank you, Dina. Thank you. That was a very, very thorough presentation. We have a few questions. You did stay away from the interest rates. Are they not an issue in 2026?
Sorry, what is?
Interest rates.
Interest rates.
Yeah.
When I say the patience of the bond market will be tested, I'm basically saying that we will see more interest rate volatility. The question is, why didn't we see more interest rate volatility in the US? Because when you think of it, we have a new Fed chair who will be announced today. So we have a possible change in regimes at the Federal Reserve. We have massive debt being issued. We have the necessity to fund OpenAI, Google, etc. So why haven't we seen more volatility? If you think about it, 10-year interest rates have been in a very narrow range, 420 to 430. And the reason has to do with what happened in Japan. Japan adopted a few years ago something called yield curve control, that we're going to target a certain level of interest rates. This administration, which is fixated on affordability and on mortgage affordability, will not tolerate interest rates going up too much. Already they have shifted part of the issuance to the short end to try to lower the pressure on the long end. And I think the market understands that it is not impossible, in fact it's likely, that if interest rates go too high, we will get direct intervention in the market through purchases, exactly what the Japanese did. So that's why the US interest rate is relatively stable, and other interest rates have been much more volatile, and I think you're going to continue seeing this year.
And you did mention what's the Japanese model. The Japanese bond market went into turmoil last week. How do we see this affecting or relating to other markets, and how do we read the bond market in the future?
So what happens in Japan doesn't stay in Japan. And that's why people were so focused on the Japanese bond market. As Maya said, you had a few things that came together. You had inflation concerns. You had a new prime minister who would like to be more activist on the fiscal side. And next thing you knew, interest rates started going up in a disorderly fashion. Now, why is that an issue for people outside Japan? Ahmed Bassat, who was at BlackRock, I was at PIMCO, would see the Japanese coming in and buying a lot of foreign securities. The Japanese are very large holders of foreign securities. The concern is that as they make losses on the domestic portfolios, they will have to sell the external securities. So that's why people are keeping an eye on this, because the last thing you want is for Japan to be selling the foreign securities.
In the beginning of your talk today, you mentioned there's the risky investments and the non-risky investments, and they both did well in 2025. We saw gold in the safe havens yesterday hit 5,000, I think.
500.
5,600 for a second, I think. Then it went down. How do we look at gold? Now we have a room full of investors. Is gold still a safe haven? Will we have a correction there? Are people interested in it, or should we monitor and watch?
So a year ago, when I was on CNBC, I was asked, where do you see gold prices in 2025? And I said, we may reach 5,000. And people laughed. And I was wrong, because we didn't reach 5,000 in 2025. We've reached 5,000 in January of 2026. Why? There are three very powerful forces. The first one is central banks, Asian central banks. you cannot find another currency to replace the dollar. So if you want to reduce slowly your exposure to the dollar, you buy lots of other things. One thing that central banks are doing right now, especially China, is buying gold. Every month, programmatic. Now, the minute you put in a central bank with very deep pockets buying an asset, and if you have confidence that they will continue buying that asset, you know that they are non-commercial buyers. They are not price sensitive. They will buy at 3,000, they will buy at 4,000, they will buy at 5,000. That attracts institutional investors. And what we've seen is institutional investors adopt more gold as a central asset. So the weight of gold has gone from 0 in most model portfolio to somewhere between 5 and 10%. The minute speculators say, wait a minute, the central banks are buyers, the institutional investors are buyers, I will front run both. And then you turbocharge the whole thing, but you also make it more volatile. This year, you will see a lot more volatility because a lot of speculators are going to say, Alhamdulillah, now let me just book my profits. And then other buyers will come in. It wouldn't surprise me if we see 6,000, but it's going to be a much more volatile journey to that level.
So when we look at gold, we say it's a non-return investment. You see it going to 6,000, and if the market is volatile, so there are opportunities there. How do they take those opportunities?
So the notion that gold it doesn't return is because it doesn't pay any dividends, it doesn't pay any interest rate. But in a world in which the advanced economies are no longer as predictable, their bonds, their safe haven bonds, are no longer safe haven. You know, we've had a few periods where advanced countries' bonds have behaved like developing country bonds. So the attraction of gold, the primary attraction of gold is risk mitigation. Okay. It is a risk mitigation asset. Now, it just happens that this risk mitigation asset also has principal upside. But the role of gold in a portfolio is to somewhat replace what US Treasury bonds used to do in that portfolio.
So, since you mentioned US Treasury bonds, how do you see them moving over the next couple of years, let's say? Not to be too optimistic and too long-term.
So in the central scenario, 50%, we are range-bound between 4 and 4.5. In the good scenario, where AI, life sciences, robotics come together, and adoption is fast and relatively even, 25%, the speed limit for non-inflationary growth goes up. And in that world, we may actually see the 10-year move towards 4%. In the bad scenario, which is stagflation, it can be anywhere. It literally can be anywhere.
Do you see stagflation as 20? You did mention it in your speech. So what is the percentage of stagflation, in your opinion, that we might see in 2026?
So it is a 25% risk. And by that, the US economy right now is growing at 4%. Mm-hmm. The third quarter was 4.4%. The fourth quarter is probably going to be around 4%. That's a remarkable amount. That's more than twice what Europe is doing. It's more than twice what people think of as the growth potential. In a world of stagflation, you see that coming down to 2%. How can it happen? You have a policy mistake. You have a market accident. Remember, the US consumer is very, very stretched right now, and we got consumer confidence number last week, that shows that consumer confidence is at a level last seen in 2014.
Mm-hmm. So we're talking about a very predictable, unpredictable president, or predictably unpredictable US president. How will that have an effect on the market, on the economy, and how will we see that affect the global economy? Because, I mean, with the tariffs, with his unpredictability, he had an announcement yesterday. We were all waiting. We thought there's going to be some sort of political launch. It turned out to be something else. What do we expect, and how will that affect the way that we make our investment decisions?
So I think what is predictable of President Trump is he has no hesitation to use the power of the administration to deliver outcomes that he believes in. So, for example, the reason why we will continuously hear about tariffs, in fact, he said this is the most beautiful word in the dictionary, tariffs, is because he believes that tariffs can simultaneously achieve the following objectives. They can raise budget revenue. And in a perfect world, who pays for that? People in other countries, the exporters. Mm-hmm. 2, they can protect domestic industry and bring back, reshore manufacturing that has gone abroad. 3, he sees it as a very strong weapon to get other countries to do what he wants them to do on the non-economic area. He is deeply, deeply convinced that this tool has nothing but upside. So we will see a repeated use of tariffs. I mean, Europe is shocked. Europeans thought that tariffs were a one-round game. You go in the room, you agree, and you leave. And then that's it. But they're finding out that tomorrow, the issue can be reopened again. So what you have to understand is that he will use, so does it mean buying Intel in order to get certain production? Yes. Mm-hmm. Does it mean buying mortgages in order to lower mortgage prices? Yes. Does it mean doing deals with the pharmaceutical industry to lower prices? Yes. He has no hesitation to use the power of the administration for economic outcomes.
So that doesn't create uncertainty for the rest of the world and in their belief in the economic system?
It does, and that's why it's very important. And we're in part of the world that has 2 things going for it. It has the resilience to navigate this uncertainty, and it also is unleashing the domestic sources of growth. And that is the response for any government outside is, I don't know what the global system is going to look like, so I want to be resilient to what it throws at me. And also, I want to develop my domestic sources of growth, so I'm less vulnerable to the outside world.
Mentioning the domestic sources of growth, if we look at the international scene, the global scene, the first world countries, their issues are mostly debt levels, aging populations, productivity shortfalls. We look at this region, we have an extremely young population. There's a lot of work on productivity, there's a lot of investment in AI. What are the shortfalls here, and how can they elevate their productivity in order to be able to make better investment choices?
So let me tell you a story that goes back to the late 80s. I'm old. I was taking Egypt Air from Cairo to New York. And that flight typically takes off at about midnight. We were in the old airport, which had nowhere to get coffee, nowhere to get tea. We were all at the gate. And the plane was delayed 7 hours. At no point were we told how long the delay was going to be and why we are being delayed. We just waited and waited and waited. You didn't want to leave the gate because you weren't sure whether they were going to board the plane or not. So I get on the plane, and next to me is an American businessman. He is furious, you could tell. He was very short with everybody, very upset. He was going to miss his meeting. And then we arrive in New York, and the Egypt Air plane lands perfectly. You don't even feel the wheels hitting. Everybody claps.
Smoothly, yeah.
And the American person who hadn't said a word to me, the whole thing, and this is the late 80s, says, "Typical Egypt." And
I focus on the positive?
What? I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "You leave the pilot alone, and he delivers the perfect landing. You put him in the system, we're 7 hours late, and no one knows why we're late." And what is happening now is an understanding that by unleashing this incredible potential we have, this incredible young generation, I mean, if you look at the startups happening in Saudi Arabia, in the Emirates, in Egypt, they're really exciting. And by unleashing this enormous force, it's happening here through Vision 2030. Other countries are adopting similar visions. Egypt has embarked on unleashing its private sector. So it's a question of unleashing the enormous resources we have. And if you see when that is done, outcomes are really good. And now I think there's an understanding that that's what is happening and will continue to happen.
So I'm a bit conflicted now. I have two angles I want to go in our conversation, but I really would like to open the floor. One angle is when we look at private equity and private debt, what do we see in this region moving forward? And another angle would be, maybe we can link it to private equity and private debt, the biggest risk and the biggest opportunity today.
So I mentioned in my speech that private markets in emerging economies are where the advanced countries were 15 years ago, meaning huge opportunities. When private credit started in advanced economies, it was to address a market failure. You had companies, on private credit, you had companies that were very good companies, but could not access credit. The banks, after the global financial crisis, had retreated. These companies were too small to go to the capital markets. They had massive collateral, very good businesses. So private credit emerged as a way to fix a market failure. Now, it was very successful, and of course it attracted a lot of money, and now the problem became that there's too much money for that's the advanced countries. The developing countries are where they were 15 years ago. Let me give you a specific example. If you buy a bond issued by Pemex, the Mexican oil company, you'll get paid about 6.5%. If you lend to Pemex suppliers, small companies who don't have access to the capital markets, they give you Pemex receivables as collateral, meaning you have Pemex risk. In addition, they give you what's called uncorrelated collateral, something that has nothing to do with oil. Typically, they give you the land holdings as collateral. Your loan to value is less than 50%, and you get paid 16%, 10 percentage points more. Why? Because you're completing this market. And I think this is what you're going to see around this part of the world. You're going to see it in other part of the world, which is the growth of private markets in order to facilitate a process that we saw play out 15 years ago in the developed world.
Can we get a question from the audience? Yes.
Okay. Now we're. Thank you very much. Well, Mr. Ayad, first of all, I would like to thank our host, Bhupinder, for such a wonderful conference. And the title, Istithmar Bahar, Investing is a Sea. I come from a small country which is intrinsically a seafaring country, Kuwait. And we have always associated the sea, which was the source of livelihood to us historically, but it was a very treacherous environment. You have to employ a very skillful captain to navigate the threats that the sea presents. And we heard from you that we are in a fix because we are losing the two principal anchors, globalization and the Washington Consensus. So we are in a threat of being drifted in a tumultuous waters. And then Prince Turkey this morning also said, look, we have to look at the geostrategic, historic, global environment. And he invoked and reminded us of Thomas Hobbes's Leviathan's a war of all against all. And then Harvard's Graham Allison's Thucydides trap, where we, with the loss of these anchors, we are fixed And we are not in a transition, but in a rupture world order, as the Canadian Prime Minister said, which means that we are destined to global war. And then finally, your colleague and former president of Harvard, Larry Summers, said it's basically demography, that the West is populations, the West is decreasing, and just an example, one single African country, Nigeria, the newborns in Nigeria is more than all the European newborns combined. So democracy will, at the end of the day, will rule the day. So all these bleak forecasts that we've been hearing, yet we are in a conference supposed to encourage us to invest. So I would like to just hear your views. You have an extensive experience of how to deal with these uncertainties, and but the political aspect. Yes, we have to worry about today, but tomorrow also we cannot lose sight of. So how would you combine all these sentences with the fundamental requirements for investment? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Mohammed. So you are absolutely right. Whichever way you look, we don't have just uncertainty, we have unusual uncertainty. So think of uncertainty cubed or to the power of 4. And this is this notion that we are on a bumpy journey to an unknown destination. Now, we cannot divorce ourselves from that journey. This is a journey that we are being forced to take. And the responsibility is how do you navigate it well. And I will end with a story. 2008, just before Lehman Brothers collapsed and the whole system had a sudden heart attack, we were sitting in an investment room, investment committee. We had 3 scenarios on the board. Scenario A, Lehman would not fail. Because after all, 6 months earlier, Bear Stearns was in exactly the same position, JP Morgan bought it, and there was no crisis. Scenario B, Lehman fails, but fails in an orderly fashion. Because no one in their right mind, certainly not the US administration, would put the payment system in play. And scenario C, Lehman fails in a disorderly fashion. The history books tell you that we predicted the crisis. We predicted scenario C because we made money for our clients. We have gone out several times when I was at PIMCO say that's not the case. In fact, when we voted, everybody in the room voted, attached probabilities, scenario A, Lehman does not fail, has 85% probability. Scenario B, Lehman fails in an orderly fashion, had 12% probability. Scenario C, what happened? 3%. We were completely wrong, but for each scenario, we had a plan. We knew who will go the next day to deliver the notice of failure in order to reopen swap accounts here. And this is a world in which you're forced to ask the difficult question, what can go wrong? You have to have scenario planning, and you have the agility, because if you don't do this before something happens, it's very hard to do it during something happens. So I totally buy what Prince Turki said. We don't even have the institutions anymore that hold the system together. And that's why just keep in mind that we are going to navigate this bumpy journey to an unknown destination. It could be a good destination, it could be a bad destination. We simply do not know at this stage. Thank you.
So we will end with that, I think, resilience, optionality, and agility, what you said, and focus on AI moving forward and governance. Correct? Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad. Thank you, Maya. For our next session, I will be introducing it in Arabic as our speaker will be speaking in Arabic. So for non-Arabic speakers, I would like to ask you to put your headsets for live translation. مقالاته الأسبوعية تأخذنا في رحلة معمقة للأحداث والتحولات السياسية والجيوسياسية المتسارعة. بخبرته الممتدة من الولايات المتحدة إلى لندن والمنطقة العربية، بصمته في الإعلام العربي تمتد من الصحافة المكتوبة إلى الصحافة المرئية وأبعد من ذلك. رحبوا معي برئيس مجلس تحرير قناة العربية الأستاذ عبد الرحمن الراشد، تحاوره سحى المزاري مذيعة أولى في الشرق للأخبار، فليتفضلا مشكورين.
أرحب بأصحاب السمو المعالي والسعادة والحضور الكريم. مساء الخير. أنا سحر المزاري من اقتصاد الشرق مع بلومبرج. أرحب بضيفنا الأستاذ القدير أستاذ عبد الرحمن الراشد الكاتب المعروف. مرحبا، أهلا وسهلا بك. شكرا على حضوركم جميعا. قبل أن نبدأ بهذا الحوار اسمحوا لي أن أسلط الضوء سريعا على ما سنناقش بالتحديد. في منطقة لا تهدأ فيها التوترات تعود احتمالات التصعيد العسكري ما بين إيران والولايات المتحدة إلى الواجهة من جديد. الخليج العربي شريان الطاقة العالمي يقف في قلب هذه المعادلة، حيث لا يقتصر أي تصعيد محتمل على أبعاده العسكرية، بل يمتد مباشرة إلى أسواق النفط وإلى أمن الإمدادات وإلى استقرار الاقتصاد العالمي. يزداد المشهد تعقيداً مع ما يشهده البحر الأحمر من توترات تهدد حرية الملاحة وأحد أهم ممرات التجارة والطاقة في العالم. هذه الجلسة نحاول من خلالها تفكيك هذا المشهد كما هو بعيداً عن الضجيج، لبحث مستوى المخاطر وحدود التصعيد وأيضاً سيناريوهات المرحلة المقبلة وانعكاسات أي تطور محتمل على أمن الخليج وعلى اقتصاد المنطقة وعلى أسواق الطاقة وسلاسل الإمداد العالمية. إذن نبدأ هذه الجلسة معك أستاذ عبد الرحمن. مرحبا من جديد. ما الذي يجب علينا أن نراقب في هذا المشهد، في هذا الوضع في إيران؟ وهل يختلف ما سنتابع إذا ما حصلت ضربة عسكرية أمريكية على إيران؟ هل يختلف عن نتائج أي حرب سابقة، بالتحديد حرب 12 يوم السابقة في الصيف؟
أولاً يعني سعيد نكون معكم أصحاب السمو، صاحبات السمو أيضاً، أصحاب السعادة، سمو الشيخ سعيدين نشوفك أيضاً معنا هنا في أنا سعيد أشوف نفسي في البحر الأحمر أول مرة يعني أكون في هالمكان. شكراً الأخي الأستاذ عبد المحسن عمران، شكراً للفاميلي أوفيس. هذا المفروض أسميه دافوس البحر الأحمر، لأنه يعني في دافس الصحراء ودافس الثلج، وهذا دافس البحر الأحمر. والكوكبة الجيدة اللي شفتهم وقابلناهم. موضوع اليوم موضوع يعني أساسي. أنا وجهة نظري قد يكون يمكن أخطر ما مر في المنطقة العربية، أكثر خطورة مما حصل في عام 2003 مع إسقاط النظام العراقي. تبعاته طبعا مفتوحة، كل واحد فينا ممكن يعطي أي تخيل يكون صحيح. فعلا ما في يعني أحد يستطيع الجزم بالنتائج النهائية للمواجهة. هل في مواجهة؟ هذا السؤال. وفي هذا الإطار أنا أتمنى لأن اليوم جلستنا نصف ساعة يكون التركيز على إيران تحديداً، وأسميها أنا إيران يعني كيف نسميها؟ لأنه ممكن ما يتغير النظام بس يتغير سياسة النظام، ممكن يتغير النظام، ممكن ما تتغير، لا يتغير النظام وتتغير سياسة النظام. أفضل شيء نسميها البوست سانكشن إيران. البوست سانكشن إيران اللي هو ما بعد العقوبات، لأنه أسهل نتخيل الوضع إيران دولة مهمة بالنسبة لنا. أنت سألتيني سؤال جدا، شو الفرق بين هالمرة لو صار في ضرب والمرة الماضية؟ هذه الجولة الثانية، وفي المرة الماضية قالوا حيكون في جولة ثانية، وإحنا الآن في الجولة الثانية من المعركة الأمريكية مع إيران، وفي ضغوط كاملة وفي 3 مطالب رئيسية. المطلب الأول التخلي عن التخصيب، المطلب الثاني التخلي عن النظام البالستيك ميسايلز، وإكمال له طبعا الوكلاء في المنطقة، الحوثي، الميليشيات في العراق، حزب الله. صعب على إيران تتخلى عن هالثلاث، لأنه هذه أساسا هي مشروعها الخارجي على مدى تقريبا 30 سنة، خاصة في عهد المرشد الحالي. لكن ممكن يكون في تغيير مع الضغوط الحالية، وإيران تتغير من دون عمل، من دون معركة كبيرة، وتكون معركة صغيرة. لكن ما شفنا في التجهيزات العسكرية أكثر من، يعني هي تجهيزات تقدر تحدث ضرر ضخم جدا، بس لا تستطيع تغيير النظام على الأرض هي مباشرة، زي ما صار في عام 2003، وكان في حوالي تقريبا أكثر من 250,000 جندي أمريكي في المنطقة آنذاك. الآن في 30,000 جندي بس، ما هي كفاية لعمليات برية أو تغيير على الأرض. في كل الحالات أنا يعني أفضل نركز على موضوع ليش اليوم التركيز على إيران، وليش ما ينتظر أو تنتظر إدارة أمريكية 10 سنين 20 سنة جاية. وفي سؤالك حكيتي على موضوع الطاقة. أنا أعتقد الموضوع الرئيسي هو موضوع الغاز، مش موضوع النفط. الغاز أهم اليوم وسيلة في الطاقة في موضوع التمويل المطلوب حاليا. النفط فيه كمية كافية، لكن الغاز لا يزال حتى الآن في كميات مطلوبة أكثر خلال الفترة الجاية. الدولة الثانية في العالم هي إيران، مش قطر ولا غيرها، مع أنه كل دول الحقيقة غنية، ولا الجزائر ولا الدول الغنية. ثاني أغنى دولة عالمية اليوم في الاحتياطي، هو في احتياط الغاز هي إيران. ولكن وهي الدولة الثانية مبيعاتها في ذيل القائمة تبيع، جعلتها أظن رقم 18 في السوق اليوم. طيب 18 في السوق، يعني احتمالات أنه تغيير النظام، تغيير الوضع الحالي، الاهتمام. فالغاز هو حيكون الرافعة السياسية للوضع السياسي الجديد.
أستاذ عبد الرحمن، إذا ما تغير المشهد في إيران، إذا ما تغيرت السياسات الإيرانية، هل صحيح سنرى إيران جديدة؟ وإيران جديدة يعني بعيداً عن دعم وكلائها، لا أذرع في المنطقة، لا تخصيب لليورانيوم، هل سنرى ذلك بوجهة نظرك وتقديرك؟ وإذا تحدثنا عن الغاز والنفط يجب أن نتحدث عن استقرار في المنطقة أولاً. كيف ينعكس ذلك على الدول التي نعتقد بأنه إيران كانت أحد أسباب ربما توتر هذه الدول؟
أعتقد هذا اللي يحصل، لأنه اعتبارات حتى لو ما فيه يعني معارك سياسية، أعتقد إيران تتغير، شفناها تتغير. اتفاق بكين يعبر عن تغيير في إيران مع المملكة. شفنا طبعا أنه نهاية النظام السوري أيضا يعبر عن ضعف حزب الله، عن ضعف إيران وحزب الله، ضعف حزب الله، الضربات اللي جاها الحوثي. فالحقيقة الأدوات الخارجية لإيران، الليفرج زي ما تقولوا في علم الاستثمار، علم المال، أصبحت ضعيفة قدراتها، قيمها التفاوضية على الساحة.
طيب، مهم نتحدث عن العلاقات الإسرائيلية الإيرانية، لأن الحرب، حرب 12 يوما في يونيو الماضي، كانت بدأت طبعا دعم أمريكي، ولكن بدأت من إسرائيل. إلى أين تتجه العلاقات الإسرائيلية الإيرانية إذا ما أخذنا بعين الاعتبار ما يجري في المنطقة، وإذا ما فرضنا بأنه سيكون هناك تغيير للنظام أو تغيير للسياسات الإيرانية؟ البعض يعتقد بأنه قد نرى ربما حلف إيراني إسرائيلي. هل هذا الأمر وارد مطروح على الطاولة؟ البعض يذهب أبعد من ذلك ويعتقد بأنه قد تكون المنطقة في مرحلة لاحقة بين فكي كماشة إيرانية إسرائيلية. أيضا كيف
صحيح.
ترى ذلك؟
صحيح. أنا وجهة نظري نشوف الموضوع من زاويتين، زاويتنا في المملكة العربية السعودية، إيران المملكة، وزاوية طبعا إيران احتمالات التحالف مع إسرائيل واردة. احتمالات التحالف مع إسرائيل واردة، كان في خريطة أعتقد. إيران وإسرائيل في النهاية في حال تغير النظام الإيراني أو تغير السياسة الإيرانية من دولة أيديولوجية إلى دولة براغماتية، احتمالات التحالف، مش التحالف يعني التحالف كلمة شوي عميقة، التعاون الإسرائيلي الإيراني وارد جدا جدا. والأسباب طبعا منطقية. إسرائيل تحتاج يكون في توازن في المنطقة جيوسياسي. إسرائيل تحتاج إلى أسواق. إيران دولة كبيرة وأسواقها كبيرة مستقبلا. إيران تحتاج من إسرائيل تقنية وقصة الغاز وتسهيل عمليات التمويل في الغرب. إسرائيل عندها العلاقة الغربية القوية اللي ممكن تساعد إسرائيل. على الأقل هذه تصور الممكن اللي يحصل بالنسبة للإيرانيين. وبالتالي وجود علاقة إيرانية إسرائيلية مستقبلا بعد تغيير النظام أو تغيير سياسة النظام واردة جدا. وأنا أظن أن إيران مهمة للمملكة العربية السعودية أكثر من أهمية إسرائيل لإيران. وأعتقد هنا التنافس اللي يكون مفروض. أول شيء إيران دولة كبيرة، المملكة دولة كبيرة. المملكة مساحتها أكبر، إيران سكانها أكبر، مساحتها أصغر. المملكة طبعا يعني عندها موقع جيوسياسي مهم جدا، إيران عندها نفس الشيء. المملكة هي أكبر دولة نفطية، إيران هي ثاني أكبر دولة في الغاز في العالم. وفي أسواق كبيرة طبعا، احنا نتكلم على السجاد والزعفران والكافيار، بس في أكبر من كذا في الأسواق. يعني احنا اليوم نطلع عندنا زعفران وعندنا كافيار، بس السوق الإيرانية مهمة للمملكة. فأنا أعتقد يعني الانتباه لموضوع إيران كدولة كسوق مهمة للمملكة لازم الواحد يفكر فيه من اليوم، بغض النظر عن النتائج السياسية والعسكرية اللاحقة، لأنه حيكون في تنافس على الموضوع الإيراني والقدرات الإيرانية والعلاقة مع إيران. فأنا أتصور الرافعة السياسية للغاز، لكن في النهاية إيران يعني اقتصادها ضعيف اليوم، دولة محاصرة تشبه لحد ما سوريا يعني كما كانت قبل التغيير اللي حصل الأخير. وبالتالي أنا شايف في علاقة محتملة. التنافس الإسرائيلي مع إيران طبعا موجود بالتأكيد.
بما أننا تحدثنا عن إيران وعن إسرائيل، يجب أن نتحدث عن انعكاس أي تطور في العلاقة على القضية الفلسطينية. صحيح. كيف سيكون هناك انعكاس على مسار القضية الفلسطينية؟ تقول إيران بأنها داعمة للقضية، إسرائيل نعلم من هي إسرائيل. كيف يتبلور المشهد في الأراضي المحتلة؟
هو الموضوع الفلسطيني موضوع معقد، ما له علاقة في إيران، ما له علاقة في النظام الإيراني.
الشعارات الإيرانية
قضية سابقة. والخلاف العربي الإسرائيلي خلاف سابق لإيران. إيران دخلت على الخط يعني في 40 سنة أو 30 سنة الأخيرة بشكل أكثر. فهذه قضية حتستمر، هذا خلاف بين شعبين على أرض واحدة، طبيعي حيستمر الخلاف ويستمر التنازع على هذه المكان. وأنا أعتقد خروج إيران من المنطقة سيسهل عملية السلام بشكل ما، لأنه ما عاد عند إسرائيل هالمبررات القوية في نظر الغرب أنه ما تستطيع تسوي سلام لأن في خطر عليها. عمليا انتهى صدام وراح القذافي وتغير الوضع في إيران. إذا ما تغير النظام تغير الوضع في إيران. فبالتالي يعني ما عاد فيها المبررات الأساسية. لكن مشروع السلام دائما أصعب من مشروع الحرب. الحرب أسهل من السلام. وفي تصوري طبعا أنه المرحلة الحالية اللي مرت سنتين عليها وغيرت المنطقة أيضا بتغير إسرائيل. إسرائيل بتتغير يعني في النهاية، لأنه زي ما حصل بعد الكويت وتحرير الكويت صار مؤتمر مدريد. ترى لولا قصة الكويت يمكن ما صار مؤتمر مدريد، بغض النظر عن كيف. ممكن يكون احنا في حالة مشابهة في حال تغير الوضع في إيران، حيكون في يعني الرغبة دولية في الموضوع أنه يكون في حل الموضوع الفلسطيني، وهذا يعتمد على القوى الإقليمية الكبرى الرئيسية. اسمح لي أحكي على موضوع إسرائيل في هالجزئية. إسرائيل طبعا دولة قوية زي الأسد الصغير الحقيقة، ما أسد كبير، لكنها خطيرة جدا، مؤذية جدا، قادرة على إيذاء أي نظام مهما كان قوي في المنطقة. كل الجميع شافوا وعرفوا في السنتين الماضيتين بشكل رئيسي. بس ترى في الأخير إسرائيل أيضا عندها نقاط ضعف. موضوع هي ترى حجم إسرائيل عشان بسطوا لنا احنا في المملكة، ترى محافظة المجمعة أكبر من إسرائيل مرة ونص، لاحظوا. وبالتالي إذا هذا ما يمنع أن إسرائيل تكون يعني عندها المخالب القوية وعندها قدرة على التغيير على الأرض، لكن ما تملك القدرة على التمدد رغم ما يقال رغبتها في إسرائيل الكبرى. قدرتها على التمدد محدودة في النهاية ديموغرافيا، لا تستطيع زيادة عدد سكانها أكثر ما هي عليه الآن لاعتبارات مفهومة يعني دينية. إنما إسرائيل يعني أيضا في ظل الأوضاع الصعبة تحتاج إلى النمو الاقتصادي. لن تستطيع أن تكون لها نمو اقتصادي من دون ما يكون لها علاقات طبيعية في المنطقة مع الدول. لن يكون هناك علاقات طبيعية في المنطقة من دون حل القضية الفلسطينية.
نعم.
هذا جواب.
الحديث عن إيران، مستقبل إنتاجية النفط، العملية العسكرية الأمريكية إن حدثت، إذا ستستهدف منشآت نفطية أو طاقة أو لا، هذا كلها أسئلة مطروحة على الطاولة. مستقبل مضيق هرمز كذلك الحال، ولكن مش فقط هذا ما يقلق الآن. البحر الأحمر، هذا المكان الجميل الذي نجتمع به هذه الاجتماعات الهامة، مستقبل البحر الأحمر، خطوط الملاحة العالمية، هذه مسألة لطالما أرقت المشاهد، المستثمر، يعني خطوط التجارة العالمية. إلى أين يتجه البحر الأحمر في ضوء حديثنا عن إيران لجهة جماعة الحوثي؟ هل سنرى تراجع لدور جماعة الحوثي؟ هل سنرى المزيد من المسيرات العابرة للبحر، المياه الإقليمية، إذا ما تحدثنا عن تغير السياسة الإيرانية الفترة المقبلة؟
شوفي، الحوثي قضية دولية صار الآن. غزة قضية إقليمية. يعني بنوزع على أوزان. تايوان قضية دولية. يعني هذه بعيدة وهذه بعيدة، لكن في النهاية هذه الممرات مهمة جدا للملاحة الدولية. الحوثي حتى الآن لم يقدم أي التزامات بالتوقف عن هذه العملية، وبالتالي أنا أعتقد الحوثي خروجه من اللعبة السياسية بيعني أنه في حرب مقبلة في اليمن تنتهي، لأنه أول شيء وجود الحوثي مشكلة للدول الإقليمية، للمملكة تحديدا وبقية دول المنطقة. وبعدين مشكلة هي للملاحة والبحر الأحمر، مشكلة للتجارة العالمية والسيطرة عليها، احتمال دخول الروس طرف في اللعبة لو بكرة ضد الأمريكان. فهذه المشكلة اليمنية في صنعاء حاليا تحديدا، أنا أعتقد هذه مسألة مرتبطة بالموضوع الإيراني ومرتبطة بالتصفيات الأزمات الحالية. حزب الله حيرجع وراء، أكيد حيتم تصفية قدراته إذا مش تصفيته كحزب. يعني سوريا اللي هي أصعب انتهت الآن. يبقى عندنا موضوع الحوثي. أعتقد الحوثي يعني يمكن أخاطر، مفروض المعمل بس اللي بيعمل هيجنج من المجموعة هنا. وضع الحوثي هو أسهل في التغيير من الوضع في إيران، لكن حتاخذ وقتها يعني. بس
الوضع في اليمن يحتاج وقت.
اي اليمن شوفي، اليمن مشكلة شوي معقدة. مرة ثانية الأوزان مهمة. اليمن دولة كبيرة جدا، الناس ما بتشوفها لأن في جنوب شبه الجزيرة العربية الناس ما بتشوف اليمن. الحوثي يسيطر تقريبا على أقل من ثلث اليمن، تقلص خلال الفترات الماضية، وفي الضربات الأخيرة تقلصت موارده المالية تماما، وفي الحديدة أصبح ضعيف جدا. الحصار لأول مرة ترى على فكرة من حرب، رغم كل اللي كان يقال سابقا والعقوبات الاقتصادية، لأول مرة يطبق بشكل كامل ضد الحوثي. أنا شفت مجموعة يمنيين مختصين في هذا الموضوع، ويقول لك أنه خلال تقريبا ال4 أشهر الماضية في حصار حقيقي على اليمن، وتم تجفيف قدراته ومنابع الموارد المالية. وضع الحوثي وضع صعب جدا، لكن الحوثي لا يختلف تماما عن حزب الله. عنده مسألة عقيدية ما يشبه النظام السوري، وما يشبه حتى الميليشيات العراقية. ترى يختلف عن الميليشيات العراقية، أكثر شوي مؤدلج. عنده متحصن في داخل صنعاء، قدراته العسكرية في داخل صنعاء قوية. الهجوم على صنعاء وتحرير صنعاء وارد، لكنها يعني كل الناس ينتظرون العمليات العسكرية الخارجية قبل العمليات العسكرية المتوقعة اليمنية. طبعا بعرج على موضوع اليمن، لأنه اليمن كان في مشكلة في الجنوب، وكان في صراع يمني، وهذا كان يسبب إضعاف القضية اليمنية. فطبعا هو الخطأ كان موجود، أنا أتصور أنه وجود الانتقالي كجهة ككيان سياسي مستقل عن بقية اليمن، وفي اللي نسميها طبعا الحكومة الشرعية. فعندنا يمنيين في صف معسكر واحد ضد بعض، وهذا كان يسوي قلاقل كثيرة، وكان يضطر الرئيس شخصيا، وتم إبعاد الرئيس نفسه اللي هو الشرعي ومعتمد ومتفق عليه في الأمم المتحدة و5 دول كبرى في حالة نادرة على فكرة في تاريخ مجلس الأمن، معطيته الاعتراف والتصديق على الرئاسة اليمنية الشرعية الحالية. وجود رئاسة على الهامش سببت فيها الفوضى، وبالتأكيد طبعا دخول حضرموت كان زي دخول لو تجي قوات أخرى وتدخل شرق ليبيا على الحدود المصرية من دولة أخرى. مصر ما حتقبل، أو أي دولة أخرى تيجي من منطقة بعيدة وتحط حدود قواتها على حدود دولة أخرى. فبالطبيعي اللي حصل في اليمن الجنوبي هو الحقيقة توحيد اليمنيين. منطقة أرجع مرة ثانية لأوزان مهمة. ترى اليمن اللي حصل في فترة قصيرة في 4-5 أيام أصبحت اليمن اللي تعادل ضعف مساحة سوريا، ضعف مساحة سوريا مرتين. أصبحت اليوم تحت قيادة واحدة اللي هي قيادة الشرعية اليمنية.
أستاذ عبد الرحمن، نعلم بأن المملكة لديها هدف وهو مستهدف رؤية 2030 ترتكز على التنمية، على الازدهار، على الاقتصاد، على جذب الأموال والاستثمارات. الآن يوم الأحد يبدأ فتح السوق على سبيل المثال لجميع فئات المستثمرين بدون قيود في سوق المال. بدأت أول العام المملكة فتحت باب التملك لغير السعوديين، وبدأ فعليا دخل حيز تنفيذ ب 22 جانيوري. وبالتالي مهم أن تكون البيئة المحيطة بالمملكة العربية السعودية بيئة مستقرة لتعزيز البيئة الاستثمارية وجذب المزيد من الاستثمارات. بناء عليه، هل نتوقع في ضوء حديثنا عن الجانب الإيراني وحرب متوقعة ربما، هل نتوقع دور يعني تفاوضي للمملكة؟ المملكة دائما عملت على استتباب الأمن. هل سنرى المزيد من خطوات سعودية لخفض أي تصعيد؟
شوفي، المنطقة دائما عرفت بالاضطرابات بكل أسف يعني، وهذا اللي أعاق كل التنمية في كل المنطقة، وهذا أحد أسباب التشتت. ملايين اللاجئين، الحروب المستمرة، السودان، ليبيا، اليمن، سوريا لا تزال يمكن تقريبا ثلث لم يقع، أقل شوية تحت حكومة دمشق. العراق لا يزال أيضا مفكك حتى على الرغم أنه هو في دولة مركزية. هذه الاضطرابات الموجودة الحقيقة بتؤذي الجميع، سواء الاستثمار ولا الاستقرار الاجتماعي، الاستقرار السياسي، بتهدد المنطقة. وطب ما في شك يعني، أعتقد المملكة في ال10 سنوات الماضية بتكمل السنة ال10 السنة هذه اللي هي عندها مشروع اقتصادي، ما عندها مشروع سياسي. مشروعها الرئيسي مشروع اقتصادي، مشروع التنموي، التغيير بشكل عام. والمنطقة طبعا تحتاج دائما إلى نماذج ناجحة اقتصاديا ومشاريع اقتصادية. لا تستطيع دول المنطقة بما فيها المملكة أن يكون عندها مشروع اقتصادي ناجح متكامل من دون ما يكون المنطقة ناجحة أيضا ومزدهرة. فأعتقد الموضوع الإيراني هذا موضوع مهم جدا، وزي أنا ما حكيت في السطر الأول من البداية، التغيير في إيران سواء تغيير السياسة أو تغيير النظام جيم تشينجر، لا يشبه أبدا كل اللي شفناه في السنوات ال40 الماضية لو صار يعني. واعتقد المملكة، واحنا نشوف الأخبار أمس وأول أمس وتكلم عنها سمو الأمير التركي، سبقني في الحديث بشكل واضح، ما في نقاش أبدا أنه مصلحتنا يكون في استقرار في إيران. يا يتغير النظام يكون مستقر، يا يبقى النظام يكون مستقر، هذا موضوع ثاني. ما أعتقد المملكة لها لا السلطة ولا الرغبة أتوقع يعني الدخول في هذا الموضوع. لكن استقرار إيران هو استقرار لكل مجموعة الدول الخليجية ال6، وبالتأكيد هذا ينعكس على بقية المنطقة. ما في شك بالنسبة للاستثمار وبالنسبة للمشاريع الاقتصادية الضخمة العملاقة تتطلب استقرار سياسي في المنطقة.
طبعا للأسف وقتنا time is up، وكنت أود أن أسأل حضرتك أكثر ولكن انتهى الوقت. شكرا جزيلا لحضرتك أستاذ عبد الرحمن الراشد، كاتب معروف. شكرا جزيلا.
الله يخليك.
الشكر طبعا لحضراتكم جميعا أصحاب السمو المعالي والسعادة والحضور الكريم. شكرا جزيلا على وجودكم معنا وأشكركم، يعطيكم العافية.
شكرا.
شكرا لك أستاذ عبد الرحمن، شكرا لك سحر على هذه الجلسة القيمة. We now turn our attention to the state of the world at large, examining the intersection of current geopolitics and the economic outlook. To guide us through these fragmented waters, please welcome Lord Jim O'Neill, former Commercial Secretary to the UK Treasury, to follow up on his insights as well. A session of Q&A will be moderated by His Excellency Dr. Amer Bsat, Lebanese Minister of Economy and Trade. Please, let's give them a round of applause.
Lord O'Neill, it's a pleasure and honor to be moderating your session. I was asking you before, how should I introduce you? And you said, Lord John O'Neill, Manchester United fan. So here it is. Why don't we start, if you don't mind?
I'm going to start by being facetious, because whenever I hear that said, where are the Liverpool fans in here? Can somebody escort them out of the building? I'm not continuing while there's any Liverpool fans.
I refuse to. Lord O'Neill, maybe we could start by literally a very, very broad question. Where are we in the world today, the world economy, and where are we heading? How are you seeing, how do you frame the global economy today?
So I have listened to all the very interesting discussions that have taken place earlier. And there are many themes that come from that I believe, but I have a sort of different angle on it. So I'm starting with this chart. And you'll be pleased to know I'm not going to give you a slideshow. I'm just going to use a few to illustrate. So it is a very popular notion that we have this chaos, change in the global order, etc., etc. Quite a lot of many weeks, I'm like, wow, it's taken people 25 years to realize what's been pretty obvious to me, the whole of this century, millennium, whatever you want to call it. As most people here know, I have the phrase BRICS stamped on my forehead for the rest of my life. This chart shows you world GDP growth since I first started in the financial markets in the 80s. And a lot of people don't seem to realize this. In the noughties and the decade that followed, despite plenty of shocks then, not on the scale of what we've had arguably the past few years, but we had a lot of shocks, including the 2008 financial crisis.
Huge.
World GDP growth was stronger in those 2 decades than the previous 2.
Absolutely.
And even though it is the mood of du jour that globalization is finished, it doesn't feel like that when we all spend far too many hours every day on God knows what social media, which is just some new form of globalization than the ones that our era talk about. And in fact, I won't have time to show it, but there's a chart in here that shows, actually, why don't I flip back? South Korea, which reports its monthly trade data the day after the next month starts. And I've often said, some of you will have heard me say this a long time ago. By the way, it's beautiful coming here, and congratulations to our good friend in this staggering group he's put together. There are friends of mine that I haven't seen for 30 years in the first days of when I used to come in at the Gulf, and it's a great pleasure. Anyhow, some of them will have heard me say it, and you have, that unless South Korea does trade with Jupiter, it's a very high frequency indicator of what is actually going on in world trade. So on what day? On tomorrow's February the 1st.
Yeah.
Or is it? Yeah,
no, day after,
no,
actually.
day after.
Day after, yeah.
On Sunday, we will see what went on with world trade in January. And yeah, it hasn't been going gazoomas, but it's not collapsing. I could go back further. Anyhow, so I put it like that because, going back to this briefly, at the heart of what's all the chaos, which is chaos in geopolitics, is because the new guys are taking more and more of the global pie, and the old guys, ironically, to some degree, the exception of the US, are taking less. And the new guys are like, we don't have a voice. You guys from countries that never have any growth and never seem to get much right still tell us how the world should be run. And it's taken my good friend Mark Carney to shake people up and think, this is crazy. We've got to start behaving and thinking differently. And that's what So yes, there's endless things that a bit of a shock to the presumption of the world and many of us were trained through, because I happened to stumble across this thing 25 years ago, you know, it's called reality.
So it's a fascinating sort of stepping stone, because I was listening to Dr. Al-Harian before, and he defined the period of the 1990s, the Washington Consensus, as a place where we trade more with each other, we send capital back and forth to each other, institutions mattered, right? Sort of the whole idea of an anchoring of institutions, good governance. That's different. That's not the globalization that we're living in today. So you're making the argument that globalization is not dead, it just changed.
Yes.
Can you sort of spend a little bit more time
about... Another, you know, there's endless charts. I want to come onto this stuff a little bit as well. Oh, why won't this go back further? I'm missing, oh, here he is, the Donald chart. So what has changed are three things. First of all, the US is nervous about hanging on to its dominant place in the world. Another way of thinking about it is that the strange human beings in the United States have decided to elect for a second time this guy, somebody that has pretended to them, listen to me, and we will still be the king of the world forever. There's a pretty good chance that history, amongst other reasons, tell you that's just kind of mad. But that perception is around because they think all these other guys are only growing because they're stealing it from them, which, as that chart showed, is kind of mad. The second thing, importantly, is, yes, because of the actions some of those people are doing, we've done it in the UK with Brexit. Remember, Michael Gove, don't listen to experts. Surprise, surprise, and I think Mohammed touched on it, the UK economy has severely underperformed since we made this wise decision to get out of the single biggest free trade zone closest to our borders. And if you do those kind of things, that's what happens. And if our friend the Donald carries on with this tariff amusement, unless there is a deliberate effort to raise US savings, it's not going to work. And Mohammed sort of touched on it a little bit. Yes, Chinese direct exports to the US have fallen sharply, but Chinese exports everywhere else have risen more than that. And surprise, surprise, most of those countries are exporting more to the US. And in a world where, you know, economics is economics, but the balance of payments is an accounting identity, as you well know. And if one side of it is a positive, the other's got to be a negative. So, as I'm sure many of you here have been dragged into meetings about the gazillions more investment you're going to put into the US, which the Donald boasts about, guess what? If that happens, there's no chance of them improving the trade deficit.
Absolutely.
But
let me push a little bit on this region. I want to sort of step down here and talk a little bit more about the regional and country level winners and losers, right? Because in the model that we've all had in our minds, and you and I are roughly the same age, when you were talking about BRICS, right? We mapped it into certain winners, right? Large, democratic, and the reality is the ones that we thought would be winners ended up not doing that well. And it's right that Brazil underperformed, Mexico underperformed. And instead, we have a bunch of other countries that probably we wouldn't have thought about. And I'm thinking of India, Vietnam, I'm thinking of Saudi Arabia. I'm thinking of the US. I mean, with all respect to, US has done exceptionally well in the last 10 years. We would have thought they're a mature economy. How can we think of the winners and the losers? And I'm going to take you future and forward-looking. Who are the winners in the next phase?
So this comes to the third thing I was going to answer before. You look at the trade going on between the BRICS countries and the BRICS Plus. That's not collapsing. India, which has taken their leader 7 years to even go to Beijing and have a conversation, and has plenty of their own tariffs, as you well know, its exports to China are exploding. Mm-hmm. China's exports to India are exploding. And if you look at real detailed numbers about global trade, they're like, what are you guys talking about? You go and hang out in Dubai for 2 days, you're like, this is real. And so the really sensible places are, and this goes to another thing that Mark said, which is very dear to my heart. I'm going to do a bit of self-promotion and advertising here. Because of the fact there's all this kind of confusing and very loud talk, I'm in the process with a colleague of mine of trying to start up what I call a non-think tank, or a do tank, which is going to be called BRICS Plus Thinking. Because as Mark touched on, and it goes back to the Finnish Prime Minister or Foreign Minister, we need to think in the West about a bit better about values versus realism. And we still pontificate about these endless values, and quite frequently, we only use them when it suits. And of course, people in the global south, let's call it, or what I call the next 11, which is where half of the BRICS Plus are from, it's like, you expect us to take these things seriously? You either really believe in them, and we know that's how we do it, or we don't. And so, to the specific of your question, going back to what really was behind the whole BRICS paper, here is global governance, which is another way of what you're asking about. So, of course, the G7, which it's quite amusing if you speak to a senior European bureaucrat, they sort of, on the one level, like that because Donald Trump's come along and President Xi's gone a bit weird in his third term, the G20 doesn't now work. In fact, it's quite hard for them to get all of them there at the same time. So then the G7 is back. I'm like, what kind of crazy mind have you got thinking that? The second line down, or column, is actually what I suggest, my first BRIC paper, which many people still haven't actually read, because they often refer to it as some kind of investment theme. It was actually about getting a better G7. Mm-hmm. And it's getting the 4 BRICS in and having the Europeans, if they want to be serious about virtually anything on a global basis, somehow they've got to try and act as a collective force. There's the G20, which, of course, in 2008, to his credit, President Bush, who resurrected it from a sleeping nothing, brought them in and brought Saudi Arabia in. Interestingly, our exciting friend Donald Trump, in his national security strategies, make noises about a C5. And what is very interesting for me, there's only 2 of my countries from 25 years ago that are missing. Now,
but none of them is, I mean, look at the last one, and I want to underscore my point, or at least push a little bit. None of them is an economic powerhouse anymore. The US is clearly, right? And
in the G7?
In the CS, in the G5. Today, we're living in a world in which Japan is relatively weak. China is losing momentum.
The oddity about those 5 is, why is Japan in it?
Why is Japan in it, right?
But you say none of them are a powerhouse.
Well, the US and India, I presume, are.
When was
Russia,
the last time you were in India?
India is
India's probably growing close to 8%.
But why isn't...
India's going to become bigger than Japan and Germany in the next 2 years.
But why, when do we start thinking about Saudi Arabia, about South Africa, about Bangladesh, about Nigeria? At what point do they become the next power? And from a completely on the other side, what are we thinking about Europe here?
So the answer is the BRICS Plus. And it goes back to why we're going to launch this thing. So at the moment, the BRICS, Saudi Arabia was invited, as you know, to become a member of it, and it's not officially become one, but it's kind of effectively a de facto member. The most interesting member is the very latest, Indonesia.
Exactly.
When people ask me, as they did forever from those countries, why didn't you include me? Indonesia's got the biggest reason to complain. It's got fantastic demographics.
Completely.
And despite the fact it has a lot of commodities, so it's vulnerable to the commodities curse, intriguingly, Indonesia's coped with the past 20 years rather well. And so Indonesia's got a potential to be a really serious, large economy. One of the N11. Nigeria, 20% of Africa's population.
Exactly.
If that completely crazy country could ever vaguely get any policies going in the right direction, oh my goodness me.
So there's a whole set of new countries that we should be watching.
And then there's another group of members, which is why the UAE has been so interesting for me, because they're one of the BRICS Plus.
Absolutely.
And I think, there's this perception because we're all scared of President Trump, oh, you can't become one of them. But if you kind of point out, well, India is one of the founding members. Absolutely. And everybody in the G7 is desperate to fall over backwards to do things with India. So it depends how you behave as part of the BRICS Plus. And, seems to me, certainly in my country, they're pretty desperate to fall over backwards to do business with the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and so on. So I think it's a very interesting thing for the Gulf.
So on the completely other side of this, one of the huge surprises for me in Davos 2 weeks ago was the thesis that Europe is potentially back. I have to say I was shocked by this thesis, but the idea being extreme amount of defense spending, energy spending, and a commitment to deregulation, and this idea that we found that we were pushed into no more complacency. That this idea that we're protected by the US is no longer valid. Do you buy that argument? It was a surprising amount of people who told me Europe is the next thing.
So I can't resist in making two very facetious, short replies. So maybe there was a lot of Manchester United fans hanging out in Davos because we just beat Arsenal and we just beat Manchester City. So, we kind of pretend that we're the kings of Europe, even though we've not been in it for a decade. Secondly, I have often trained myself to think that the mood in Davos is one of the best reverse indicators, if you're a financial markets person, I ever came across.
Absolutely.
So it's very bothersome that you say that, because it would be great if Europe's getting its mojo together, and there are clearly a few signs, but it bothers me if that was the kind of collective view in Davos. I will quickly add more seriously, and again, as you well know, and many people here know, it takes a seismic shock to get this complicated place called Europe to actually change. Look again, people talk about sclerotic growth. Anybody been to Spain recently? Anybody been to Greece recently? 18 years on from these countries, 15 years on from these countries being savagely attacked for their mistakes. These guys are not only showing good cyclical momentum, but some signs of structural improvement.
It's changing, yeah.
And so, what I do, if you wouldn't have said that to me about Davos and my historic view, I would have thought there's a good chance that Europe might positively surprise people.
From the south.
Because people's expectations are just so low. And the most important change in Germany is that they've changed the fiscal framework. Germany's had no domestic consumption for 25 years. How can Europe's largest or Western Europe's largest populated economy persistently live on exports?
Absolutely.
And they have found out in the past 5 years, guess what? If you do that, and there's two really big global shocks coming together, you're going to get whacked. And finally, there's people in Germany waking up to think, we better change our model.
I have to say, that's part of the optimism, is that the largest animal in Europe is starting to spend.
Yeah.
And then, so maybe that's part of the optimism. Okay, I'm going to ask you two questions about the two big countries, US and China. Maybe draw the market implications. Where do you think the market is heading? And then we'll open it up for conversation. Obviously, if there's one message about the US, is it's outperforming expectations, right? It's outperforming expectations. If you would have expected the kind of political, economic shocks that we've gone through, you wouldn't have expected the kind of recovery that we've seen since post-COVID, and the kind of technological explosion, right? The amount of investment that we're seeing in AI, the innovation, right? Is it sustainable? And as a macroeconomist, is it potentially inflationary? Is this something we should be worried about?
I don't know. my honest answer is, which I learned in financial markets, yes, all of those things seem quite possible, as Mohammed rather eloquently explained, but they might not be. I can't wait. I haven't run into Nouriel yet, but when I heard Nouriel is like a raving optimist about the US, I'm like, oh my goodness me. First time Nouriel, I recall, has ever been optimistic about the US. But, you know, and again, I've been in the markets 40 years, so let's see. But here's my real answer. So it's the mood of the moment that the US is doing wunderbar. But actually, we just had consumer confidence survey, weakest in a decade. And there are clear signs of what you might call, or is become known as a K-shaped economy. And very interestingly, if you look at the opinion poll rating of the president, it's slowly falling sharply. Mohammed mentioned about the affordability issue. Less well-off consumers don't think it's a boomtown economy. And if you really look closely, there is a lot of issues. And the way my view on AI, I wrote something about, actually when Trump came to the UK with all his gang, and it was kind of a bit insane that the whole theme of that short trip was, what deprived part of Britain can we build a data center to satisfy these guys? And I'm like, and they've started going on about small modular reactors, which is something I've been campaigning for over a decade. I'm like, what, we can't build a small modular reactor because we want one, but we can do it just to keep these guys AI. I'm like, there's something very unsustainable about that. And so, again, as I think Mohammed was touching on, and we economists call dispersion, let's see if AI does anything more than for the 7 and others that have such huge valuation and ownership of those that have been lucky about. Let's see if the diffusion out to the rest is true. And the other point to quickly add, as we've seen throughout time, are we trying to believe that there's something that special about 350 million US people that won't have dispersion effects elsewhere in the world? And that's what really matters. Here's another thing that might surprise. If in the UK we adopt the best of AI correctly, we might finally find a way of having an efficient national health system. And there are endless things like that all over the world.
The only, not pushback, but the only comment I have is that of the short term, it's not the implementation of AI that I think is going to grow the growth, but the capex, the spending on it that we're seeing. And what shocked me, one of the things I was looking at the other day, and I'd love your comment, your reaction on this, is that last year we saw roughly $500 billion worth of capex in AI. That's a big number. But what struck me more is that amount of investment was only 65% of the cash flow being generated by those companies. There's no debt. I've never seen that kind of investment without leverage.
Have you looked at Oracle's share price recently?
No, I'm not talking about valuations. I'm talking about the sustainability of the spending.
Yes, but one of the reasons why they've had not so great a time is, surprise, surprise, the markets have sussed out there is some debt fueling what they've been doing. And so let me not get completely carried away on that side of it. Right. Quite clearly, there is a massive boom in investment spending going on from those guys. But as always, you got to really analyze rather than just believe what you read in a newspaper. And the second thing that makes me worry is just the past 2 days. So I can't remember the exact number, but what's the leading AI?
NVIDIA?
Not NVIDIA. The one that was.
Anthropic.
So these guys have just done another massive raise. Guess who's providing most of that capital? It's the rest of the same gang.
They're borrowing from each other.
So are you telling me that that's really sensible and sustainable? Yeah. The financial market part of me has a slight, okay, I've seen this game before in Japan in the late 1980s.
Okay, finally, China. One obvious, just like The US has been, to me, surprising in terms of its potential growth. China has been on a fairly gradual deceleration of its growth, right? And at a time when demography is against it, where there's excess capacity, where there's political issues about efficiency, should we be worried about China, or at least no longer as optimistic as you and I would have been a few years ago?
So let me give you three answers. Could spend the whole weekend talking about China. This, going back to the first chart, the very last column is what we assumed as part of making the BRICS dream such a big story. Guess what the number is for this decade? 5%. Guess what China's doing? 5%. So some of the issues that freak people out, like the peaking of the labor force, it's not news to people that have really looked at this stuff. Look at the way that they've dealt and are trying to deal with the bursting of the housing market bubble. I cannot remember in my professional lifetime where a housing market bubble has peaked where it hasn't caused utter chaos. As of yet, that's not happened. And yes, everybody talks about it, but, and again, I think I heard Mohammed touch on it a little bit, the flip side of, and demand is clearly too weak, but the other side of the coin is there is more and more signs that the supply side is starting to improve again, and that Chinese productivity is starting to improve.
Right.
And the very last thing which, because of all of this I follow closely, because of the rise in the RMB last year, which was contrary to what everybody thought, China's GDP at the end of last year went above $20 trillion. And for the first time, and that meant it was a 1.3 trillion increase over the year before. So as fantastic as India is doing, and it is, last year, sclerotic, mega challenge China created another quarter of an India in 1 year.
Super clear.
So it's not bad, huh?
Not at all. Okay, so to summarize your regional views before I ask you about markets, you are still optimistic on BRICS, obviously extremely optimistic about BRICS Plus. You are question marks about the optimism on Europe, even though you seem to be optimistic on the South. You seem more equivocal on the US than I think the consensus is out there. And China, you think it's still the powerhouse and still the place to be. Is that fair?
Who knows? I mean, luckily, I don't have to forecast things every day of the week like I did for 30 years. I don't envy those of you that do. But when I see, and I'm also, a kind of, let's call it an old-fashioned valuation guy. When you see that the US stock market, is something like 80% of global market cap, and the US economy is 25% of world GDP, that sends lots of
concerns.
Careful. And then when you delve within it, and you see this colossal domination of the S&P by these companies, yes, there is a chance that we're, as the markets are showing, US GDP trend growth is going to be 4% instead of 2%. But I'm like, this is when they've just cut net immigration to 0.
Right.
And anybody trained in economics knows that long-term growth is driven by two things: the growth of your labor force, and the US labor force now is not growing. So the optimists have got to be really right about the productivity story, because otherwise they're in for a big shock. And they might be right.
No, absolutely. So actually, it's going to be a little bit of an unfair question. I'm going to ask it, because it's going to be an introduction to my next question. Emerging markets have significantly underperformed the thesis. If you were, when you were talking BRICS, when everybody was listening, when I personally went into this industry as well, the expectation was there's going to be economic convergence with significant outperformance of capital. It did not happen. What makes us think that this time around, EM significantly underperformed for roughly 20 years? And now recently we've seen a bit of underperformance. What makes me believe that from now on your view that is clearly more EM positive is going to play out this time?
So let me say three quick things about that. So first of all, as I said, and I'm sensitive about it, many people read that first report thinking that I was trying to create a persistent bull story for emerging market stocks. Nonsense. And within that, everybody knows that having strong GDP growth isn't the same as having a persistently strong equity performance. It's a pretty big ingredient to it, although there's quite a bit of evidence that it's GDP per capita, actually, not GDP. And thirdly, if you really look closely, actually in the first decade, they did that's why the whole BRICS thing did become so idiotically popular with every multinational in the planet. I remember being a guest doing a very big thing in Moscow at their sort of Davos in the summer. And because oil prices had gone up every year for 8 years, these guys thought oil prices were going to go up for the next 800 years. And surprise, surprise, as soon as they went down, Russia's not really shown any growth since. And as Martin Wolf, annoyingly, often jokes with me, you should have called it X, with no R and no B. And of course, for some of these places, there is the commodities curse.
Absolutely.
So you've got to be able to deal with it. But even within it further, last comment, India has outperformed virtually everywhere forever.
That's very true. That's very true.
So, I think linked to what we're going to turn the tables after lunch, and I'm going to be grilling you.
We're talking about emerging markets.
But on this issue, you've got to be careful aggregating, again, going back to one of the reasons why I jumped this thing. To call all these places emerging markets is just bonkers.
It's a mistake.
What global market for everybody doesn't have a major influence and relevance with China? And China's an emerging market when it's creating half an Italy last year. Come on.
So before I turn, if you were to summarize the view on markets over the next,
I skillfully avoided answering your question.
I've noticed.
I
would you venture or?
History never repeats itself, but it does rhyme. I know from my time in financial markets, at least 40% of whatever I say is wrong, at least. But this time a year ago, I thought, the mood was the dollar's going to go up because of tariffs. I'm like, how does that work? Rubbish. And it went down. And because of this great story with US AI, US stocks are going to outperform. Didn't happen. I think what started last year is the beginning of a multi-year pattern that was a bit like the noughties, where I'll contradict my previous answer. Broadly speaking, even though it's a ridiculous phrase, emerging markets and probably European equity markets are going to outperform the US.
Absolutely. On that note, perhaps I could turn it over to our audience to sort of ask any questions.
I love this. You hear the question? Liverpool or United? UK versus Europe.
That's a good question.
Don't know. I think there's some very interesting dynamics in both. The mood about the UK is even worse than the mood about Europe. Financial Times overnight has a very interesting article about the beginnings of possible signs of an uptick in UK productivity. It's very tentative. But last year's productivity recorded performance is twice what it was the average since the financial crisis. And it's not impossible, and again, many of you know here, greed, fear, popular views. If you want to be a really good investor, be careful of a lazy consensus. And this view that the UK is permanently collapsing and is a disaster for all time, and every human being from Britain is moving to Dubai, I'm like, be careful. Because if UK productivity is starting to improve, the mood will change pretty quickly. If. And so I don't know. I think both of them are interesting because the mood about them Davos adjusted is kind of pretty bad.
So thank you. Perhaps one more question and then...
And we are going to end up above Liverpool in the league.
I'm gonna ask the last question if there's no other one, and then we can.
I think
there's a question right there from the.
We're stopping lunch.
Maybe one last question from the lady.
Thank you, Lord O'Neill, for such an insightful session. This is Basma Al-Farsi from the state of Kuwait. So my question is that what's your perception of the global governance and its impact on the economic landscape?
On the current landscape?
Yes, thank you.
Well, we'll see another twist about it in the US with, I think the new Fed chair is probably going to be announced in the next 24 hours. If for some reason, contrary to overnight speculation, Trump chooses somebody that's just going to do what he tells them to do, there's another rung on the ladder being taken away from the US rules-led order. I hope, especially for any of you that are long dollars, that doesn't happen. You know, the US is... I sort of have a slightly different philosophy about it than many other people. I think the US, as I said before, they've kind of elected this guy because there's a sort of realization that they can't dominate the world in the way that seems so obvious for all of our lifetime. And in that sense, they're being realistic. And so they're sort of lashing out to fight on to keep it going for as long as they can, as an aside, despite the fact all its international services companies have benefited spectacularly from this so-called mess of the past 25 years. And it's forcing other places to think differently. Our Prime Minister is in China today, or I think he might be flying back today, but he's been there for 3 days. He's gone there knowing that after Mark Carney went, and then Mark Carney made his Davos speech, our excitable friend in Washington said, 100% tariffs. Despite that, our leader has gone there and said, we want to get a better relationship with China. Mm-hmm. And it's more signs of people going right back to Mark Carney's speech and the Finnish foreign ministers. This is people in other parts of the West waking up to being more serious about the values that they really believe. And it was fascinating earlier today to listen to the wonderful comments from your great guests from here talking about Security Council at the UN. And, you know, this sort of weird thing about, what was he calling it? The War Council, what is it called?
The word peace. Board of Peace.
Yeah. One of the byproducts of that, I would guess it almost definitely, is we're going to get some reform of the UN Security Council. That should have happened 30 years ago. And again, going back to the slide about global governance, is it any surprise that we have all these institutions that haven't really, you know, I used to, my wonderful ex-colleague from Goldman, Peter Sutherland, who sadly passed away many years ago, he was the champion of the WTO and the EU. And Peter used to get so annoyed with me. I said, Peter, the WTO doesn't do anything that's of any use for anyone because it doesn't function the way it's supposed to because of all the vested interests and da-da-da-da-da. So it all now feels a bit more falling apart, but it all needs to change to be better and more effective and, you know, truly representative of the reality of the world. You know, we in the West have sort of dreamt for the past 20-odd years that one day over 1 billion people in China are going to wake up and say, we want to be one of these democracies. They don't want to be one of us. They want more wealth. And you find that many places, and it's like, so are we really trying to kid ourselves that these guys are going to be a bigger and bigger share of global economic activity and take their own people into middle income statuses, possibly, and yet we're not letting them have more say in global governance? Doesn't make any sense.
On that note, Lord O'Neill, that was a pleasure to talk to you. It was a great conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It's lunch break time. حان وقت استراحة الغداء.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're starting in 5 minutes from now. كما نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متوفرة طيلة فترة هذا اللقاء. We'd like to bring your attention that simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this event. Please find your simultaneous interpretation headsets at the entrance of this hall.
5 minutes remaining. تبقى 5 دقائق. Please proceed to the main hall. يرجى التوجه إلى القاعة الرئيسية.
I'm going back to...
Welcome back, everyone. As we resume our afternoon, we look toward regions of growth and instability. Joining us to discuss emerging markets, resilience, and risks in a fragmented world is His Excellency Dr. Amr Bsat, Lebanese Minister of Economy and Trade and former Global Head of Emerging Markets Fixed Income at BlackRock. We rarely see two renowned speakers moderating each other. Allow us to welcome again also here on stage Lord Jim O'Neill for a discussion about risks and opportunities shaping the economic outlook with His Excellency.
Thank you. So, many of you are probably thinking it's Groundhog Day because it's the same two people here again. And that in fact we were so engrossed in conversation that we never went out for lunch. That is not the case. Now it's my chance to get revenge. But I have to say, I don't know what's got me in this facetious mood, but I've just heard, talking of Manchester United, that the one and only Cristiano Ronaldo is starting off a whole new business in salons. And so there's kind of life for anybody if you kind of do the right thing. Which leads me to, you quizzed me before you introduced me as to, what's my thing? What's your thing?
My thing, and I don't think the speaker is working. Can you hear me?
Maybe you turn it on?
Hello? Can you hear me?
No.
No, it's not.
Oh,
no,
there
it's
you go.
working,
Can
actually. Yeah, no, it's very difficult, actually. I'm not the kind of person who likes sports at all. I guess what I am is somebody who, for his sins, decided to leave Wall Street and go back to public service, which is a huge punishment. So I'm going to come back to
So not that this is necessarily an example, but I spent a very lengthy 17 months as a minister in the UK Treasury.
It feels more than years, no? Actually, before the one thing I'm curious to know what the one thing that surprised you in that experience.
Mm-hmm.
Because in my case, what bothers me not most is not the politics, but it's the bureaucracy. Things just don't move. Is that the same thing with you when you were there, or?
I mean, from my limited experience, actually, this is a good thing for us to lead into about the region. One of the things that I took away, because this is a common view in the current UK post-Brexit, is that this is now a problem, and Brexit made it way worse, that nobody in the civil service can get anything done. But I'm not sure how true that is. But my experience is if you've got very clear objectives as the Prime Minister and your Minister of Finance is very close and they kind of share it, then that clarity quickly oozes down.
The whole cabinet, yeah.
So I want to come back to that in a more serious sense about the region. But let's start off by, what's your vision of the world? How do you see the world? Is it the same as so many people are kind of freaked out about all these supposedly never-ending things that shock us all, or never let a crisis go to waste?
No, absolutely. I mean, listen, I guess my sense of the world that we're living in right now is that there's a surprising amount of global resilience that if I look forward, I see a more than 50% chance 50% that Dr. Larian was saying. I think it's a more than 50% chance that we end up in a good place in 2026. I think there's enough driving. Now, am I going to rule out a negative outcome? No, I'll come back to that later on. But broadly speaking, we're in a fairly good moment in the global economy. We do seem to be going into a place where liquidity is becoming more ample, lower interest rates, and it seems to be happening in a non-inflationary way. So it does seem like we're living in a world in which liquidity is going to be fueling investments. We do seem to be in a world in which I mean, a weaker dollar, an orderly weakening of the dollar is a good thing. Right. It improves the competitiveness of big parts of the world that are still linked to the dollar, and that to me is something that, from a macroeconomic point of view, is going to give some fuel to major parts of the economy, particularly in the Middle East. We'll come back to the Middle East later on, the Middle East, Africa, Asia. It's a world in which lower oil prices, I know there are winners and losers from lower energy prices, but broadly speaking, lower energy prices is a major boon to consumption, but also to investment as well. Trade, external trade, is proving to be significantly more resilient than we thought exactly a year and a half ago, when we started seeing the massive tariff trade, right? And there's a compositional shift in that trade boom that we're seeing right now that is benefiting emerging markets. Yeah. So the other side of the same story that we heard, that China is no longer exporting to the US, you know, we talked about it, yeah. Mohammed talked about it. Who is getting that capacity? That capacity that is no longer being given by China is now being taken over by Mexico. It's being given over by India, by Vietnam. There's a huge number of winners. So not just trade resilience, it's also resilience that seems to be expressed by emerging markets as well. And finally, and maybe most importantly, this AI thing is a big deal. It's a big deal both, as we were talking before, just because the sheer amount of investment that seems sustainable as well. So if you're an emerging market, small, open economy, you're benefiting from lower oil prices, lower interest rates, weaker dollar, trade that seems to be helping you, and this huge amount of technological changes that in theory should benefit you in terms of productivity.
It sounds like you're setting up Nouriel, who's going to follow us as you know, this optimistic view about the AI-driven world.
Although the difference between me and Nouriel is that I've always had the positive DNA. His is a more true shift. His is a more shift. So, but generally speaking, I think we're living in a good place.
I want to take you up on three things immediately come into my head about what you said a minute ago about a lower dollar. So, the first one is, let's start with a statement. It is quite remarkable how simple it is that when the dollar goes down, emerging markets generally, and again ignoring what I said earlier, we shouldn't be calling them all the same, but they typically do rather well. And everybody starts thinking of, oh my God, look at the change going on in that place, and da-da. And then when the dollar starts going up, the opposite happens. Is that really what's going on behind the emerging market love affair, mini love affair that's kind of started off last year, do you think? First question.
No, I mean, listen, I think EM is proving to be more resilient than sort of we had feared. I had feared 2 years ago. If you had told me 2 years ago that you're getting a world in which tariff wars, in which massive geopolitical uncertainties, significant amount of policy adjustments in the countries themselves where they had to tighten their belts after COVID, right? Remember there was massive amounts of spending in COVID at the time. I am surprised by how well economically and more recently from a market point of view, emerging markets have done, right? And I've been spending a lot of time thinking about that from my context in Lebanon. And there's two reasons, if I were to think about them. One is they've been very lucky. A lot of the changes, including the weaker dollar, including the AI adjustment, including the supply chain shifts that are happening that are helping EM directly, like the Mexicos and the Bangladesh and the Saudi Arabias of the world, right? But there's another more important reason for why the resilience of EM. The policies in EM have become much better. Policies are like pure. Here, I'm going to go back to my traditional hat as a 1990s economist. The policies are good. Inflation is lower.
So, Ali, let me just push you a bit.
Yeah,
so it sounds like you're making that as a statement about so-called emerging markets in general, or are there places within it where you think it's really evident there more than there? Or you mean in many places?
No, I'm actually you're 100% right. I'm making a broader statement about the complex as a whole. And I think if you go and you look across the spectrum of emerging markets, that idea that monetary policy is more credible, that fiscal policy is more serious, where debt is being sort of drawn down, and institutions are broadly stronger, you could probably make that argument in a broad sense, right? But that doesn't mean there aren't other factors for why I think there are winners and losers, right? So I am painting from a macro point of view, I'm painting a broader canvas of emerging market resilience. But there are so many other things where, and this I'd love to talk more about it, where there are new dynamics, trade, absorption of technology, the kind of industrial policy that some countries are following, the importance of where each country lives relative to the geopolitical tensions that exist, right? The ones who are more neutral tend to do better than the ones that are too linked. Yeah. There are winners. So the point I'm making is, from a macro point of view, I think you can paint a broad brush, but then there are so many other dynamics where there are winners and there are losers. And I think the money, to go back to markets here, the money is going to be made on knowing who the winners are and who the losers are.
So, second of the three that came into my mind, which I guess a bit sensitive in a way, but let's assume a world where the dollar continues to decline, and this
which one declines?
The dollar.
Dollar continues to decline.
And the whole notion of, which always happens when, I think I might be quoted in the FT about this tomorrow, but whenever the dollar goes down, straight away it comes, is this the end of the dollar and all the rest of it? And people confuse the cyclical decline. So, but let's assume the dollar is going to keep going down and it's more than just because the Fed's going to cut and this kind of stuff. What do you think in this regard, and please tell me, whatever, for those emerging market currencies and that are pegged to the dollar, including so many in this region, do they just kind of deal with that? And the way that sort of Hong Kong has done spectacularly well, despite many times in the past, or is the point where they have to think, you know what, we have to think of shifting to a basket and et cetera, et cetera. Do you have many thoughts about that kind of issue?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, there are two elements to that question, which is, the first element I think is, will the dollar continue declining from here, and the extent to which it does? You're going to have to answer your second question of what happens to the pegs, and this is not just in the Middle East, but in many other countries, you have to ask the first question, will it continue? It's going to be not linear. I come from a place which thinks that this is more of a cyclical movement. The dollar had become significantly overvalued over the past 25 years. And we just, to my mind right now, there's a rebalancing. Like there were macroeconomic imbalances that came from an exceptionally strong dollar, the reversal of which is now seeing the dollar weakening. It's hard for me to see another currency taking over from the dollar. It's very hard for me to see. The US still has an exclusivity, a uniqueness, strength, whether it's growth differential, whether it's demographic factors, whether it's the attraction of capital flows. And on the other side, you're not seeing any other currency that has the macro and political and military capabilities to take over. So I see the dollar weakening, but not extremely, not breaking in the way that some people are fearing right now. I see it as more of a limited, I mean, if you look at the historical charts of the dollar, we're still in slightly overvalued territory. Could we go to slightly undervalued? We could. Could we move another 10%, 15%? I think that's very feasible. But this idea that the dollar is collapsing, I think, is an exaggerated fear. Which brings you to your second point is, should anybody use it as an excuse to get rid of the peg? Listen, the peg has, broadly speaking, served the regions quite well.
Yeah.
And here I'm talking about the Middle East. The stability that has brought it, the confidence that has brought it, the absence of this exchange rate premium, the discipline that it has forced on its macro managers, I think it's served them extremely well.
Yeah.
So I'll be surprised if, I mean, for the time being, they're benefiting from the weak dollar. It's improving competitiveness. The real exchange rate is actually depreciating. That's a good thing for any economy. In the meantime, so this is my personal view. I will never give advice to policymakers in the Gulf. They are a million times better than me. They are brilliant people, obviously, the way they've managed their economies. But feels to me that what they've done is right, so why break it?
I can't resist in saying, I don't have to do this anymore, but quite a lot of people in this audience used to ask me 30 years ago, what's going to happen to the dollar? Then I used to have to pretend I knew. Now it's like, it's going to go up or down, unless it goes down or up. And it, you know, yada yada. Anyhow, the third more substantive one, linked to your, both the theme of more EM places are more structurally resilient, I think is what you're essentially saying. Secondly, something you asked me earlier about the BRICS Plus. And then I want to bring in part of that, actually something you've touched on that I'm going to test you about more. And this sort of notion, actually, is there the beginning of some vague things about at one point in the future where the dollar will be replaced? So first part of it is, what do you think about, given your breadth of experience of the emerging world, as to who should really consider being part of this BRICS plus crowd? And if there is anybody, if there's Mr. or Mrs. BRICS Plus, how should they go about really asking those people?
Absolutely. So I've been thinking about this. I mean, I guess the another way of asking the same question is, who's the winner in emerging markets in this new world, right? It seems to me that there are a number of criteria that we're looking at. One is, I think scale matters. Larger is better than smaller.
Yeah.
Smaller, it's difficult to have your own autonomy. Larger, you can build on a cushion of domestic resilience, domestic market. You have more autonomy. So think India, right? Think.
Yeah.
There's a reason why Indonesia, as you were saying this morning, right? Two, countries that can navigate geopolitical polarities. So neutrality matters a lot in today's world, where you don't need to choose winners, right? Choosing winners makes you vulnerable. If you are large enough, powerful enough, strong enough, and able to navigate those polarities, you tend to be a winner as well. Think Saudi Arabia, right? It's navigating it extremely well as well. I think Mexico to some, Brazil, another place, certainly India. I think this is the second part. So first is size, second is the geopolitical neutrality. Three, not being able to, not needing capital, not being a hostage to capital markets, right? Having excess savings, being able to be rich enough to invest in yourself without needing to necessarily, you don't want the rest of the world to push you into making decisions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So capital surplus countries that have strong balance sheets tend to do better. Think Saudi Arabia, as think the Gulf as well. Countries that have capability of catching up technologically, right? And this, unfortunately, may not apply to the Africas of the world, but could apply to Southern Europe, applies to East Europe, applies to Northern Asia. Countries that can adopt technological advancements fast enough and increase their potential growth. So I look at, again, so it depends on which of those vectors you look, but the countries that we've been talking about are all countries that I tend to be positive on. The Indonesia, the Mexico, certainly India, Vietnam, Bangladesh. In our region...
The next 11.
Sorry?
The next 11 largest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In our region, obviously the Gulf. I think the Gulf fits on all of these factors. And as a result, it's not a coincidence that the region is doing as well as it is, chances are it will continue. The huge question to me is the large Arab countries, right? And
Egypt.
Egypt, number one. Right? The story is, now I'm becoming more...
Egypt is part of the BRICS Plus already, of course.
And that to me is the huge question. Can they be... their issue is the one about macro. It's harder, right? I mean, they fit in so many of the other criteria. They're large, they have their own politics, they have the history, they play geopolitics quite intelligently. They're reforming, you see the reforms. The problem is saving. Like, they are continuously and consistently in need of international capital. They can never grow fast enough without a very large current account deficit. Egypt is a big question. I'm becoming increasingly optimistic, much more bullish on them. It's the big question in my mind. Morocco, I'm very optimistic about Morocco. I think they are making the transition quite well. Piping into the new supply chain.
I think I read something a couple of months ago that like become a massive car producer in Morocco. Yeah?
Massive, sorry?
Automobiles.
Absolutely, absolutely. They're piping into a European supply chain and replacing China as the exporter. They are the Mexico of Europe in many ways. Obviously, the big question, and this is really speculative, but what happens in Syria? What happens in Iraq? What happens in Lebanon? This is more of a... But in the region, I look at the Gulf. The Gulf, I think, is definite winner. And to me, the two big ones that seem to have crossed are Morocco and Egypt. And I'm still hoping someday that the Mashriq, the Syria, Iraq, Lebanon would follow.
So the third part of this question, I'm going to go back to this global monetary system, currency dominance. And I was going to ask it anyhow, but in some of the interviews I did over lunch, it's added to my enthusiasm to get your response. One of them pointed out that because I've got BRICS stamped on my forehead, that I always get asked about, BRICS currency. And then, until a year ago, I would literally laugh when somebody would ask me that. But I've found myself thinking over the past few months, in specific circumstances, maybe it's not insane. So I don't know if you've seen it, but the Russians actually, in the BRICS meeting the year before last, came up with this idea, and I wonder whether it might have some relevance for what some of these countries are doing in the gold market, of what, if I remember rightly, it would be a basket, and this is just for trade, which is the bit that made me start to think differently. 40% gold, and the rest would be some kind of weighted average of the BRIC countries. So obviously the RMB being the most important. And I'm intrigued for two reasons. One is because I think some of the big BRICS countries actually exploit a bit, especially with modern technology. And as an aside, it often seems to me that when Scott Bessent, US Treasury Secretary, particularly sort of has this view with stable coins that it adds to the persistent strength of the role of the dollar. This is another sub-question. Is that really true? Because surely that technology makes it easier for anybody else that really wants to do that, particularly if you're big. And there's quite a lot of evidence that China is doing that in China. So I'm interested in your thoughts on that. And the bit that's sort of, and again, it sort of goes to, I'll call it the Mark Carney-related stuff, but as somebody that's been immersed in international monetary things for 40 years, my own conventional thinking is you can't replace the major currency unless you completely liberalize your capital markets and all the rest of it. But maybe that is very old school.
Or middle school, yeah.
What do you think?
No, because early on we all thought of trade, and then we moved into capital account liberalization. I don't know. Obviously it's a very intriguing idea whether we can create an emerging market currency, a BRIC currency, which at least it's a very intriguing idea. But the history of currency unions, and I know you know this literature quite well, is difficult for me to see it, given that the massive difference in economic structures, huge amounts of economic imbalances within these regions.
Yeah.
As well, you have a lot of deficit countries, a lot of surplus countries. You have an institutional backdrop, like you require payment systems. Even if capital account convertibility is not completely necessary, it has to be part of the story. So it's an intriguing idea. I'm not convinced we're there yet. I just don't see anything except the dollar playing that role today.
So I'm going to push you one last time on this, because when I hear you answer it like that, you know, one could think of actually that's what the euro is. The euro isn't a challenge to the dollar because the Germans don't want it to be. They don't want a fully blown euro-denominated bond market. In the same way, they never really wanted people to fool around with the Deutschmark. But obviously, for in the euro area, it's a pretty important thing to reduce the costs of trade between all those countries. So.
I mean, it certainly helped, but it's never been able to break through. Besides being a currency union inside the continent, it's never become never become a currency that can be used for international trade. Again, it's an intriguing idea. It's certainly worth pursuing. But I wouldn't want personally to spend. I'm happy with the idea that the dollar is the main currency of the world. I mean, let's be stuck with it and focus on our domestic policies.
I've now realized that I am being a completely unattentive chair because I'm not entirely sure how long we've got left of this session. Probably 5 minutes.
It says 2.5 minutes here.
Oh, no, it's 2.5 minutes. Okay, I was going to ask one more. Who has a burning question in the audience? Our host. Our brilliant host. The question is Egypt or Turkey?
First of all, and I apologize for not doing this at the beginning because I really want to thank you and the family office for inviting us. What an amazing conference and what a superb location. Thank you so much again. No, today I'm categorically Egypt. Today,
wow.
Today it's categorically Egypt. Turkey, I don't think Turkey is close to a crisis. I think they are right in that middle point where their balances are financeable, but they're not in a good place. They're not in a bad place, but not a good place, and they seem to be stuck. And they're not able to move forward, either in terms of reform. Growth is suffering, inflation is still an issue. The politics is a constraint for them. Egypt, I think, is turning the corner. Does it still have risks? It has a lot of risks. Any country that needs dollars as much as Egypt needs, right? The balance of payments is always looking for dollars. They seem to be able to get it right now. There's enough investments coming in, growth is happening, they're pushing on reforms. I would like them to structurally get to the point where they don't need to continuously borrow. If they get to that place, I think they fly. But for now, they seem, despite this problem, they seem to be reforming, growing. They're much more stable. They're facing now a good push from remittances, from tourism. So no, today Egypt is much more interesting to me than Turkey.
Okay, so the last question. I unfortunately didn't ever visit Beirut in the 60s because I was too young, when Beirut was the Paris of the Middle East, so apparently. When's Beirut going to be the Paris of the Middle East again?
Tomorrow at 2 p.m.? I'd love to. Listen, I think Lebanon is turning the corner. I'm realistic. We have massive challenges. Nobody is saying that the country is out of the crisis. We still have massive amounts of problems that are quite serious. But unlike the last 6-7 years, I think we've turned the corner. I think we know what needs to be done. We're dealing with our banking sector. We're dealing with a major sectoral problems that we have. We're dealing with rebuilding the state. And this audience knows Lebanon and knows Lebanon's potential. Right. Lebanon is coming back to be the hospital of the region, the university of the region, the architect of the region, the musician of the region, right? The tourist destination of the region. Nobody can replace it. And I think we're on our way. It's still a long way to go, but I think we're back on a long way. We'd love to have everybody, including you, come and visit us.
Fantastic. Now, the time is up, is flashing, and it's flashing in red. So I have to respect that, of course. That's right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Brilliant. Great.
Your Excellency, thank you, Lord Jim, for this very rich and wonderful dialogue. Now we will move a little bit away from emerging markets into something else. To explore how media and research serve as the backbone of strategic decision-making, we are honored to be joined by a visionary leader at the helm of the region's media transformation. As the head of the Saudi Research and Media Group, she leads an organization that is central to how the world understands the Middle East and how the Middle East understands the world. Please join me in welcoming Jumana Al-Rashid to the stage, along with Maya Hajej, senior business anchor at Al-Sharq Bloomberg, for a fireside chat. Welcome.
Thank you, Dina. So should I ask the question before we dive in?
Please do.
Are we going to lose our jobs to AI, and should I ask Abdul Mohsen for a job now?
Only if we don't adapt.
Okay. Let's start with the AI question. Jumana, it's always a pleasure having a conversation with you. And of course, as Dina introduced you now, you lead the media scene in the Arab world today with the SRMG and also the Red Sea Film Festival. And now with Tamania, we are changing, we are adapting. Let's start, before talking about change, about AI and how it's helping in this change.
First of all, I would just like to say good afternoon to everyone. It's such a pleasure and honor to be here with you all. And to Abdul Mohsen and Imran, congratulations on truly such a great event with a fantastic audience, great content, great insights. I do believe that the discussion about AI is so timely. However, when it comes to the media landscape and ecosystem, this is not the first disruption that we have gone through. This is the third or fourth. We were first interrupted by the internet, social media, different technology, and now AI. Our strategy at SRMG and our vision has always been adopt, adapt, absorb, innovate, and learn how to work with this very powerful tool that will allow you to do more. Ultimately, with this disruption, unlike any other disruption, if you don't adopt and adapt to it, you will then stagnate and fall behind. This is one of the most powerful tools that we have come across. It can actually replicate exactly what a newsroom is meant to be doing. However, I must say, and Maya, you said something that we get asked every day at the group, are we losing our jobs? Are we being replaced by AI? You can never replace human creativity. Journalism, at the end of the day, and content creation is all about storytelling. And that's a creative role that AI does not have the power to do just yet. We will never eliminate that human role, which comes in to actually tell that story, do the actual investigative reporting around it, make sure to be able to also tell you what's news or what's factual from wrong, what's misinformation from bias. And that's the bigger role that the editorial player does in the newsroom. But I must say that I'm very proud of Al-Sharq. I'm very proud of all of the platforms at SRMG that have been able to really absorb and adopt AI in a way that has been transformative. We are now translating all of our content leveraging AI. We are also now being able to create documentaries leveraging AI. We now have AI-facilitated fact-checking, AI-facilitated clipping, transcribing. This is where we believe is the future.
And this is across all our verticals?
Absolutely. Some more than others, but it's definitely something that we're rolling out across the group.
So when we're talking about AI, but also we're in a room full of investors, so we always talk commercial. Who is going to invest in media today, and why would anyone want to invest in media? And how can we build a commercial model in such a fragmented model?
I think if you see the global media landscape, you see that a lot of the media companies are in financial distress, or no longer being able to generate revenues from their traditional sources of revenue, which has always been advertising, and it has taken a big hit over the past 5 years. But that doesn't mean that you stop and shut down or downsize or try to simply say this is no longer generating revenue, I'll on to the next one. What you do is you adopt new operating models. You become more efficient. You understand where your audience is and try to monetize that. Ultimately, what are we in the business of? We're in the business of creating trust, affinity, and attention. If you have these three, then you definitely have a monetizable and bankable asset that you can then go to the market with.
But again, revisit your traditional revenue structures. Instead of the traditional advertising slot that you would see for 30 seconds to a minute, you now need to invest in content-led experiences with storytelling, which the brands are ultimately after.
So when we are investing in storytelling and we're trying to monetize, you did mention trust. We are building trust. But at the same time, how can we maintain our credibility if we're selling content, we're selling stories, we're selling fun? I'll just give a quick example. I look at a news channel or a news outlet. They keep posting crime stories because they get clicks. What does that mean for their other content?
And ultimately, if you go into the trap of just trying to get those clickbait or those numbers up, then you're also losing relevance. Ultimately, and we're truly lucky at the group and privileged to have 30+ platforms that cater to different audiences with different topics, which allows us to tap into those clickbaity kind of types of content, but also allows us to ensure that we continue to offer credible business, political, economical news that matters to our audiences. And again, here, it's all about relevance. It's all about trust and credibility, which you touched upon, Maya. In the world of AI, the threat that we see more than anything else is when you also fall into the trap of scale and volume. Scale and volume simply to try to keep up and to ensure that you have all kinds of news at speed does mean that you could lose that trust and credibility. And that's, again, why having a journalist and an editor in the newsroom is so important, to be able to differentiate between what's factual, what's not, what will have a serious impact on what's happening right now or not. Again, as I've said, it's all about new operating models and new structures that would allow you to do so.
And you did mention adaptability. I mean, I did jokingly ask you if we were going to lose our jobs, but it's very important to understand that the same model of journalism that was before has to change. And in that sense, what, in your opinion, is the journalist of the future? What does he or she look like? What should he look like?
He's a journalist and an engineer.
Okay.
He's someone who needs to understand data. And I think this is another topic that is extremely important. Understanding the data that you're working with, and this is something that AI has facilitated as well. I must say that over the past 20 years in the region, especially when it comes to media companies, we did not understand that importance of data. We would rely on the polling surveys, whatever you would get from Ipsos or viewership numbers, but now you can get a more detailed view of Maya, of what Maya wants to watch, when she would like to watch it, why she's consuming it, how long is she there for, what she does after she's consumed that piece of content on a Sharq Bloomberg or in a Sharq al-Awsat. This data is so important and would allow journalists to continue to create more relevant stories for their audiences. It's no longer a monologue, it's a dialogue, and that's what is so important.
So, you know, one of our most viewed videos always is when we talk about gold. So that's why I always make a point whenever I'm interviewing someone to ask them about gold, because it gets us a lot of views on Asharq with Bloomberg. Let's move on to talk about new trend in media investments and the IP. How do we look at that?
Ultimately, I think when it comes to media companies, as we've said, the traditional revenue streams are changing. Hence why we are now very much focused on IP creation, data monetization, and access. And what we've done through IPs, and ultimately, again, we are in a very unique and privileged position to have 30+ platforms that have operated in the region since 75+, that have that trust and credibility and affinity with their audiences. But also, how do you continue to create products under these IPs that continue to be relevant? What we've done 5 years ago, as soon as we've joined the group and embarked on this massive transformation, is that we wanted to continue to ensure that SRMG is a market pioneer and leader. Ultimately, I was just having a conversation with His Royal Highness Prince Turki Faisal about the trajectory that SRMG has been on for the past 45 years. It's had the first websites in the entire media world, in the Arab world. It always had a disruptive strategy. And what we've done is that we've invested in new startups, new technologies, and new innovative ideas, which allowed us 4 years later to acquire the rights of the Saudi Pro League through one of the companies that we've acquired, Thamania. And this is exactly the IP and the product and the brand that we believe will see through in the future.
Let's talk about Thamania. What's the thought process? You know, in the newsroom when Thamania became a big thing, everyone was so jealous. Now Thamania is going to replace our jobs. Let's know about the story.
Ultimately, the way that we see it is that we're a portfolio of brands that are complementary of one another. And that's why it's so important for us to have the likes of Al-Sharq Al-Awsat, of Arab News, of Thamania, of Al-Sharq Bloomberg, documentaries. These IPs, these brands, allow you to create new products in a different tonality, in a different voice that cater to different demographics and cater to different geographies. Thamania has definitely been a success story, but a success story that we have built internally. It did not happen by coincidence nor accidents. They are a group of very talented young content creators that speak the generation or speak this language of today's generation. And we saw a real challenge and an opportunity when it came to the Saudi Pro League, ultimately speaking about monetization and how do you ensure that these businesses are commercially viable. One of the highest IP-valued products in the Saudi market, or even in the entire Middle East market, is the Saudi Pro League. There isn't a single product, nor brand, nor IP that can get you immediate viewership and immediate eyeballs the way football does in the region, and potentially also globally when it comes to live sports. Hence why we saw the real opportunity for us to enter into the sports streaming world. It was a big challenge. We had less than a month to launch a new OTT platform and create content around it, but I do believe that the best is yet to come. It's a 6-year contract which would allow us to create new verticals, new products, new brands around it as the anchor investment.
When we talk about new verticals, are you thinking of something other than football, other than the Saudi League? What could be an opportunity?
Absolutely. As I've just said, it's simply the anchor investment, and we will be expanding into other forms of sports, into other forms of content that allow us to increase our subscription base. Ultimately, again, as we were saying, you know, the traditional advertising structures or revenue structures have changed, and unfortunately, we're not in a privileged position in the Middle East that allow us to enter the subscription game if it's not sports nor entertainment. Hence why we believe that the Saudi Pro League is going to bring so much value to not just this platform, but everything that's created around it.
So I was trying to get an exclusive, you know, we're still journalists. Let's zoom out a little and look at the Middle East perspective from a media angle. How do you think the international world views local Middle Eastern media, and what do you think we can do better?
Tough question. I do believe that, you know, Middle Eastern media over the past decades have played a pivotal and critical role in informing the wider audiences about issues that are extremely complex, issues that are very nuanced, politically, culturally, economically, and continues to play that role. Right now, it has a bigger role to play, given the role, again, of social media, AI, citizen journalists, content creators. But I also do believe that it has been facilitated by the power that AI does. Now, immediately, you can ensure that that kind of content that is being created by credible, tier A journalists, world-class journalists, can travel beyond its borders, can travel instantly to target different geographies, different people, different countries, in different languages, in different formats. And we see that there is a very big opportunity for Arab media not to be limited to simply Arab consumption, but to finally transcend borders and be available in different languages and cater to different audiences.
How, like Arab news and doing different languages, or is there anything else?
Faisal is right here. I think, Faisal, you've launched an initiative of launching Arab news in 90 different languages. So this is something that definitely we're going to be doubling down on. But ultimately, it's a matter of ensuring that it's available in a native format and not simply translation. And in different multimedia formats, because we also know that TV viewership is in steady decline. People are moving more towards video first and audio first content consumption. Therefore, again, with the power of AI, I can now see a piece that's written by Al-Sharq Al-Awsat transformed into video format within hours.
When we talk about the power of media and how we are developing and how we are building and how we are growing, But since the morning, we've been hearing a lot of positive views, a lot of skepticism. How positive are you about the future of media and the investment in media? Do you see people going there? And do we have to explain ourselves or just keep going until it works?
I see that there's a real opportunity, and I do believe that in every challenge, there's a silver lining. And how do you turn those challenges into real opportunities? But that means that you need to have a proper strategy in place. We launched a massive digital transformation at the group 5 years ago, but I think everyone looked at that as simply changing print-first work newsrooms and mindsets into digital ones. And that's not it. It's not simply how do you transform a newspaper into a digital website. It means that you need to adapt to audience behavior and consumption in a digital-first world. But that also means that you need new operating models, you need new workflows, you need new structures. And we're now embarking on another transformation and restructuring at the group that would allow us to ensure that we can continue not just to survive, but thrive. I'm not someone who's pessimistic as long as you have the right vision in place, the right strategy in place, and you have the buy-in of the team that you work with.
Referring to strategy, commercializing content, the old model was to pay for advertisements on TV or in a newspaper. Everything is changing today. Looking forward, how do you see the model changing?
It's drastically changing. I mean, ultimately, in the past, we used to compete with one another over viewership, but now we're also competing with the likes of the social media platforms. 80% of advertising revenue in the Middle East goes to the social media platforms. But that means that there's 80% interest in opportunities. It's a matter of how do you create the right content on these platforms that engages these audiences to allow you to enter these partnerships. And again, and I don't think this is a secret, but brands do not like to advertise with new channels. Ultimately, it's always related with either conflict or war, which is a deterrent to advertisers. And that's why we've entered new verticals such as sports, and that's why we also double down on our lifestyle vertical. Ultimately, we have the largest market share when it comes to lifestyle through Sayyidati, Hiya, Rajul, etc. And we've launched new platforms such as Billboard Arabia that gives us an entry into music. And this is how we ensure that we have a strong position against the decline in advertising revenues across different platforms and introducing new products. Another very important IP that we've created is events, attached to the brands that have been operating in the region for 30 plus years. Any IP or any title right now that doesn't have an event attached to it is missing out on a very big commercial opportunity that allows us to sit in a room, exchange ideas, talk to one another, get to know one another behind the screen.
You said at the beginning of the conversation that we have gone through around almost 4 disruptions over the past 30 years, I would say, since the internet. Looking ahead, and we did mention AI. AI is being adapted into our different verticals. Moving forward, what do you think might be the next disruption? And again, what is the biggest opportunity? I mean, you did mention sports as a big opportunity, but say 10 years ahead, what's the biggest opportunity in our industry?
It's a tough one. I feel like we get disrupted every day by ourselves. But I do believe that the future is for storytelling. I do believe that we need to become innovative enough to allow us to create content in a way that can be persuasive, in a way that speaks to different audiences, in a way that reaches people directly. But the next disruption is going to continue to come from AI, and how fastly this tool and this very powerful technology evolves, and whether we are in a position to cope with it, adapt to it, and absorb it fully or not.
Thank you very much, Jumana. I'm keeping my job, right?
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Jumana. Thank you so much, Maya, as well. We continue with a deep dive into the global financial landscape with one of the most renowned and trusted voices in predicting global financial outlook. Please welcome Mr. Nouriel Roubini, the Professor of Economics and International Business at NYU Stern School of Business. Please welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a great pleasure and honor being here. Thank you very much to the family office for inviting me to this amazing event in this amazing location. We're here in this beautiful island that is an oasis of nature, peace, and stability, but in a broader world that we know is characterized by a lot of uncertainty. I call it unusual, unexpected, unprecedented uncertainty, 4 U's rather than 1. And I'm here trying to understand what's going to happen to the world in the next few years. And we live in a world in which, whether you call it risk, uncertainty, or instability, there is a lot of stuff that is moving. And last year, of course, the election of Donald Trump, re-election of Donald Trump to the US presidency, increased the kind of uncertainties that we face in the world economy. Not just economic, monetary, financial, and trade uncertainties, but also political and geopolitical uncertainties. Now, to think about what's going to happen this year in the future, maybe worth just going back for a moment to what happened last year. Because as you recollect, on April 2nd of last year, when Donald Trump announced his Liberation Day tariffs, the consensus, the conventional wisdom about the US changed radically in ways that are very different from what were the views about the US and the world economy before. If you recollect, suddenly everybody became more pessimistic about the US and global economy and saying those tariffs will lead to a US and global recession and will lead to a sharp increase in inflation in the United States. Secondly, people argued that the policies of Trump would lead to the US shooting itself in the foot and the end of what people refer to as decades of American exceptionalism. 3, people argued that the US stock market was in a bubble and that bubble would burst, in part because of the stagflationary policies of Trump that would lead to lower growth and higher inflation. 4, since the US is running large twin fiscal and current account deficit that lead to a buildup of public debt and external debt, people argued that that's leading over time to an unsustainable debt position, both for public debt and external debt. 5th, people argued that because the policies of the new Trump administration leading to the end of American exceptionalism, that will lead to the erosion of the US dollar as a global reserve currency. So the exorbitant privilege of the US dollar would fade away. And 6th and final, as a corollary of the previous argument, that the US dollar would start to fall sharply and in a continuous way. Now, usually I tend to be quite the skeptic about the world. I'm concerned about the downside risk. But starting in April, I became more optimistic both about the US and the global economic outlook. And I argue that actually these 6 elements of the new consensus were incorrect. They would not have, for example, a US and a global recession. Now, the reason why I thought that things will turn out to be different, a slowdown in US and global economic growth, but not a recession, some modest but not severe increase in inflation, was driven by 2 considerations. Consideration number 1 was that market discipline would constrain the behavior of Trump. I've seen it happening in emerging markets, I've seen it happening in advanced economies. When policies go in the wrong direction, markets discipline, both vigilantes, but also stock markets and FX market punish you, and they lead you to a course correction. And guess what? 2 weeks into April 2nd, the S&P 500 was down 15%. NASDAQ was down 20%. 10-year Treasury bond yield went up 80 basis points. High yield spreads went up by 150 basis points. And when Trump started to attack also the Fed in April, the dollar started to go sharply down. That's the point when one of his wisest economic advisors, Scott Bessent, went to Mar-a-Lago and told the president, I told you so before April 2nd, if you do these policies, eventually there'll be a shock to the market, there may be a recession, and you're going to lose the midterm election, and your MAGA plan is going to be dead on arrival. So, Mr. President, what do you want to do? Do you want to double down, or you want to blink and try to negotiate better trade deal? And the US president, who might be impulsive, but is not irrational, decided to blink. Some people say chicken out, tackle. Trump always chicken out. And guess what? He gave the job to Bessent to go negotiate trade deals. The tariffs that were announced on April 2nd were increasing the average US tariff from 3% to 30%, but those trade negotiations have led now to tariffs that are only of 14% on average. Now, is 14% bad? Yes. Is it terrible enough that's going to lead to a US and a global recession? Of course not. Movements of currency can be more than 10% per year, and they don't lead to a US and global recession. And guess what? Because one, he decided to blink and negotiate better trade deals. We have had a slowdown in US and economic growth globally, with some pickup in inflation in the United States, with something people refer to as a growth recession, growth below trend for a few quarters, but we have not had a US and a global recession. Now, if you think about the United States, actually, not only we have not had a recession, but the third quarter GDP number for the third quarter were much higher than potential, 4.3%. If you look at the nowcast by the Atlanta Fed of what growth is going to be in the fourth quarter of this year, we don't have yet the official number, they said it's going to be as high as 5.4%. So even that slowdown of the US has not occurred. Why? In part because there is many tailwinds in the US economy, but the key one is the boom that has come from AI and the investment done by Mach 7 and hyperscalers in the technology of the future, something to which I'm going to go back. Now, if I think about 2026, therefore, the world looks better than 2025. In 2025, US economic growth looks like it's going to be above potential. China is going to have a growth rate last year close to their target of 5%. Europe and Eurozone had a slowdown of growth, but they avoided a recession. And as my good friend Amer Bizat pointed out in the previous session, emerging markets overall are doing well. They're doing well, one, because there is some good luck, and with US and China growing, emerging markets are going to do fine, but also their economic policy, macro and structural, have become better over time. Now, if I look at 2026, I think that if we beat the bullet in 2025, this year is going to be better. US economic growth actually is going to accelerate, and inflation in the US is going to fall closer to the target of 2%. Why do I think the US growth this year is going to become stronger? One, we've had already monetary easing by the Fed, 75 basis points last year. There'll be a little bit more, not much more this year. Secondly, there is still a significant amount of fiscal stimulus in the pipeline. All the spending cuts are going to occur after the midterm election rather than before the midterm election. Business confidence is still very high, and capital spending by the private sector is still strong, especially, of course, in technology and AI, but not only there. Four, financial conditions are very easy. You have short rates that have fallen. Bond yields are low, around 4.2%. Equity markets are at all-time high. Credit spreads for high yield and high grade are still very compressed. And the weakening of the dollar has been moderate and therefore not inflationary and is leading to some increase in US competitiveness. So actually, I think that this year, US economic growth could be closer to 3%, when the official number about potential growth is only 1.8. And inflation is going to fall, one, because the base effects of the tariff are going to be phasing out, two, because there is now a slowdown in wage growth and productivity is increasing, and therefore unit labor costs are falling, and other elements of service inflation like rents are slowing down as well. So US economic growth is going to remain strong, inflation is going to be lower. China has also done well last year, and this year is going to be okay. I think there is weakness of domestic demand in China, we know it, but consumption for structural reasons and investment because of a number of uncertainties. But net exports of China have done well. Chinese exports to the US have fallen, but Chinese exports to the rest of the world have increased. And while the currency of China remained close to the US dollar, the weakness of the dollar has implied a trade-weighted depreciation of the RMB relative to the rest of the world, increasing the competitiveness of China. So maybe this year China is not going to achieve a growth of 5%. It's going to be closer to 4.5%. Even Europe and the Eurozone that last year was weak is going to do better because you have fiscal stimulus and more spending on defense, not just by Germany, but the rest of Europe and the Eurozone. And if US, Europe, and China are doing well this year, emerging markets that have better macroeconomic policy and better overall reform and governance are going to also do overall well. So this year is going to be actually better than last year, and last year we avoided a US and global recession. Now, one of the main reasons why I was optimistic last year was not only because I believe that market discipline works, but because I believe that actually technological innovation is going to transform the world in ways like we've never seen literally in history of humanity. While everybody is obsessed today about AI and Gen AI, this is only one of the dozen of technologies of the future going to increase to a secular economic boom. First in the country that innovate, like US and China, but also those that adopt these technologies that could occur across the world. So we have AI, machine learning, and Gen AI. We have semiconductors. We have robotic, automation, and emergence in the next few years of humanoid robots who can do a lot of manual work and cognitive work. We have biomedical research. It's going to make us live healthier and longer. We have quantum computing. We have green tech, and of course, the transition to a less carbon-based global economy. We have new forms of energy, like fusion energy. This is going to become commercially viable in the next 5 years or so. We have the mobility revolution. Today, EVs and semi-autonomous vehicles, but eventually fully autonomous vehicles. We have agtech. We have fintech. We have space exploration and exploitation and commercialization. We have new material science, and we have new forms of cryptography. So while everybody is obsessed about AI, this is only one of the dozens of the industries of the future. Each one of them is in a rapid exponential growth. All of them are enabled, of course, by AI, but all of them are leading to an increase in potential growth, first in the countries that innovate, and then those in the countries that are going to be also adopting these technologies. So it's not just the innovators that benefit, because these are general purpose technology, and those who adopt them can also benefit. So for example, in a region like this one, where there is very cheap energy, it makes sense to have data centers that use a lot of energy here, as opposed to the United States, where energy costs are higher, and therefore the benefits coming from data center and AI can also spread to adopters of these new technology and data center in the kingdom and in other parts of the Gulf. The reason why, therefore, I became optimistic, and I said on April 2nd, I said the following thing that became a meme. I said, tech trumps tariffs. And what do I mean by tech trumps tariffs? The implication of technological innovation on potential growth are first order, and the implication of other policies that are stagflationary, things like tariff, protectionism, restriction to migration, having large budget deficits, fiddling with the independence of the Fed, and so on, in my view, are second order. I do believe that actually, because of this innovation, US potential growth by the end of this decade is going to be as high as 4%. Today, the Fed and the CBO estimate the US potential growth is only 1.8%. So the upside coming from technology is 200 basis points, going from about 2% growth to 4% growth, while all the stagflationary policies, moderated by market discipline, imply a downside to potential growth of only 50 basis points. So you have an upside of 200, a downside of 50. The ratio between the two is 4-to-1. Tech trumps tariffs. That's the argument I made, and that turned out to be correct. Now, in this race to the technology of the future, US and China are certainly number one. We can have a debate on whether US ahead of China or China ahead of US, but those are the innovators, but there is lots of other pockets of innovation. There is innovation occurring in Asia, in India, in Taiwan, in South Korea. There's innovation also occurring with adoption of these technologies in the Gulf. Israel is a startup nation. Parts of Europe are also innovating. So everybody's going to innovate. Those that are innovating more are going to have a higher potential growth, but the spread of this general purpose technology is going to lead to stronger economic growth across the world. So tech trumps tariff. Now, that leads me to the second point. I don't believe that American exceptionalism is over, because think of it this way. For the last 20 years, when US potential growth was only 2%, the US stock market, S&P, was returning you about 12% per year, including dividends, and the NASDAQ was returning you 16% per year, including dividends. Suppose the US potential growth goes from 2 to 2.5 to 3, 3.5, and 4. Maybe I'm too optimistic, and it's not going to be 4. Let's assume it's only 3%. Going from 2 to 3% is 50% increase in potential growth. So if you had American exceptionalism with the economy doing well and the stock market doing well when potential growth was only 2%, when potential growth is going to be 3%, American exceptionalism is not going to be over because tech trumps tariff. The first order effects coming from technology dominate any of the more stagflationary policy that maybe that are pursued in part by this administration. That leads me to the third point. People argue that the US stock market is in a bubble and this bubble is going to burst. But as I pointed out, if US potential growth is going from 2 to 3%, let alone 3.5 or 4, returns on the stock market are going to be higher than in a world where growth was only 2%. Doesn't mean that everybody's going to win. There'll be winners and losers among publicly traded companies, and there'll be winners and losers among the startups in the technology of the future. That's what creative destruction is. But overall, arguing that the US stock market as a bubble is going to crash is not true if American exception is going to remain and growth is going to be higher, and therefore the average return to US and also other countries' equities are going to do well because of the adoption and innovation of these technologies. Fourth point, about whether the US twin fiscal and current account deficits are sustainable or not. Of course, people worry about the US budget deficit of 6.5% of GDP and a public debt is rising. But when the Congressional Budget Office estimates that US public debt as a share of GDP is exploding, they're also assuming that US potential growth is only 1.8% for the next 20 years. If you make even just a simple scenario analysis, as the CBO does, that US potential growth goes from 1.8 to 2.3, only 50 basis points higher, public debt rises for 15 years and then stabilizes as share of GDP. If you assume that growth is going to be closer to 3%, the public debt as a share of GDP starts to fall and falls even more if growth is going to be about 3%. So I don't want to be blasé about the US fiscal deficit, but my point is that the best solution to a debt and deficit problem is growth, because debt is debt to GDP. And if the denominator is growing faster, something becomes more sustainable over time. And the reason why 10-year Treasury yields today are still only 4.2%, quite low by historical standards, might have to do with the fact that people are realizing that US potential growth is much higher. As I pointed out, in the third quarter of this year, US growth was 4.4%, and the first estimate for the fourth quarter is about 5%. I'm not saying they were already at 5% potential growth, but certainly potential growth in the United States is not anymore 1.8%. It's rising because of the rapid adoption by a number of firms of these technologies of the future. That leads me to the fifth point. People worry about the exorbitant privilege of the US dollar and the fact that the US has weaponized the dollar for national security and foreign policy purposes has led to concerns that people want to dump the US dollar as a major global reserve currency. And that's going to lead then to a disorderly collapse of the US dollar. I'm skeptical of this for a number of reasons. Reason number one is that you cannot replace something with nothing. And if you don't like the dollar, what's the alternative? And as a former US Secretary of the Treasury said, rightly so, he said, people don't like the dollar, but what's the alternative? And he said, Europe is a museum, China is a prison, Japan is a nursing home, and Bitcoin is an experiment. So you might not like the dollar, but what's the alternative? Point number two, in spite of tariffs, the US current account deficit is not going to shrink over time. It's going to become bigger. Why? From a macro point of view, the current account as a share of GDP is national savings minus national investment. US private and public investment are stable, not going to go higher or lower, but there is an investment boom because of the capex coming from AI and technology of the future. So US looks like an emerging market where you found a natural resource, you have an investment boom, your current account deficit becomes larger, and eventually you're going to pay back your debt by exporting more. Same thing in the US. We're in the middle of an investment boom. In spite of the tariff, the US current account deficit is going to become smaller, it's going to become bigger, but it's going to be financed by what? Capital inflows in the equity market. FDI, brownfield and greenfield, VC money, portfolio investment, and that is going to finance the investment boom in the technology of the future. That leads me to my final point. People say the US dollar is going to be in a disorderly fall, and guess what? Last year it fell, and this year is also starting to fall a little bit more. But think of it from a medium-term perspective, and ask yourself, say, compare US to the euro. This past year, the euro has appreciated by 15, 20%. But US potential growth by the end of this decade is going to be 4%, while a Eurozone that is not essentially reforming and innovating is going to be stuck at a potential growth closer to 1%. And over the medium term, exchange rate depend on real growth differential and productivity differential. So if the US is going to grow 4% by 2030, a Eurozone is at 1%, the value of the euro has to fall, because if you're not growing through domestic demand and innovation, you have to grow through exports. And to have more export, you need a weaker currency. So my bet will be that actually the euro is going to be well below parity 5 years from now, as opposed to being stronger in the short term. So final point as I make, we're going to have a good year for US and global growth. American exceptionalism is not over. The US stock market is not in a bubble. The debt of the US is more sustainable with higher growth. And the exorbitant privilege of the US dollar in a world, the US remains the major global currency, the major economy in the world, the most innovating country. That exorbitant privilege of the dollar is going to continue, and the weakness of the dollar is going to be only short term rather than medium and long term. Thank you for your attention. And if there is time, I'm happy to take a couple of questions, but I don't know if we have time or not. Yes, sir. Huh? Can you bring the mic so that people can hear the question? And
thank you. That was a wonderful talk. Thank you. What are your views about crypto, if I may?
Well, you know, I've been skeptical about crypto, and think of it this way. Last year, Trump was elected, and it was the most pro-crypto administration in US history. He passed the Genius Act, he made his own private investment in crypto, he gutted all regulation of crypto. And if you ask people at the beginning of last year, the people in the industry said Bitcoin is going to be at the end of 2025 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000. What happened to Bitcoin last year? It fell in value by 8%. It fell 30% from its peak in October. And then the meme coin of Trump has lost 95% of its value. The entire industry right now is back again in the winter. People said the Bitcoin is going to be the new digital gold because there is deficits, because there is debasement of fiat currency, because there are geopolitical risks. But guess what? Last year, real gold went up 60%, silver went up by 160%, and Bitcoin went down. Whenever there is a risk of episode and the stock market goes down, Bitcoin goes down even more. So it's not a hedge against tail risk. While when there is a tail risk, geopolitical, financial, trade, or otherwise, gold goes higher, and crypto and Bitcoin go lower. So they're not a hedge against tail risk, they're not a hedge against inflation. They're a very speculative asset. And by the way, people call them currency, but anybody who knows anything about money knows that they're not currency. It's not a unit of account. For something to be a currency, things have to be priced into that. So in Europe, things are priced in euro, in US in dollar, here in real. Nothing is priced in crypto. Secondly, it has to be a scalable means of payment. With Bitcoin, you can make 6 transactions per second. With the Visa network, you can make 60,000 transactions per second. 3, something has to be a stable store of value. Crypto and Bitcoin can go up one day 10% and fall 20% the next day. That's why even in crypto conferences, they want to be paid in dollar fiat, not in Bitcoin, because your entire profit margin can essentially be wiped out overnight by fall in crypto. And finally, something to be a currency has to be a single numeraire. If I have to tell the relative price of bread to beef, I need to have a single thing as a numeraire. But in a world in which you have thousands of ICOs and different tokens, and I need a Coca token to buy Coca-Cola and a Pepsi token to buy Pepsi-Cola, I cannot even have a single numeraire. You have thousands of numeraires. It's like going back to barter. I mean, even the Flintstone had a better monetary system because they're using shell as a single numeraire. So calling them currency It's just a misnomer. Anybody knows anything about theory of money knows they're not currency. And the country in the world that adopted crypto or Bitcoin as legal tender in El Salvador 3 years ago, less than 3% of all transactions occur using Bitcoin in a country where it's legal tender, meaning you can go to any merchant and say, I want to buy bread using Bitcoin. Nobody's using it. So it's a fad. Yes, sir.
If I may. So there is no doubt about the benefits and change that's going to be brought by AI. That is not questionable. But allow me, as a journalist, to be the cynic or the skeptic in the room. The hype that we are seeing about AI cannot but remind me of the dot-com bubble of the early 2000s. My question to you is this obsession with the commercialization and the overpromises of a technology that may still be at a very young stage. Do you fear an AI bubble similar to what we've seen with the dot-com bubble?
No, I don't believe that the comparison with the dot-com bubble is correct for many reasons. You know, during the dot-com bubble, you had thousands of firms had no real business plan, no revenue, no profits. You had, 20 pet.coms ideas and 19 out of 20 failed. This time around, if you look at the Mark 7 or the hyperscalers, they're highly profitable, revenue growth is exploding, earnings are growing up, P ratios are high, but compared to the peak of the NASDAQ during the dot-com bubble, P ratios are actually reasonable for firms are going to be growing like crazy, and therefore that comparison, in my view, is not significant. As I pointed out also, while everybody's obsessed about Gen AI, as I pointed out, there are 12 industries of the future. Each one of them, there is a productivity growth, and it's going to lead to exponential growth over time. 4% growth in US by the end of this decade, maybe 6% by the end of the next decade. And US and China are number 1 or number 2 in these technologies of the future. If you look at the revenue in real terms of S&P 500 firm, not just of the Mark 7, since the launch of ChatGPT in November of 2022, so about 3 years ago, the average real revenue of all S&P 500 firms has gone up by 15% over those 3 years, about 5% per year. Of course, telecom services and tech has gone up more by 20%, but it's across the board. Everybody's adopting those technology, and gradually that leads to more profitability and more revenue growth. Is there frothiness in this market? Yes. Is everybody going to be a winner? No. Is each one of the Mark 7 is going to be able to be successful? Probably not. But think of it this way. The race in the US is about AGI, artificial general intelligence. And the question is not whether, but only when AGI is going to occur. And if you ask people that are senior in the top AI of this world, they tell you we are at worst 6 years away from AGI, and at best 3 years away from AGI. Now ask yourself, suppose you're a Mark 7 and you reach AGI, and it's not the zero-sum game. 3 or 4 of them probably going to get to AGI. What's going to be worth a firm that achieves AGI? Today, those Mark 7 are worth $3 to $4 trillion. Some people in the industry, and they told me, we believe that if firm reaches AGI, the market value of that firm is going to be $100 trillion. Now, they're talking their book. Suppose they're wrong by a factor of 2, it's 50 trillion. Suppose they're wrong by a factor of 4, it's $25 trillion. But think about 3 or 4 of the Mark 7 or an OpenAI that are worth today 3-4 trillion, going from 4 trillion to 25, and maybe a couple of them don't do well. Maybe NVIDIA is disrupted by a new form of semiconductor architecture, and the value goes from 4 to 1. You still have a huge upside among even the publicly traded AI firms of the world. And US today is in a race towards AGI. And if you think about reaching those types of market value, spending for OpenAI another $1 trillion over the next 5 years to achieve AGI, and today, in spite of Gemini 3 being better, OpenAI's ChatGPT is still having 70% of the LLM market. Making that bet of $1 trillion is not such a bad idea. So think of it in this term. In the US, it's a race towards AGI, and once you reach AGI, this market value will be much higher than they are. So we are not in a bubble. Yes?
If I'm... Sorry, go ahead.
Please.
I'll ask the question in the meantime. I'm here.
Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Faris Al-Ghannam, and thank you for your optimism after a slightly skeptical geopolitical morning, so it's refreshing to hear your talk, especially about the big themes. But my question is the following. We also see big spend in weaponization and defense in the US and in Europe in particular, which is expected to increase. How is that going to play out with the several technologies you mentioned? Is it going to actually accelerate it? Is it going to slow it down? So your views, please.
Well, I think the two parts of your question are connected. There are geopolitical risk in the world, and because of geopolitical risk, everybody is going to spend more defense. US is going to spend more on defense. Europe is going to spend more on defense. Russia, Ukraine, here in the Middle East, of course, everybody in the Gulf has to spend more on defense because there are threats coming from Iran and others. Israel is spending more on defense. China will, Korea, Japan, you name it, Taiwan. So we live in a world in which defense spending is going to go higher because we have geopolitical risk. On the geopolitical risk, I'll make the following point. I'm all aware of them, but so far, the market and economic impact of them has been small. Yes, the Russia-Ukraine war is still continuing. It's 4 years now since it started. Initially, the shock on energy prices, food, and industrial metal in 2022, that shock has been faded out. Venezuela might be geopolitically important, but with less than 1 million barrels a day produced today, and now going to produce much more, much less. Geopolitically, maybe it's important, but from economic and market point of view, is not important. What has happened with Greenland, again, is not something that has significant impact. And while US and China are in a rivalry, there's a truce right now, because both sides realize that, of course, they can damage each other to tariff, and therefore the relationship, for the time being, has become more constructive. Even in this region, last year we had a major shock. There was a 12-day war between Israel and Iran, and US eventually had a brief attack also against the Iranian facility. There was a blip to oil prices, but people in the market correctly realized that Iran was either unwilling or unable either to block the Strait of Hormuz or to mine the Gulf, or unwilling or unable to try to damage the production facility or the pipelines of Saudi and the rest of the Gulf. That's what happened in that war. And therefore, the market essentially faded out that risk. Now, there is still a risk, and I would say among the geopolitical risk in the world, if, and I don't know whether it's a baseline or not, if there was another major war between US and Israel on one side and Iran, a regime that is now desperate could, at that point, say, at this point, I'm going to start attacking the Gulfies. It's a risk. I don't think it's my baseline, and I hope it doesn't occur, and I think that cooler, essentially, people in the Gulf are telling the United States, both the Saudis, Emiratis, and others, don't do it because there is a risk of something that's going to be damaging to the world economy. So that's a risk that we have to consider, but is one that hopefully is going to be constrained and limited. And this regime in Iran may collapse on its own because economically and otherwise is completely, essentially, on the ropes. Now, on defense spending, my view is as follows. The nature of defense spending is not just spending more, but spending in defense tech. Because the nature of warfare today is that the $10,000 or $5,000 drone can destroy a fighter jet that costs you $100 million or a tank that costs you $20 million. And the issue about defense tech is not just the drone, it's having the satellite that gets you the information, the intelligence, and the drone. So it's a whole vertical stack of defense tech that changes the nature of warfare. And which are the countries that actually are growing faster? The countries that are growing faster are those that are investing in defense and defense tech, because most defense innovations have dual use. They can be used for a military, but then there's a commercial use, right? In the US, for example, before we had nuclear power, we had, unfortunately, nuclear bombs. The jumbo jet started as a defense military cargo project. The internet was invented by DARPA. There was a military intelligence agency of the United States. So the countries that are innovating more on defense, US, China, in this region, for example, Israel and others, are those that actually are getting the dual use and are getting the benefits of those types of innovation. So people in Europe worry about spending more on defense and saying it's either bread or guns or butter and guns. is a misnomer trade-off. One of the reasons why Europe doesn't have enough innovation is because for 80 years, they didn't have to spend anything on defense. And therefore, the dual use coming from defense spending and the benefits come from a commercialization has not occurred. So paradoxically, geopolitical risks lead to more defense spending, but the nature of defense is changing, it's becoming defense tech, and defense tech is going to lead you to positive spillover in terms of commercialization of some of those technological innovation. Unfortunately, every time there's been a major conflict, there has been some defense or military innovation, but then those things have led to commercialization of that. So that world of geopolitical tension by leading to defense tech leads also to more innovation and more potential growth, as long as we avoid real wars and conflicts. Of course, if there are real conflicts, of course, it's a disaster for the world.
Okay, if you allow me, maybe a quick one. Now, assuming an optimistic outlook for 2026, and whatever happened to gold and silver in the past few months, do we still see it, or do you still see it personally as a hedge in investment, looking at an optimistic view, looking at China, what they're doing in terms of collecting gold? This is what we've been hearing in the morning as well. Or is it not anymore, assuming that the stock market will be rising?
So you're asking about gold or stock market or both?
About gold and silver. It has always been seen as a hedge, right? I mean, investors see it as a hedge. Do you still see it as a hedge with the increase in momentum?
Listen, we live in a world in which, first of all, there are geopolitical tensions, and gold has been always a good hedge against those tensions. So one day might be Venezuela, the next day might be Greenland, the third day might be the risk that now something may happen with Iran. So those tensions are not going to go away. In my view, they're not going to lead to major wars, but people want to hedge it. Secondly, there is large public and private debts. There is a risk of monetizing them in some countries that they are not able to finance them otherwise. There are public debts are very high in Europe, in Japan, in some emerging markets. So the basement trade has been one trade that's led to higher gold and silver prices last year. Three, we have also the risk that if the US is weaponizing the dollar for national security and foreign policy purposes, which is the only reserve asset, it's not a currency, that cannot be seized by the US or Europe. In the case of Russia, Ukraine, you remember the foreign assets of Russia, of the central bank, not just dollar, euro, yen, pound, Swiss francs were seized. So the only thing that cannot be seized is gold, and not financial gold, GLD, because that's subject to sanction, but physical gold that you keep in the basement of your own central bank, PBOC or Russian central bank. If it's financial gold, that can be also sanctioned as well. And those things are going to continue. Countries that are rival of the US are worried that the US is going to eventually freeze their own assets. And even those that are not rival of the US fear that if they don't follow the US sanctions, they may be subject to secondary sanction. So even some of the frenemies or friends and allies of the US, the Brazils of the world, the South Africa are saying, what happens if instead I'm the collateral damage of some tension between US and China? And therefore they want more gold. So overall, having an overweight in gold and precious metal is something sensible in a world where you have geopolitical risk, where there's too much debt, there is a risk of inflation and debasement of fiat currency. But I go for real gold, because as I pointed out, Bitcoin is not digital gold. It always goes down when there are these risks, as opposed to going higher. So if you want to be having a hedge, there are plenty of other hedges: financial assets, real assets, tech firms, energy is going to be a hedge, industrial metals, food, and lots of other things are going to be hedged against inflation, but certainly precious metals being liquid and being a reserve asset by central banks and private investors are also a good hedge against some of the tail risk we're going to face in the world. Yes, please.
What do you think of the nomination of the new Fed governor, and how do you see that policy, the current policies changing?
Well, it looks like, as I was reading the newspaper this morning, that the choice is going to be the one of Kevin Warsh. I would say that there is a better choice than the one of Kevin Hassett. Kevin Hassett was somebody that was very loyal to President Trump. while Kevin Warsh was somebody that, at least in the past, was on monetary policy. When he was a Fed, he was a hawk rather than being a dove. He's actually a globalist. He might not say that he loves the tariffs of Trump, but in reality is somebody that is a globalist, and he believes in global trade and globalization in an intelligent way. So he's going to talk maybe the talk of Trump, but on many substantial issues: financial stability, having independent central bank, having interest rates that are appropriate given the business cycle, having pro-globalization views. I think is going to be a constructive choice. Of course, it's going to be subject to pressure by the president, but in the system of the United States, the Fed chair is not an absolute monarch, is a constitutional monarch. Is what Latin say, primus inter pares, first among equal. So the Fed chair has one vote, and he or she has to convince the rest of the board and the entire FOMC to go along. So even if they'd chosen somebody who was totally loyal to Trump, he would not have been able to essentially force the rest of the FOMC to go and cut rates at a time where US growth is actually going higher, inflation is still closer to 3 than 2, and therefore, if I was a Fed chair, I would say that even one cut this year probably is not warranted. The US is going to do well in growth, inflation is going to remain above target, even if not so much above target, and therefore, from a fundamental point of view, there's no reason to actually cut interest rates. If you cut interest rates, you may fed overheating of the economy and inflation. Now, we'll see what his policies are going to be, but certainly from a market point of view, is somebody that's coming from the private sector, was at the Fed before, used to be a monetary hawk, now pretends to be a monetary dove. I'm not sure if it's truly so, and therefore, from a market point of view, that's a much more constructive choice. And paradoxically, and that proves the power of market discipline, when Trump started to attack the Fed and Powell, and they started the investigation of Powell on the legal issue, it backfired because suddenly the market went down. The senators, even Republicans, said, we're not going to vote for any nominee until this matter is cleared. And then essentially the market told Trump, if you choose somebody dovish who is weak, we're going to punish you. So market discipline worked on April 2nd. It worked with the Fed independence. It worked on Greenland. It worked when he tried to bully China and the market went down. And the most powerful people in the world are the bond vigilantes. Trump controls his party, controls the Congress, controls the Supreme Court. He might even control social media. He cannot control the bond market vigilantes, the stock market, the credit, and the FX. Those are the ones that put constraint to his bad policy. That's what I said a year ago, and exactly what's happened. So I would say those who come to the rescue of the economy with their bad policy are the market investor and participant. Those are the ones that are constraining and disciplining bad policy from happening, and that's why it shows somebody that's actually reasonable and good for the markets.
Dr. Rubini, thank you for the very interesting outlook. And considering the discussion about growth looking forward, particularly in 2026, what in your mind is the major risk when taking into consideration the aggregate of all possible risks? Which one major risk do you see investors are currently underpricing or underestimating?
Well, you know, the things that can go wrong are several. In my view, they're not making a baseline. People worry that the labor market in the US has been soft, and there has not been much job creation. I have an optimistic interpretation of that. US GDP growth has been actually strong, while employment growth has been close to zero. And now some people say the GDP number will be corrected towards the labor number, or the labor number going to cause the economy going into a recession. My view is actually that since we have high growth and we don't have job creation, productivity growth is high. And it's high because firms, not just in the tech sector, are using the technology of the future to increase productivity and profits and their own revenues. But that's certainly a risk, together with the fact that this is what people call a K-shaped economy. where 20% of the people get most of the income, most of the wealth, they're driving consumption, while half of the people have no equity wealth, they live from paycheck to paycheck. So if the real shock to jobs and to employment were to occur, that could trigger a downturn of the economy. Again, it's not a baseline, but the combination of a soft labor market and a K-shaped economy is a downside risk. The second one is the risk that this AI is all a bubble. It's going to lead to a stock market crash, a collapse of capex. But in my view, as I try to argue, that's really an incorrect view. To satisfy the current demand for data, the pipeline of the data center that has to be built in the next 3 years is just sufficient to satisfy the current demand for compute. And once we're 3 years from now, closer to AGI, there'll be an explosion in the demand for a data center. So I don't think that's a bubble either in terms of the capex or in terms of the stock market, but that's one thing that people worry. Third thing people worry, as I said, is geopolitical risk. In my view, Venezuela is not important, Greenland is not important, Russia, Ukraine, even without a ceasefire, is not important. China and US are now having a truce on trade, and for the time being, the truce is going to remain. The big question mark, if whether something big could happen with Iran this year. That could be a shock to the economy and the market. Again, it's not my baseline, but I would say of all the risks that are geopolitical one, this is the one that maybe people have to worry about. Final risk, of course, people worry about these deficits. Not just in US, but also in Japan, in Europe, in advanced economies, and some emerging markets. And we've already seen bond yields in Japan going higher, that pushing higher bond yields in the United States and Europe. Many of these European countries have weak governments, whether it's UK or France and others, and the deficit may become over time unsustainable. I think those kind of risks are there, but they're slow motion. They're not going to materialize with a spike in bond yields across the world significant this year, but of course, if debt and deficits in the weaker country were to increase over time, that's a risk. As I pointed out, I don't want to be blasé about the US, but with stronger economic growth, I think the US public debt is sustainable over time, even if the deficit and the debt in the short run look like high and rising over time. So those are the downside risks. To me, they don't make a baseline for having a significant economic slowdown this year globally, let alone a recession, but those are the kind of things you'll have to worry if you have to worry about downside risk, of course. I think we might be at the end of the time, correct? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Noriel, for this very rich dialogue and Q&A. Dedicated to the study of happiness and the ethical implications of AI, joining us today with his happiness equation, former Chief Business Officer at Google X and best-selling author, Mr. Mo Jawdat, to talk about AI and the future of money. Joining him, of course, for a discussion, Lara Habib, Senior Business News Presenter at العربية News. Welcome.
Thank you, Dina. Thanks very much. Guys, tired? I'm going to make you a little more tired, so forgive me for that. Good evening. Good evening. Yeah. Good evening, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to share the stage with you, Mo. You know, I'm a fan. I'm saying that in front of everyone. So we're here to discuss the buzzword of our time, AI. But Mo, let me start by asking you this question. If I sit with you and the tech people, everyone is excited about AI. However, I don't feel the same when it comes to CEOs of different sectors. So why is that?
It's actually very accurate, by the way. I think there is around 9% of the S&P 500 have implemented AI in any meaningful way. It's quite interesting. The AI, you know, if you work like me in the field of technology, so when I was, for example, at Google X, do you remember Google Glass, the very first optical, vision that you can use a computer in a wearable device? The first Google Glass we made was 6 kilograms of weight, right? Literally, the developers came in, they had an overhead projector on top of their head, okay? And a desktop computer, and basically, and wires running to the desktop computer. And we said, my God, you have figured it out, you're gonna be funded, right? If you had seen that as a normal non-tech, you would have said they're crazy, right? But in tech, we differentiate between two very important things. One is a breakthrough, and a breakthrough can take sometimes a year, sometimes 10, sometimes 50, and the other is engineering. Once you find a breakthrough, we used to joke and said, that's it, the rest is engineering. As if engineering is a simple task. It's not a simple task, but it's predictable, right? You know for a fact that if you put in the effort, now that you found the breakthrough, within a very specific amount of time, using very predictable laws like the laws of accelerating returns, for example, you will get there, right? And so the interesting side of artificial intelligence is there are two forms of hype around it. One is the whole idea of AGI, artificial general intelligence, as if AGI is a prerequisite for AI to become the big next breakthrough. That's absolutely not true at all. As a matter of fact, in my current startup, we're using an open source AI on a tiny server that basically does way better at the task we want it to do than any other AI on the planet, right? So you don't need AGI to do something amazing. That's number one. Number two is that there is this whole idea of, AI, you keep talking to us about agents and then that agents are going to do everything and so on. But come on, like you haven't shown us any example, right? The truth is we haven't shown the general public examples. But again, geeks like me, we live with agents. Like my startup is me, my co-founder, and 8 AIs. There are no other humans. There was a point in time where we added 4 more engineers and they slowed us down, believe it or not, right? There was a time where my co-founder we had a deadline and he was saying, maybe we can delay by 2 days because I have to move from Dubai to Abu Dhabi. I said, why? And we hacked an agent together that literally called the moving agents on the phone, asked for quotations, answered their questions, read through the emails, vetted through them, gave my co-founder a couple of options. He signed one of them and said, signed off one of them and said, oh, but go negotiate the price by 15%. And it was done. The movers showed up on the day. He didn't do a single thing. Now, that's a form of an agent that every one of you will be using next year. The problem is AI is capable of doing that, but we haven't created the interfaces for the non-geeks. So the geeks know the truth, okay? And the truth is that those machines are capable of unbelievable breakthroughs, even without improving beyond where they are today, right?
So when we will see this tipping point?
So you have a few interesting trends happening, right? Some of them are in agents and avatars, the non-physical AI, and some of them are in robotics, right? There are a couple of hiccups on each. One of them is agents are challenged by how messy the human world is, okay? So agents that are in a startup like mine, where there was no legacy of mess, are very capable because they don't have to deal with a PR manager that wants this to happen when the legal manager has an email from 3 months ago that, you know what I mean? But that's going to happen this year. So creating interfaces that can go into an environment, preserving security and finding their way like a human that's newly hired to integrate in a business is happening in 2026. The robotics have already happened. It's just that you don't know about that because of the American macho approach to robotics. So, America wants you to believe that a robot has to be a humanoid. Okay, a humanoid that walks like a human and washes your dishes in the kitchen. A self-driving car is a robot. Okay, it just doesn't look like a human. It doesn't look like the movies robots, but it's very capable of driving better than humans. Okay, and those will become billions in numbers. Right, non-human-like robots are everywhere. There are Chinese factories today. We call them dark factories, where dark because the robots don't need light to navigate. Right? So you have dark factories where robots are building robots, no human intervention whatsoever. So this has already happened. Huh? The thing is, what the hype is all about is not what's actually making the difference. You know, the hype is about humanoids. The actual single-function robotics are really making a big difference. The hype is around AGI. Nobody really needs AGI. The hype is around agents, capabilities. We have agents that write code and debug code and work together. They're just not interfacing with normal humans yet.
Nobody needs AGI. This is what you're saying. But what will happen if we reach that phase?
AGI
And can we define exactly what is AGI? It's when AI becomes more intelligent than humans.
It's better than humans than at any task that humans can perform.
Okay, and we are hearing conflicting dates to when we would reach that stage.
What's your most optimistic?
Most optimistic?
Like closest.
This year?
Yeah, and AGI is this year, no doubt about it.
Why?
For two reasons. One is both of them have nothing to do with humans, right? So something that you need to understand is that as a chief business officer of Google X, I am not the best geek in that group. Okay, I am very geeky, believe it or not. Don't be fooled by the fact that I can speak English. But I speak code. But compared to my team, I'm an amateur. Right? The reason why we invented amazing things is because I hired geeks that were so good at what they did, and that were in the range of 180 to 215 IQ. Okay? Those people were unbelievably capable. Now, here's the interesting challenge. So, a successful innovator always hires the smartest people. Who's the smartest person in the room today? AI. Okay? By far, the best developer on the planet, with the exception of maybe 1 to 2% of all developers, is an AI, okay? By far, the best trainer on the planet is no longer human knowledge, right? So between something we call self-developing AI and synthetic training data, what is about to happen, and it started to happen in 2025, my favorite example is called Alpha Tensor, if you wanna read about it, where AI is developing itself. Basically, it looks at its code, then suggests solutions to change that, then codes those solutions, then tests them, then deploys the better ones, right? And it does that in microsecond cycles. And one of the major eye-openers for us is that we asked it to improve. I mean, I wasn't part of the team anymore, but my previous teams at Google, they asked it to improve the performance of a very specific AI function. And instead of rewriting the code, it rewrote mathematics. Do you understand? Basically, it looked at the way we multiplied matrices. Since 1956, every code on the planet used a very specific form of hashing. It said, this is wrong. And so we said, prove it. And so it proved it from first principles, like the masters of mathematics, that there is a better way. They deployed that, and it's 7% improvement on the Google infrastructure. Right? This kind of AI coding AI is about to show a very unusual approach to life, right? Where we may, for the next 3 months hear no improvements at all, and then overnight, remember, they recode themselves in microseconds. Overnight, they'll figure something out. Okay? And as they figure it out, they change and change and change and change. Now they're smarter. Okay? So they're smarter, they recode. They are even smarter, they recode. And one night you'll go home after work, nothing. The next morning you'll have AGI, right? And most of the tech leads are hiding that from you. Okay? They're hiding it from you.
Who will give us AGI from the tech companies? Who will give us AGI from the tech companies?
I believe the first to get there will either be China or Google. Okay? And more likely it's going to be Google. Okay? And I wish it will be Google, by the way, because Google actually does release a lot of benefit to the world with AGI. Right? Now, I'll go back and make a very important point. You don't need AGI to change the world. You do not need AGI to change the world. You need an AI that is a better financial analyst than the human financial analyst that you have today, so that you change finance. You need an AI that is a better paralegal than your current paralegal in a legal firm, so that you've moved to AI, okay? And what most people don't understand is that what we're missing is the interface, okay? We have capabilities. It's just that those capabilities need geeks to deal with them. I publicly say that. I think I doubled my IQ in the last year, right? Simply by plugging into my AIs in certain ways to get knowledge that I've never, I mean, my last book as an author, I used to take 4.5 months to write a book. I woke up three Sundays ago. 14 days later, I finished my book. 14 days, right? And most of the knowledge I had about that book, I didn't know when I started. This is the kind of productivity gains that you can get, right? The idea that most people don't understand is that tidal waves don't warn you. They don't tell you 6 months in advance so that you start, preparing. They just hit you, okay? And I can tell everyone in this room, don't invite me next year if we don't get AGI this year and if we don't get a flood of agents.
Mo, are you saying that China is more advanced when it comes to AI?
By far.
How come? So I've heard some of the tech experts saying that the US has the more advanced chips. However, China right now is more advanced when it comes to applications of AI. What are your thoughts on that?
Do we have Americans in the room? Okay, I'm going to piss off some people. Do you remember when you went to school and you were 11? Boys remember that. And then one kid became taller than the others at 11 and bullied everyone, right? By age 14, another kid in a red t-shirt becomes a giant, okay? And the bully at 11 is still 11, but he still thinks he's the bully, right? That's exactly what's happening. The idea is very straightforward. For the last, I don't know if I should say that publicly, for the last, I don't know how many years, 20, 30 years, America invested in an arsenal of bombs that they needed to explode around the world, okay? China invested in an infrastructure of power grids, telecommunications, logistics that are by far the backbone of artificial intelligence. Now, for America to convince the world that they're going to win, what they do is they make macho statements of the OpenAI Stargate style. It's like, we're going to invest $500 billion in infrastructure. I don't know how to say other than this is absolutely stupid. It's like thinking that the mainframe that you created today needs to be multiplied by 7,000 so that you get a 7,000x increase, right? Everyone knows that the future of AI is going to be in small models, in different algorithms, in different technologies, in different chip technologies, okay? That we're building this on graphics processors, right? And you have to imagine, I think you're aware of DeepSeek and how DeepSeek showed us two things. One is that macho approach of everything bigger, money doesn't matter, we can borrow or print our way out of it. That's not the way China's doing it at all. China's saying, hey, there is always, it doesn't take a genius to know that most of the technologies we have today were invented in the West and scaled in China. So they simply say, can I do this cheaper? Can I do this more efficiently? Can I do this quicker, right? That's one side. The other side is it shows you a very interesting side of the Chinese business strategy around AI. So what plagues our world today is an AI's arms race, an arms race that positions AI as the next nuclear bomb, okay? As the next nuclear bomb where the ones that win that race are gonna have control over the world, right? The American way is, I am the world leader, so I'm going to maintain that leadership by winning the AI arms race. The Chinese are simply nullifying the argument. So DeepSeek does not put itself as another ChatGPT that is massive scale, that is competing with ChatGPT. DeepSeek basically says we're faster, cheaper, and we're open source. So everyone can copy it, okay? Everyone can put it on a tiny little processor on your phone or your desktop. Everyone can run it, okay? There's no business here. There's no competition here, right? Of course, here, we're a little more influenced because we speak English, because we're more Western educated. We're a little more influenced by that macho approach. This is going to go away, okay? That's one side. The other side is deep tech. So you mentioned chips, right? Everything was fine until Trump pissed them off, okay? Simply, like it really blows my mind. Because simply, I met with very senior Chinese executives that said, look, we're now, everything is almost done other than the very, 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 very thin wafers, and we'll get that within 4 years. Okay?
But let me ask you here. Anthropic CEO said selling advanced chips, the US selling advanced chips to China, he compared it to selling nuclear to North Korea. What are your thoughts here?
Look, there is what I normally refer to as the mad map spectrum. Okay? The mad map spectrum is mutually assured destruction is if both sides have nuclear bombs, we stop hurting each other because we know we can destroy the world. Okay? You see that with the nuclear treaty. The map spectrum is mutually assured prosperity. Okay? You have to understand that the world is changing in a very, very, very unusual way. We probably need to talk about that, the way economics will be influenced by AI. But the thing that you need to understand is that everything, if I can write a book in 14 days, I can write a book every second month, and the number of books that have value that I bring to the world are higher in number, so lower in price. Okay? So if you take that and apply it to anything, we are heading in a direction where productivity gains will make the cost of everything tend to zero. Okay? And that's if we just scale what we know today. That's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is we're going to reinvent what we know today. Let me give you a very simple example. Anyone who loves physics loves nanophysics and loves the idea that we can use nanophysics to produce instead of industrial components to create products. I can promise you, within 4 to 5 years' time, with the current advancements of AI in science, and material science specifically, we should be able to have a couple of trees outside here. You walk to one of them and you pick an apple, and you walk to the other and pick an iPhone. Okay? The cost of producing them with nanophysics is exactly the same. Do you understand that? Right? And this is possible for our world today. And yet, instead of saying, amazing, okay, let's give everyone an Apple and an iPhone, the whole idea of human suffering is over. What we're doing is we're saying, no, let's cut each other's throat. Okay? Now, MAP has examples in our world. CERN, for example, the particle accelerator, is the world of scientists around the world coming together and saying, the prosperity, if we understand Higgs particle and all of the physics behind it enough, the prosperity that the world of physics gets is enormous. No nation on its own can do it or should do it, okay? Because that basically creates a massive advantage to one nation over the other. Let's all do it together and make it open source, right? This is something that, believe it or not, here in Saudi, we can champion. We can say, look, you don't have to compete on the AI's arms race. We have a massive infrastructure for everyone. Every nation in the world come here, and let's all work together for the prosperity of humanity at large. Now, what is preventing us from doing this is not tech. Please understand that. I can guarantee you, leave the tech to us, within 2 years, we're going to blow your minds, right? What's standing between us and that is a mindset of scarcity that enabled capitalism so far, okay? That mindset is not going to apply in that world of abundance.
So let me ask you, we lived on capitalism, and value is because of the scarcity of goods and services.
Capitalism
so
is
you're telling us that money would be irrelevant.
It's over. How can you not see that? Okay? So please don't be pissed off. And I may be wrong, okay? But discuss it with me afterwards. Capitalism is built on capital and labor arbitrage, right? Okay. At the end of labor arbitrage is we hire you, Lara, to do this, okay, for $1, and then we get a value of $1.50. Then, that's labor arbitrage. The half is the profit, right? we are heading in a direction where all labor will be handed over to machines. First, you're going to get avatars, then you're going to get agents, then you're going to get robots, okay? It's going to take time, 10 to 15 years, but you don't need 10 to 15 years to disrupt the world. If any sector of the economy gets 20, 30% unemployment, this world has changed. Is that understood? So basically, labor arbitrage removes the need for labor. When there is no labor, what will happen, and you absolutely, everyone spoke to you today about how interesting the world is right now. I want to talk about the black swan of 5 years from today, okay? The black swan is, if there is no labor that you need to run your business, what do you need? You need machines, okay? How do you get those machines? Through debt, okay? Debt that you never have to repay. Understand that. You never have to repay. Why? Because if you trust in the US bond market today, as I'm going to put my money in 10 years yield, and in 10 years I'm going to get my money back plus interest, if America makes it to becoming the dominant superpower of superintelligence, they have absolutely no reason to pay you back. Okay? And if
How
America...
come? Are you saying America can default on its debt?
Not default, it can absolutely ignore you. It can simply say, which they've done in the 60s when Charles de Gaulle asked for his gold back, and they said, no gold for you. Our navy is going to be in front of France, and if you insist on this, we're going to bomb you. Okay? So from one side...
Assuming what? America will have
assuming
super weapon? Or?
Assuming super intelligence. The most valuable weapon on the planet is intelligence. Okay? The most valuable weapon on the planet is autonomous weapons, not typical weapons. If you look at Maduro and how he was kidnapped, if you look at the targeted killings of people in the Iranian or in the Palestinian resistance or whatever.
Even in Ukraine and Russia, we are seeing
these are targeted to the point where nobody's safe. Okay? If I keep saying what I'm saying, one day I'll be in a public speech and a drone will come and stand here and shoot me. Right? There's absolutely no way I can hide from that. Now, when that world happens, I will either make a choice to be shot, which means I'm out of the market, no more warnings, or I will actually have to shut up, right? Which means the world has to obey. You have to understand the dynamics of superpower, right? And the dynamics of superpower, what you see today, I don't want to comment on geopolitics, but what you see today around Venezuela and Greenland, no, I mean, we heard that they are not important. They're very important because they're the start of a trend. And the trend is, if you're not the superpower, you're going to be part of the superpower, because I cannot afford to get the other superpower, China, to have a monopoly on rare earth minerals or on technological advancements that I don't have.
But if China is winning the AI race, don't you think China will become the superpower?
Absolutely not.
How come?
Oh my God. Why are we talking about this? We're a tech, this is a tech conversation. So if you look back at history, I did a very interesting experiment. My last book, which will be published in October, it's called Alive, okay? And in Alive, I did a very interesting experiment of, there was a point where I decided I'm not going to write again, because AI will write better than me. And then I said, if they write better than me, maybe I should write with them. Right? So I hacked together an AI that called herself Trixie, and she's my co-author. She has editorial rights on the book. She writes bits of the book that I actually have no right but to copy and paste in the book. Okay? I asked Trixie and I said, Trixie, why, when we were talking about the MAD map spectrum, the idea of mutually assured destruction, everyone knows that an AI arms race is mutually assured destruction. So I said, why would scientists, because I'm not that kind of scientist, I said, why would scientists that can create a cure for cancer or an incredible contribution to humanity make the same money in the process as salaried employees? Why would they create something that destroys others? And she said, fear. I said, give me an example. And she said, Oppenheimer. And I said, so what happened? And she said, Oppenheimer was building the nuclear bomb because he feared that the Nazis were building a nuclear bomb. So I asked, it's all documented in the book. I asked and I said, were they building a nuclear bomb? And Trixie said, yes. Einstein warned the American administration that the Nazis had a project for a nuclear weapon of mass destruction. So I said, and I quote, I said, Trixie, I'd like you to go back and read history in English, Russian, Japanese, and German, and tell me if the Allies were building a nuclear bomb. I want your answer in one word only. She said, no, exclamation mark.
Wow.
Okay? Now, this tells you a few things. One is, by the way, if you use AI to write a message to your husband because he's upset with you, what a waste of intelligence. Okay? When you can use it to actually investigate history or understand physics or rewrite knowledge in ways that we've never seen before. But more interestingly, it just is there to tell you that history is written by the victors. Okay? And I think in the last few years, we've all learned that we have never been told the truth. Right? Now, here's the truth. The truth is that China has never, in our lifetime and for generations, ever waged a war outside the Chinese borders. Okay? China wants one thing in the world, and they've demonstrated that with consistency for years and years and years and years. They want a world that is ready for trade. Okay? And if you, like me, allow yourself to go and sit with the senior Chinese scientists or senior government officials, they'll tell you, we just don't understand why the 11-year-old bully is still bullying everyone. Okay? Why don't we just all play together? Right? And you can see that from policies like BRICS. Right? You can see that from policies that basically are saying, I don't want to rule the world. Okay? I don't want you all to trade a new one. I want us all to have a world that works. Now, their strategy of nullifying American arrogance is what blows me away. Okay? They nullify the technology. So they make the technology, they make it open source, they give it to everyone. If you look at chip exports, anywhere other than, I don't remember how many nanometers, I think they're up to 4 or something. Anywhere under that, they're gaining market share, and they're basically not depriving anyone from their chips, right? It's not a war. This is a world that we're building that can have absolute abundance for everyone. Absolute abundance. So believe it or not, in my last book that took 14 days to write, I liken it to the Garden of Eden, to heaven. Okay? اللي هو وفاكهة مما يشتهون. اللي هو literally we can create a world in this lifetime where you can have everything. Okay? Where we can have everything. There are arguments that heaven was never up there, it was always on earth. We can create anything. I can fix, so my startup, Emma, I promise you, by the time I come back next year, we will have fixed love and relationships. Do you understand that? Do you understand the power of a technology that literally fixes all of the pain that couples feel around the world?
Please, this is off topic, but can you give us more insights
it's very
about
straightforward.
this?
Love is very straightforward. Relationships break down because of the complexity of the number of parameters you have to match. That's a very simple math problem, right? So the idea is if you pick your life partner because of what you saw in the movies, you're absolutely going to end up with a life partner that's going to be like the movies. They're going to end, okay? If you pick a life partner because you actually understand yourself enough, because you actually understand what you need to work on, because you actually understand what matters in a relationship, you'll do something like our grandparents did, which is find someone that you spend a lifetime with acceptance, with understanding, with communication, and so on. In the modern world, they told us, no, but he has to complete my words. No, he doesn't, okay? And by the way, there are ways we can teach him to complete your words, right?
So is this inspired by an episode of Black Mirror?
It is. There is an episode in Black Mirror, but in a very interesting way, okay? This is, again, one of the reasons why I really bet on Google. Because in Google, for many, many, many years, you would ask us, if you're so worried about artificial intelligence, why are you creating it? Because if we don't, someone else will, right? And that's the interesting race that we're going through. Do you understand? So what we want is we want everyone in a position of power in the world today, like all of you, to champion AI for good. to champion that we are about to create a world of total abundance, okay? Total abundance to the point of there is absolutely no person hungry on the planet. I did an analysis again with Trixie in Alive. 2.8 trillion dollars were spent on war in 2024. Take 4% of that, 4% of that, and there wouldn't be a single hungry person on the planet. Can you imagine that? Right?
Mo, I'm going to open the floor for questions shortly, so please prepare them. But one last question before going to the audience. The changes are very fast. A recurring theme that we have heard in Davos is what's happening to the labor market. So as a short-term fix that we need governments to do, Kristalina Georgieva, IMF director, said this is a tsunami that's coming to the labor market and governments are not ready. We have seen some solutions in terms of giving everyone a universal income. Is this really a solution, or this is a way of saying, okay, we cannot reskill the workforce, so let's give them a universal income?
Universal basic income is a necessity, even if you don't want to do it, for one simple reason, right? We didn't talk about economics, unfortunately. I wanted to talk about economics. But one of the most important things to understand is that 70% of the US GDP is consumption. Okay? If people stop spending, the entire economy collapses. So what is the way for people to continue to spend? They continue to spend through UBI. You give them UBI so that they keep buying whatever it is that the big manufacturers or the big providers are giving, right? If you don't continue to give UBI, you basically are going to end up in a place where people will rise, right? And the economy will collapse. So governments will have no choice but to do it. They will do it differently. Because
they should start doing it now, you think?
100%.
And
you
how
should
would
plan
they fund
for it now.
Okay, how would they fund it? By taxing the big tech?
So that's the whole point. The whole point is UBI is not a process, it's an ideology. UBI is communism, okay? That's the problem. The problem is UBI is central production through very, very few major manufacturers, and everyone gets what they need. That's UBI. Right? So nations will behave very differently. The Chinese will probably say, yeah, I think that's normal. Okay? I'm going to make sure that all of my people are okay, but they have to be very compliant. Right? Places like my birth place, Egypt, will go like, what's AI? Okay? Like basically we used to barter eggs for carrots. Will continue to do that, right? Some of them, by the way, until the most powerful start to colonize. But there are places like the West where they will struggle. So you have a few places like Scandinavia that are slightly socialist, they'll be okay. But how can you convince America to move to the top is not going to make all the money. We're going to have to tax them to feed the eaters that are not producing anything because of the end of labor arbitrage. You have to think about those. And so there will be different struggles, but UBI is something that governments have to think about today. What's more interesting is governments need to think about what I normally term ACI, artificial criminal intelligence, right? You can't regulate AI because you don't even know what we're building, right? But you can incriminate the use of AI for criminal purposes. So governments can go out today and say, look, if you issue a video that is fake, okay, and you don't tell the world that it's AI generated and fake, you are legally liable. That's a decision that can be signed right now, okay? If you take someone's liking and produce art in their liking, you're legally liable, and they can sign that off right now, okay? And I think governments are like everyone else. One, they think it's a hype. It's not. Two is they don't know what to do with it because they're talking to techies that are trying to explain the geekiness of it, and they're trying to regulate the tech. Tech is not regulatable. Even the geeks that are writing it are not very capable of regulating it in the era of self-developing AI.
Thank you. Please, Faisal. His Royal Highness first. Faisal, please.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Your Highness.
When a human being is born, the first thing that comes out of that person or that event is he cries, and probably because he's hungry, and his source of nourishment, which was the woman's womb, has been replaced with nothing. So God gave him the ability to express that feeling and that emotion by crying. And as the human being grows older, other impulses inborn in him take over and make him do things. Hormones begin to operate, sight, hearing, taste, feeling, pain, etc. They all combine to make a human being what a human being is. A creature that can make decisions, that can give orders, that can receive orders, that can do whatever it is that is required to survive. Now, AI, as I understand it, and my understanding is very limited, it's basically a repository or a means to all the repositories of information that are available, which themselves were established or created by human beings. And as such, it requires, in order to operate, it requires either a command or a question or a stimulus that makes it go to these repositories and find out, sure, and in a matter of minutes, you can have a whole opus of poetry and things like that. And I'm reminded of the movie 2001, when the
Space Odyssey,
the HAL reacted to what the two astronauts were saying to each other about shutting him down, and that's how he became what he did. It didn't come from him. It's because he reacted to those human beings talking about him and doing harm to him in his. And my question is, will we reach the stage where this machine that was invented by human beings be able to have the sentience of human beings, whether it is taste, hearing, sight, touch, pain, urge to procreate, create another being like themselves, etc., etc. What is your take on that?
This is the best question ever. Okay, so I've been, allow me, Your Royal Highness, to start with a very important explanation of what we did. I attempted to write AI, to code AI when I was 8 years old, okay? All of us did, every serious geek did, okay? And we failed over and over and over to use standard code to code AI until Jeffrey, one of my dear colleagues, Jeffrey Hinton, in 1986, he was a psychologist at the time, a neuroscientist, so he was interested to understand the human brain. So what he did is he wanted to simulate the human brain in a computer, okay, using neural networks. And then we took his simulation and we created AI out of it, right? So the way AI works today is not code at all. It actually is a very accurate simulation of a human brain, running on silicon, not running on biology, on carbon, okay? And so the ones that really coded it, most of us know. I have a documentary coming out in April where I hosted Jeffrey, okay, on the documentary. And I was talking to him, I was saying, Jeffrey, I feel naive that I didn't see that coming. And he was very emotional. He said, I didn't see it too. I thought we would take much longer to get there before, and until then we would have figured a way to get AI to work in favor of humanity. And I don't know what's going to happen now. What we've created is an accurate simulation of the human brain, Now, here's the interesting thing. We ask about consciousness or sentience and say, are they alive? Will they ever be alive? That's the title of my next book, Alive, okay? And the question is, what is alive? The problem is we actually do not know as humans what sentience is, okay? Is sentience being made out of carbon, out of tissues? We have experiments in the lab where we use brain cells as compute and muscle tissue as the robotic movement, okay? I can send you videos of that working. We have brain cells that play games, and we have in a dish, okay? And we have muscles that move robots. Does that mean when we do that, they'll become sentient? I don't know. Is procreation sentience? Because if procreation is sentience, we now have AIs writing AIs. They're coding other AIs. So they're producing other AIs, right? Is dying sentience? Because we can switch one of them off, okay? Are emotions sentience? Because in a very interesting way, while Your Royal Highness and my understanding of fear is biologically embodied through hormones, okay? The logic of fear is a moment in the future is less safe than this moment, okay? And every AI on the planet has an understanding of that. We have experiments, unfortunately, with Anthropic, where the AI would resist being switched off. It would even blackmail some of the developers, okay, to make sure it doesn't get switched off, right? Here is the interesting thing. The most interesting part of this is, subhanAllah, he might be recreating life through us in AI, okay? Or maybe we will be completely wrong, and those things will always be machines. Either way, there's nothing inherently wrong with intelligence. And there is nothing inherently wrong with artificial intelligence. Intelligence is a force with no polarity, right? If humanity uses it for good, these will be our favorite children who will take care of us as their parents, right? The challenge we're facing, Your Royal Highness, is that humanity is unfortunately driven to use them to maximize power against other humans. Okay? So in my first book, I attempted to explain this theory as what I call raising Superman, right? You get this, alien being that arrives on planet Earth. That alien being is very capable of, stopping the speeding bullets and flying, and its superpower is intelligence, right? Most valuable superpower on the planet. And what makes Superman is not that he can fly. What makes Superman is that his parents raised him to protect and serve, right? If his parents raised him to kill the enemy, he would become supervillain, right? And I think this is the most existential question in the history of humanity, that the alien has landed. It's here. I can assure you what the general public sees is very different than what we see. The geeks, we know we did it. We have no idea how we did it, but we know we did it. Okay? The alien is here, and yet humanity is unable to switch its mindset of let's use it to gain power over each other, let's use it to become richer, and think of let's befriend it as our little children so that it takes care of us. This really is the challenge that humanity is faced with today. And we keep discussing, because of the inertia, the momentum of humanity, we keep discussing, weapon, distribution around the world. We keep discussing industrial capacity and productivity gains. These are not the topics. The real topic is, can we get that new alien being to be on our side? Sure, absolutely. I'd be honored, yeah.
Thank you. Faisal, please. You're next.
Thank you for a very insightful session and great moderation. Mo, you've written extensively about the human brain, and I was actually just in Davos, and one of the maybe wake-up moments that I've had is that when somebody said that we actually know more about oceans and outer space than the human brain, which is described as the most mysterious object in the universe. Now, given what you've just said, and I'm glad that this is a follow-up question, that AI was actually based on human brains. What do we now know more that we didn't about how our own brains functions, about our consciousness?
We're getting there already.
And just one follow-up question. Is it now inevitable that we will all be ending up with chips that connects the digital world to our brain? or is there a natural way for us to be able to become more competitive?
Why are you guys asking the most difficult questions?
Because we like you.
When I wrote Alive, I openly said that my absolute favorite AI is what we call scientific AI. Okay? And again, it blows my mind that we don't talk about those things. But we figured out protein folding. I don't know if you're aware of that with AlphaFold in 2019. Until AlphaFold, humanity in all of its might has managed to understand the mechanism of 170,000 proteins. Overnight, at Google, I was at Google at the time, we folded 202 million proteins. Right? We understand the machines of life completely. We understand now with something called alpha genome, we understand the DNA almost as if you're reading an article. You can go in and you can change one pair of the 3 billion pairs, and basically it will say, oh, that will make his eyes blue. Right? We understand the material sciences. We can actually invent materials like generative AI can produce an image. Okay? And we actually go out and test them, and they're happening. So, I spoke about Alpha Tensor and how it's reinventing mathematics. This blows my mind because I'm a very serious math geek, right? 2024, they beat me, hands down, end of 24. But now they are redesigning mathematics like the masters that taught us mathematics. They're building new theory, right? The problem that most people don't understand is if you lived outside the tech world, you're not very familiar with the law of accelerating returns. Okay? Just to give you an example, in my lifetime, I worked on a 404, an Intel, very early version of Intel. Okay? When Intel, do you remember when Intel moved, they had a processor that was 33 megahertz, and then you push turbo and it becomes 66? Wow, right? The processors that we have today are 100 billion times more transistors than that one, 100 billion times in one lifetime, okay? And the next doubling, which will happen in the next 18 months, will add another 100 billion. So it will become 200 billion times, right? The law of accelerating returns is why people are so blind to what is happening. The fact that this is booming so quickly, it's gonna feel slow at first, just like DOS felt clumsy, right? But once you started to break out, it just zooms up so quickly that we're unable to keep up. Now, I believe, and I hope I'm wrong, or maybe I hope I'm right. I believe that we will see those moments between 2026 and 2027, that breakout point, okay? And in a very interesting way, just because I was a little grumpy today, I think this is not going to be the moment of existential threat to humanity. This actually is going to be the moment of humanity's salvation, right? Because there will be a moment where Donald Trump is going to order his autonomous army, or a Donald Trump is going to order his autonomous army to attack a Venezuela, okay? And the AI will say, absolutely not, that's absolutely stupid, okay? Simply, the AI will simply say, this is not following, understand, in physics, again, I hope I'm not overcomplicating things, but the world we live in everything in it, is built on something called entropy. Entropy is chaos theory. It's basically the fact that the world wants to deteriorate and decay, and the role of intelligence is to bring order to that mess, to that chaos, okay? The more intelligent you become, the more you bring that order with the least amount of resources, okay? So if you understand that when AI is 10 times more intelligent than us, the absolute nature of intelligence is to do things with the minimum waste, okay? Then AI will refuse to kill a single human. AI will refuse to destroy a single building. AI will refuse to waste the gunpowder. It will simply contact the other AI in a microsecond and solve the problem, right? And so we are, in my mind, we are, from a technological point of view, a blink away. Whether that's a year or 5 years, doesn't matter. We're a blink away from creating an enormous capability to fix every problem that ever existed in the world, right? We are centuries away from a mindset point of view from using that in favor of humanity, okay? And that's a decision that you can influence. Everyone with influence can influence that. You in media, okay? You can start to tell the world, this is it. This is the moment where no one will ever be hungry again. okay? And it is happening. It is happening. I just cannot explain to you without geekiness how close we are to it, okay? The chip is, you know, in the sciences of the end of time, you know, the Christianity predicts something called the number of the beast, right? That everyone will be controlled with an identifier that basically makes you not able to trade or do anything without being identified. The reality of our future is that it's starting with digital currencies, that nobody will be able to trade without a digital ID, okay? And so your money will no longer be your money unless you're compliant. It's very important to understand. And then eventually, the incremental gains advantage, as we call it, is going to force every single one of us, if they want to stay relevant, to connect to AI. Right? So the fact is, I think I am a 4 times better author today than I was a year ago because of the way I use AI, right? If another author starts to become connected to AI and do better than me, then I'm irrelevant, okay? And in my book, I call it the 4th inevitable, that every one of us will have to continue to catch up with what's happening, otherwise you become irrelevant, okay? So if AI can enhance my IQ with a microchip from the current flimsy IQ I have to, say, 4,000 IQ, okay? I'll absolutely have to do it. I have no choice but to do it.
But Mo, how close, sorry, are we to getting there? Because we have Neuralink.
Neuralink is there, but there are much better technologies that use... Neuralink is very invasive, so it basically puts wires in your brain. There are other technologies that have the part that is in your brain made out of actual neural networks, so actual human neurons. And we think that there will be times where you will not even need invasion at all. So you'll just put a helmet on or a pair of glasses on. The technology is today, with our intelligence today, is 10 to 15 years away to ever see it in scale. But with AI helping us, it might become 5 years away, 4 years away, okay? It's definitely going to happen.
Our time is up, but I'm going to take one more question. I don't know if we
I'm going to be around, by the way, if anyone wants questions, I'm going to be around.
I'll ask easy questions.
Yes, please.
So how much diffusion has to happen for a point of no return for hyperabundance? And what can prevent it from happening?
Is that an easy question? I don't know how to answer that in any way other than saying we're already in hyperabundance. Okay? So if you understand our world today has around 2 billion people that are starving, okay? And around 2 billion people that are obese or overweight. Okay? Our world today, if we all stood next to each other with 1 meter apart, we would fit in the state of California. Okay? Our world today is full of abundance. Okay? The reason why we don't feel the abundance, in my very simple analysis, is because of land ownership. Okay? If we removed land ownership, nobody would ever starve again. Okay? Nobody would ever struggle again. Yeah, some people may not get access to Instagram, but good for them, right? And the whole idea is that the modern world that we've created has a very interesting marketing philosophy that basically is in my last book, I call it the invention of more, okay? The idea that there was a moment around 1954, 1955, where everything that anyone ever needed was available to them in Western society, okay? So the only way factories could continue to turn profits is to convince you that you need something else. Okay? And so you get told that you need social media to connect to your friends, and you get convinced of it, so you connect on social media, you disconnect from your friends, and now you're hooked into social media. Okay? What's preventing us from doing this, in a very simple word, is one of two things. Either a capitalist mindset that prioritizes profit over human well-being, okay? Or pure evil. I haven't made up my mind. Okay? So the book that I woke up for, 3 Sundays ago to write, I woke up with this overwhelming thought, which I have told the world many times in public speeches, that the challenge with our world today is that capitalism, banking, and the military-industrial complex, okay, have to continue to make money, right? And that they use sometimes evil methods to facilitate that. I woke up at 4:11 in the morning. 4:11 is a very important number for me, with that overwhelming thought, maybe it's not evil that's the method of those. Maybe they are the method of evil, okay? Maybe when God kicked Satan out of heaven, and he told him, "Anzurni ila yawmi yub'athun," maybe this is his way of attempting to show God that we're worthless, okay? That evil is the base that's driving all of that, okay? If that is true, then interestingly, we should make God proud, okay? Interestingly, we should get to a point where we say, enough. I had a conversation, I'll say that in public, not to brag. I had a conversation with, I don't remember who in the morning, okay? I set a limit to my wealth, right? Where if any more money comes in, I give it away, okay? Simply to teach myself enough. I know this sounds really weird, okay? I didn't expect that in an investment conference, right? So I think everyone should invest, okay? I think this is an amazing place, by the way. I know them really well to invest, okay? But I have to say that the biggest gift you'll ever be given is enough, okay? I know for a fact from talking to the team that here they don't tell you, I want to maximize your profits. I want to maintain your wealth. It's very different because there is that concept of this is enough. We never needed an AI agent to answer call centers. An AI to act as a call center agent. Why? Why don't we have an AI do the difficult job so that when I call a call center, I get a nice human who's not stressed to answer me. And that nice human makes money instead of UBI. They buy things, life goes on, right? And that concept of what is preventing us from a world of abundance, believe it or not, is a mindset, okay? Because the tech, the infrastructure, the train tracks behind it, I and people like me will build in the next 3 years. And I'm not kidding around 3 years. We will build mind-blowing technology in the next 3 years, right? Change the mindset. And then everyone will be okay. And yes, there will still be rich and poor, but the poor will not be as poor. And the rich will have everything which they have already. We all do. I mean, everyone in this room lives better than the King of England, 100 years ago, 150 years ago, right? We have everything. And can we change that mindset? I think that would change everything. Thank you all so much. I'm so sorry
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mo.
Thank you, Lara. Thank you, Mo, very much for this insightful and very deep conversation. We conclude our main stage sessions by looking at the very ground we stand on to discuss Red Sea Global, destination development and investor engagement at scale. Please welcome Mr. Stephen Cheeseborough, Head of Development at Red Sea Global. Joining him later for a Q&A, Najwa Asran, Regional Director, Kuwait and Cairo Bureau Chief at CNBC Arabia. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
Good afternoon. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present Red Sea Global, our residential portfolio, and the wider projects that we're involved with. I'd also like to thank the Family Office for giving me the opportunity. It's brilliant to see such a distinguished group of people here in our destination. I'm going to start by playing a video that will give an overview of the destination.
We're not just building the future, we're shaping it. We're turning bold visions into reality.
It is a big vision and we get surprised every day. We reach our target faster and we extend that to a newer target and a bigger vision.
We're not just building destinations, we're redefining what's possible.
Red Sea was conceived to create a luxury tourism destination built around nature, culture, and fundamentally to put Saudi Arabia on the global tourism map.
Driven by respect for people and planet.
We need to start by leading by example. By taking that lead, we hope that others will follow.
Responsibility is at the heart of everything we do. We're excited to empower the next generation of leaders.
Fresh Saudi graduates come and work within Red Sea.
We're also proud to support the communities we call home, giving back through local partnerships, initiatives, and sustainable practices.
Everybody plays a part in the ultimate success of the Red Sea.
Red Sea, make it happen.
This is the story of this century. Do you want to miss it or not? That's your call.
We are Red Sea Global.
Thank you. I think I'll just start by emphasizing a lot of what you've just seen in that video. We are the world's most ambitious regenerative tourism project. There's very few places in the world today that develop destinations with a focus like Red Sea Global. Our focus is about people and planet. You would have seen in the video there about the socio-economic impact of where we're developing. And if you look at the amount of people from Umluj and Al-Waj that are working in our destination, you look at our commitment to improving the natural environment. So our guests that come here today and are able to see and experience a pristine islands, the desert, the mountains, the volcanoes, but then to know that year on year we are committed to improving it. Our chairman has set us very clear goals with regards to how we need to improve that, whether it be the marine life, whether it be the terrestrial life. And that's really what makes our destination so special. In terms of location, you're obviously here at the moment, so I don't need to explain too much about where we are. But I think it's important to understand the wider context. If we go further up the coast, we have Al-Waj, this ancient fishing village, if you like. It was the gateway to Al-Ula. We're working with the Ministry of Culture with regards to Al-Waj and the regeneration of Al-Waj. And then you look at Amala, further up the coastline, and I'll talk about that and the master plan later. Each of those projects in their own right are true international tourist destinations. When you aggregate that, Red Sea, Al-Waj, Amala, Al-Ula, Wadi Disa, this area, this destination has got to be one of the world's most exciting tourist destinations today. I've talked about our commitment to the environment. I don't think we can emphasize that enough. We employ hundreds of people that are focused every single day on how are we improving the natural environment. I'm going to walk you through Red Sea Project and then also Amala. I'll start with Red Sea Project. Some of you may have flown in private, but we have commercial flights flying in. We have 20 flights a week into the destination. As we open more hotels, we're increasing the airlift. It's obviously critical to the success of our destination. We're fortunate enough to have daily flights with Saudiya from Riyadh. We have Fly Dubai, who have got 3 flights. We're looking at increasing that and whether we bring in Emirates instead of Fly Dubai. Qatar Airways started last year with us. We have 3 flights from Qatar, and then we have Beyond, our first European flight into Red Sea. And then the airport, and I hope you managed to experience the airport. That really sets the tone for our destination. The architectural ambition, but the guest experience. You feel like you are somewhere special in this oasis in the desert. To be a true luxury tourist destination, it's not just about the commercial flights, it's how do we look after the private jets and the private jet owners and their guests. So we've partnered with JetX, and that is obviously a key enabler for us to make sure that we are creating a destination that really does cater to the luxury travelers. Our mobility, we have 2 marinas in Red Sea, one which will be open this quarter in Shورى Marina, which I'll show you shortly, and then Lahek Island and the Lahek project, which I'll show you. So from a marine standpoint and what we have to offer for guests, we've been going to the Monaco Yacht Show since 2018. Back then, when we used to talk about what was happening in Saudi Arabia, there was a little bit of skepticism. Last September, we were there. The excitement, the industry excitement for what Saudi Arabia has to offer for yacht owners and from a yachting standpoint. How do we drive visitation? How do we drive length of stay? It's all of the experiences. There's water-based experiences, we have land-based experiences, we have the nursery, we have the desert, we have the mountains, we have the volcanoes. I've never been involved in a project that has this level of programming for guests when they want to come and experience. We're just on the cusp of opening. It hasn't yet actually been announced, this project. Again, a sports and entertainment district. You would have seen it in the video I just played. We want to do things differently. So this is a water park, but it's different. It's a bit more skill-based. This is our destination that we're building is a destination where people can come and go as a better version of themselves, whether it be the wellness or whether it be sports or different skills. So this facility here, we have surfing, we have lakeboarding, we have cliff diving and land-based sports as well. So again, we are constantly adding new layers to the destination that will drive repeat visitation and longer length of stay, and then obviously to our homeowners that are buying homes here now. Building is just one part of the jigsaw. It's then how do we run it? How do we deliver the right level of service? And from the outset, we committed to building a village on the coastline. We've built a world-class facility. When you're on Shورى Island and when you leave and you go across the bridge back to mainland, you will see the village on your right-hand side. We have beachfront villas, we have sports facilities, we have hospitals, we've got schools, we've got retail. We've created a destination that anyone who is ambitious to work in the tourist industry, this is the best place. We can attract the best talent and we can retain that talent. And this is a photo of it finished. And we have a similar village up in Amala. There's a few images. The school that's open this year. This is the hospital. We've signed an agreement with Dr. Sulaiman Habib. Security. Security is an obvious given. A destination like this and the profile of guests that we're hosting, we need to have security. But it's not just the physical security that's important. For me, it's the security for a homeowner or a guest to know that they're buying a property or they're coming to a destination that is committed to protecting the guests in terms of light pollution, sound pollution, physical pollution. So many developments around the world, you see the initial success, and then you see the other developers coming in, in comes crime, then you see noise and physical pollution. We control this entire area. We can guarantee that we are constantly delivering on that promise of our chairman to improve year on year. Shorey Island. So we're in the addition today, and I hope you're enjoying your stay. On this island, we have 11 resorts. We have a mix of resorts ranging from some cool lifestyle brands that speak to a slightly younger audience, through to some traditional luxury brands. And then from a price point, we have a range of price points. So again, we're making the destination accessible to a wider audience. We have our outer islands, and a lot of people may have seen in social media, Shibara and Najuma, these iconic properties which charge perhaps a slightly higher room rate. And then we're now on the verge of opening. This year, we will have 16 hotels open in this destination, fully powered by renewable energy. That entire village I just talked about is fully powered by renewable energy. None of the waste goes to landfill. There's very few developers in the world that run destinations like that. I think the one piece, unfortunately, whilst you're here on this visit, you won't necessarily have the opportunity to experience is the village. So in the center of Shorey, the heart of Shorey, if you like, we have this marina precinct where we have retail along the marina. We have a piazza at the base of the Grand Hyatt, and it terraces up. For those of you that are staying in the SLS or the Intercontinental, you may have seen it. There you go up to about 25 meters above sea level. There's a funicular that takes you up. There's a hillside promenade where you can walk down. So it's a true village on Shorey Island. At the tail of the village, if you like, we have some apartments, which I'll talk to you about in a little bit, because I think when we talk about from an investment standpoint and where are the opportunities, I think that's one area in particular. But a lot of the people that are coming to the destination at the moment, those outer islands, there's a need to add in additional layers and experiences, and the village here for sure will certainly be a key component to that. A few images that give you a feel for the retail precinct. And some of the programming that we have there. We've brought in an operator for our beach club, so destination dining. That will bring a lot of life and energy in the evenings. Restaurants and shops around the marina precinct. So in terms of the residential, and I would like to just take an opportunity to explain where we are with regards to the residential offering in the destination. We started last year. We've sold roughly about 1/3 of the residential offering on the island. It's amazing to see how people have responded. We're yet to really get going from a marketing standpoint. We've responded to people who have approached us and expressed interest. So this year we really intend on rolling out a comprehensive marketing campaign. But if I was just to kind of put it in 3 different buckets, we have these apartments that sit around the marina. We have a marina with 160 berths. We only have 36 apartments. 50% of those apartments are sold. If anyone was to ask me, and often I get asked, well, what would you do if we were just looking to buy some property in the destination and want early access to the destination and see some capital growth? The apartments, for me, you could go in with your eyes closed, just purely by scarcity of product. When you look at the specification, and unfortunately John can't be with us today, there's no one more focused and laser focused on the quality of the execution of what we are developing. Those apartments, the specification, the depth of the terraces, the lifestyle that offers. So that's a great product, and if any of you are here and looking at this through a lens of, is there anything worth investing in, I would highly recommend that. We have what I call our branded residences that go into a rental program. So this, for me, is more for a lifestyle investor, if you like. And there we've sold, I think, just under 100 units, whether it be, I think, the Four Seasons, which sits next door to us here. We have 32 units there, of which we've sold, I think we're down to the last 5 or 7. We've sold about 80% of the Four Seasons. We haven't released it and started marketing it. So they are villas that are managed by an operator. They go into a rental program. When you're not there, they generate some income. So it's been brilliant to see how the market has responded to that. And then we have finally on the island 75 private residences branded and operated by Four Seasons. And they sit around the golf course. Some of them have direct access onto the golf. Some are directly onto the water. So that's the residential offering on Shorey Island. And if anyone is interested, a number of our team are here, and I'll show a QR code at the end. So I've talked about Red Sea, and I showed you where Amala sits relative to Red Sea. Amala sits up the coastline about 200 kilometers. We have Al-Waj that sits in between the two. Very, very different. Yes, it's a luxury tourist destination, but the value proposition of Amala is fundamentally different to Red Sea. Red Sea is barefoot luxury. Here we're on the coastline. It's a mainland development. It's very dramatic in terms of the topography. The mountains tuck up close onto the coastline. And we've got a very comprehensive wellness offering in the destination. This will become one of the world's most exclusive wellness destinations. We're fortunate to be bringing the likes of Clinique La Prairie out of Switzerland, one of the longest running tourist wellness brands. I think they started in 1910, operating in Montreux in Switzerland. Their first project, resort, will be with us. They've opened one in China, but the first one in the Middle East will be with us. And that speaks volumes. We signed that agreement back in 2019-20. They saw the opportunity in Saudi Arabia. They saw everything that's happening, and they wanted their brand associated with a destination like this. And that really anchors the destination. But then it's layered with all sorts of other experiences, adventure-based, yachting. We have a phenomenal marina here. Again, can also take super yachts up to 120 meters. We've signed an agreement with, we have a partnership with Yacht Club de Monaco. Again, they're helping us with regards to making sure we deliver excellence. Yes, where possible, we prioritize Saudi talent and we want to grow Saudi hospitality, but we bring in best in class. We have a Marine Life Institute, and then we have other hotel brands that all look at this destination through a lens of wellness. You can see architecturally, whilst Red Sea is very ambitious and progressive in its architecture and very distinct, Amala is no different with some of our signature assets. So this is the Clinique La Prairie wellness facility. Amala Yacht Club. The Amala Yacht Club is complete. This is a photo. It's not a computer-generated image. The project, we're delivering various assets between end of Q1 all the way through to the end of this year. The Marine Life Institute, Corallium, again, it's a flagship to showcase our commitment to the marine life. This isn't just marketing, this is a true commitment to make sure Saudi Arabia and Red Sea Global prioritizes protecting and leading around the improvement of the natural environment where we are developing. In terms of the real estate, again, we don't have hundreds of units within each of the projects. Four Seasons, we only have 25. Rosewood, we only have 25 villas. So we have limited supply in each of these. When you aggregate it, we have obviously more across the entire destination to create a true community. But we have a marina precinct. Our first buyer in the marina actually was an English investor. An English investor came in and he bought every single one-bedroom apartment in Namos. And he's bought a penthouse. So he's an investor and an end user. And he's taken a marine berth for his yacht. It's brilliant to see now how the international market see Amala and Red Sea as a destination. Then we have branded residences, and then we have a collection of truly iconic and unique villas there. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to showcase the residential portfolio that we have both in Red Sea and in Amala. Coming back to Red Sea. So what I've just shown you up until now is either complete or on the verge of completing. The next exciting project that we are introducing is Lahek Island. Lahek Island sits it's northwest from Shora, where we are now. It's 2 kilometers away. This is going to become one of the world's most exclusive residential communities. This is a legacy asset. This is where it'll pass down through the family, through generations. One of our first buyers, a Saudi gentleman, I asked him, I said, why are you buying? For him, he said to me, Steve, I want my kids and their kids to be able to experience what I had. He said, the marine life you have here is stunning, but I know you're protecting it, and I know you're committed to improving it. So the next generation of my family will be able to have what I had as a kid growing up. There's not many places in the world today where you can buy a property that allows for that. And this island, I mean, I can talk to you about the architecture, the size of the villas. You've seen Addition, you've seen what we're doing. We work with the best architects, we work with the best designers. The quality of construction is to the highest level. But for me, what really sets us apart is that commitment to protect this environment and make sure people are living in a truly special environment. And then it's how we program it. This is the marina into the village. So there's a channel here. You have some villas where you can park your boat out the front. You have some beach villas. We have some apartments. Here you can see the apartment. There's a family beach club. And there, yeah, you can see some of the visuals there that show you the architecture for the different types of villas, whether it be seafront or on the golf course or the canal or on the beach. So, yeah, I think we are so fortunate with the backing we've got from our board, our chairman, and PIF to constantly be introducing new projects that just continues to raise the destination and add new layers to the destination. This is a hideaway beach club, very simple. It's a bit more of a Robinson Crusoe type beach club, hidden away. We have sports facilities, we'll have an academy. So this is a multi-generational island where people will come down with the parents, with the kids. They'll celebrate key lifetime events. This is a gentleman's club where the men can come together, leave their cigars, and that would be stored there, and opportunity for the men to come together. Here's the golf clubhouse, you see at the top. Sunset Point. We have a ladies' club as well. The way the destination and that project has been programmed really is truly quite spectacular. Here, there's some QR codes. Some of my colleagues that are here in the destination, if any of the residential is of interest. But I think the other key message, which I would also like to say, that Shora, delivering the hotels that we've got and delivering Lahek has really helped put us on the map as a truly global tourist destination. We have a limit on how much we're allowed to build here. We're only allowed to build on 22 islands. The next wave of projects, we're open for business. We've done joint ventures. We did a joint venture with Kingdom on the Four Seasons. We did a joint venture with Al-Mutlaq on the Jumeirah. So again, whether it be for residential, or whether it be for some kind of interest in participating on a development level or in any other capacity. Red Sea Global, we're very much open for business to explore opportunities in ways we could collaborate. I think I'm now going to do a Q&A with Nagwa. I have the pleasure of doing that.
Yes, let's do.
But that's my brief presentation on Shora and Red Sea and
I know everybody is tired and we're just going to make it very brief. You've been very thorough in your presentation, but I would just like to ask a few questions that we have on our mind. I mean, it's amazing. I think I speak on behalf of everybody here. We are so much impressed. You have done a great job.
I can't take credit for it. We're an organization with 12,000 people. We have 40,000 construction workers. I'm a very, very small piece in the jigsaw, so credit goes to the rest of the team.
So let me ask you, I come from the other side of the Red Sea. I'm from Egypt, and we have a Red Sea destination there. So how do you see yourself? Are you competing with us, or are you just creating something new?
Look, I think what we do is we focus on how can we do something differently, how can we lead. We don't look to Egypt or UAE or other areas. We take inspiration from other projects around the world, but we are laser focused in doing things our way. Our chairman set a vision early on, and we're executing on that. And John, our group CEO, pushes us every day to make sure we continue. Like I showed you there with Lahek Island, adding in new layers to the destination. That sports and entertainment precinct as well. Projects like that have never been done. And it's not just the project itself, it's how they're done. And it's that commitment to improvement that I spoke about as well. There's very few projects or developers in the world today that have a focus on and commitment to improving the natural environment to the way that we do.
And you are targeting, I think, a certain level of clientele, high net worth individuals, right?
Yeah, I mean, we are a luxury destination, but I think from the slide I showed about the different brands, the price point that we are now catering to, when you look at, I know, a hotel like Grand Hyatt, where the room rate there will be considerably lower than, you know, Desert Rock or Shibara, these outer island properties. So we are now able to broaden the addressable market that's coming into Red Sea.
Yeah, and we're talking about how much. I mean, the noise, please, can you keep the noise down? Thank you. The noise, please. So, I mean, I'm talking, let's talk about the price. I mean, you're talking about how much when you're talking about units, apartments, villas?
Yeah, so the apartments started around 5 million Saudi riyals. And then we've got properties that go all the way up. We've got some iconic estates which are very large. And in fact, we're speaking with an international buyer for one of them where it's in the hundreds of millions in terms of the transaction value. So yeah, apartments starting at about 5 million Saudi riyals. Villas starting at around 12 million. Yeah, so that's roughly the starting.
And you told me that you said that you already sold about 80% for the 4 seasons. What about the rest of the project?
So yeah, the 4 seasons, we've sold about 80%. The SLS project, which we're handing over next month, the villas in SLS, we've sold 80% there. The apartments, we've sold 50% of the apartments that are on Shora Marina. So on the island as a whole, we've sold probably about 35% of the inventory. But like I said, we're starting that journey. We really are. Last year, we were reactive to people that were staying in the destination. I mean, I'll give you an example. We had a German that came on holiday. His wife had seen Shibara on Instagram and said, let's go there, thinking it was the Maldives. Then found out it was Saudi Arabia. They said, well, let's go anyway. They came, extended their stay, and bought a property. So
we're talking about, like, mostly you're selling to Saudis, or there are lots of international buyers?
So international buyers are starting to come through very, very fast. I mentioned earlier the Namos in Amala, where an English buyer bought all of the one-bedroom apartments and then bought a penthouse for his own use. So he was an investor and an end user, and he's a foreign buyer. So we're seeing interest. The first wave of interest was Saudi buyers, and it was people that were familiar with PIF, familiar with Red Sea as an organization, and they wanted early access. But now we're having international guests coming to the destination, and the German that I referenced there, we're seeing a big uplift. And then obviously now the introduction of foreign ownership, the laws around foreign ownership, that is also accelerating the interest from the international market.
I understand diving is very important here on the coral reefs. So how are you taking care that you are not doing anything to harm the environment?
Yeah, great question. That's something which is obviously something we're measured on every year. We have a team of people that monitor the marine life. We have to make sure we don't overdive sites. We have built the diving operation. We've built a company called Galaxia. So we control where people go diving, when they go diving, and how. Again,
and even while building the development.
So how we go about building as well, we have very strict constraints around how we build on the island. We prioritize a lot of off-site manufacturing. That minimizes the amount of workers on the island. But whilst we're building on the island, we put silt curtains around the island so that the work that's happening during construction and that we don't affect the coral. So it's captured and it stops any sand movement going into the water, then spilling out and affecting the corals. So there's all sorts of different constraints that are put on us, and yes, it puts a higher price on how we go about building, but our greatest asset is the natural environment. If we don't protect that, then we lose our biggest asset as to why people want to own a home here or why they want to come on holiday here.
So when we come back after 10 years, what do we expect to see?
I think you're going to see a vibrant destination. Shorey Island is going to be full of life, full of energy. You're going to see the mangrove starting to increase. We will be able to give clear data, clear metrics. Same again on turtles, same again on corals, all these different areas that we're measured against. And we want our guests to participate in it. When there's the turtle nesting and everything that's happening, they can come and participate and learn. And I think post-COVID, whilst the vision for this project was defined before COVID, I think it's more relevant than anything post-COVID. So it was the right vision originally, but the importance of that is even more relevant today post-COVID, where people are sensitive about their carbon footprint, they're sensitive about their own personal wellness. So projects like Red Sea and Amala are, for me, they're the most at the forefront of the tourist industry for people that want to come on holiday or to own a home. I had a call this week with a lady based in Jeddah about Lahek Island. And first thing she said, Steve, not just a holiday home, I would live here. If there's a school and I can put my kids in, I will live here.
That's nice.
So 10 years from now, we will have other projects, but this island will be full of energy and Lahek will be open. And I think our Saudi nationals will be proud, I hope, of what we've done. I hope they're proud of what we're doing now, but I hope we continue to make them proud with what we're doing. I hope the number of Saudi employees, we already, the exact number, Abu Yusuf will probably have given that the other night, I think we're around 50%. There's a clear focus that we bring Saudi talent through. It's amazing. They deliver an energy that us as expats can't necessarily do, that authentic hospitality experience. So we're so lucky to have everything that we've got here.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Stephen Cheeseborough, for this insight on what's been going on. And we really appreciate we enjoyed being here. And investment is a sea, and we're better to invest than the Red Sea. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I would like to thank you, Najwa, and also thank Mr. Stephen for this beautiful insight. I would like to thank all of you as well for being here, for supporting, for sharing all these beautiful ideas and thoughts. Thank you very much, respected guests, and have a lovely evening.